I'm fallible and I have bias. And my reflexive bias is to side with Israel. Crucify me, hate me, be mad at me. That's my reflexive bias. I'm going to try to look at this with an open mind and see what conclusions I draw. But, you know, I'm human.
And that's why I woke up the question that I woke up is because one side was saying that the Democratic Party is heavily influenced by China, and I was telling them the other side is heavily influenced by Israel. So which side would you pick? And you just answered the question other than everybody else just bitching about whatever they was bitching about. That's all I was asking.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Anthony. I appreciate the honesty. I also have a bias, and my bias is for specifically, I have a certain principles that took me a while to develop. After I gave up taking sides with things, I started stripping institutions and started really assessing how should we live, what are the moral principles and ethical principles that every human abide by, irrespective of where they are on the planet, what type of born was, irrespective of all that, what are the principles that we should, and so my bias is that innocent people, okay, when I say innocent, I'm talking about people that are not aggressing upon other peaceful people. If you're going to harm them, then you're the aggressor. And there is no bullshit, I destroyed your home, and I'm sorry I killed your kids and your wife, because Hezbollah was firing at us. So blame it on Hezbollah. I think we've gotten far enough in our moral assessments that there is moral responsibility, and then there's also direct harm, and those are two different things, right? And so we can identify, we could speak to those things. So
you're not aware of the situation in Lebanon, but I am. Okay. So
hold on, and I'd like to hear from you. I do want to hear from you. And I do want to hear from you. And I'm just going to wrap it up from here. When we were talking about Netanyahu wanting to reduce the U.S. military support from $3.8 billion a year to zero, he said this in a Sunday CBS 60 Minutes interview, right? He mentioned social media again, and he's saying that he's seen the support for Israel fall in the United States, which it has, because of what has been going on specifically, I'm going to say, in Palestine. And he says he said that correlates 100% with the geometric rise of social media. And I think that that's really interesting, because you have little powerhouses like this one guy named Hamza. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he has a TikTok, and he operates on this other platform, which I don't remember the name of the platform. And basically what he does, he's a Palestinian. Well, he was born in Palestine, or his parents were born in Palestine. He lives somewhere else, full disclosure. But I know his parents were from Palestine, or specifically Gaza. So he goes around, and it's kind of like a mogul, but you get a random person on your video. It's a split screen, and you see each other, and you decide whether you want to talk or not. And when he gets somebody that is from Israel, he says, "Hi, where are you from?" And then they'll say from Israel. It goes, "Oh, I'm from Palestine." And then you wait for the reaction of these people. And I'm telling you, Hamza, this one guy has created such a crazy upset, because you have people, you have kids, you have IDF soldiers, you see their uniforms, their first reaction is Palestine, F Palestine, die, we're gonna kill you all. Like, I can't even tell you how many videos he has of this. He's getting a lot bigger now, and something like that, whether it's true or not, or whether it's representative, whether it's cherry picked, however you're gonna say it, however you're gonna see it, if it takes one of those, he finds one person to say that for every 100 or 200 people or 500 people that he gets to talk to, right? And then he makes these clips. That's going to be enough to sway the public. So I want to also speak to that. how social media may or may not be, and this is for all countries, this is for the United States too, how we're being influenced by what we're seeing on social media. What is real? What is not real? Israel, did you see what I did there? What is real? What is, I can't even say it. What is real and what is not real is what he is showing us. Is that, I love you, Coco, is that the truth? Or is this severely cherry-picked data? Because it is definitely influencing millions of people. Okay, I don't know what your name is. Sorry.
Yeah, my name is Orange. All right.
Orange?
No, Active.
Don't worry too much. Germans now will take over. I mean,
so the thing is that the reason that these civilian parts of Lebanon is getting bombed is like so, and I will make it simple so that you can understand it. Imagine you and your husband, you're living in a house or apartment, and you have a child or children, whatever. You invite the Hamas and Hezbollah terrorists to bring ammunition, reconnaissance, all kinds of tools into your house, and they use this as a safe house and bunker. Okay? So this conflict has been going for so many years. And from the knowledge of the past and the past experiences, you know that Israel every time is going to bomb these houses. It's a fact. Okay? So you as a mother and
That's the fact that our life is going through always.
guys, please get this guy to shut up.
Peter, let him finish.
He's terrorist.
Peter, what's wrong with you, man? Let him talk. He's talking.
I know he's a terrorist. He's a terrorist.
Okay, Peter. Okay. We listen to all opinions, and then you're welcome to dispute what he's saying. Go ahead, bro.
Right, thank you. So, based on the facts and the experience of the past, Israel is 100% gonna bomb your house. You and whatever that is living there is gonna die. Knowingly, you bring this danger inside of your house. You cooperate and you help these terrorist groups. So don't come out crying and say, hey, the Israelis bombed our house, apartment, I don't know, one child died, two children. Of course, we're sorry for all these innocent children that are being misused by their parents because of these terrorists. But you as a parent have the responsibility to take care of your children, to keep them safe. Okay, as a parent, I know, okay, the Israelis are going to bomb, and the thing is that the Israelis are always going to tell them that we're going to bomb this area of Lebanon or Palestine or Gaza, for example, 48 hours beforehand, okay? 48 hours before the bombing, they let you know. And still, you keep your family in these houses so that you die, and, their ideology is that we're going to go to heaven with the family because you're doing something for Islam. It's called martyrship in Islam, okay? And they're so proud of it. So it's not his problem that you don't care. I mean, if you don't give a shit about the life of your loved ones, your children, your kids, why should I do? Why should Israel do? You're knowingly bringing things, and you want to get yourself and family killed to say, okay, we're martyrs. Okay? So this is what's going on, and this has been going for many years. Okay? And the hypocrisy of the thing is that they say, hey, Israel kills children. Of course, they're fighting terrorism. And you as a parent, shame on these parents. They get their loved ones, their children killed.
Your analogy sucks.
I hear what you're saying. Okay, I'm not going to stand up for Hamas and yeah, it's a common sense that the Palestinians are not fans of the Jews. That's fine and all, but can I just sit here and make it sound like what they're going through? The people there, it is pretty horrible. It's not.
Pepe, it's like telling Texans. It's like telling Texans that hey, just because you don't like the Mexican immigrants, you should just leave. They're causing fentanyl deaths. They're killing you. They got gangs. Just leave Texas. It's like no, my family lives in Texas. I live in Texas. I'm gonna stay in Texas. Like The analogy sucks. It's their country. It's their land. Why would they leave their home?
But you don't.
Like, that's so
But
weird.
you don't help the cartel. You don't keep
Okay,
their weapons. You don't help the cartel to kill the police. If you help the cartel to kill the police, they're gonna kill you. The police is gonna kill you.
Smarter. This guy in the other room was 2 nights ago trying to tell to Iranians that United States and Israel are not able to help us anymore. Now on this stage, he is trying to say that it is the right of Israel to take the revenge from the whatever they
What's
can.
wrong with this guy? I don't even know him.
Okay, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. 2 days ago, in the other room, named Mavara, he was trying to say that United States and Israel are not going to be able to help us anymore. We need to be able to stand for ourselves. Now he says that Israel has the right, just because he wants to make the propaganda going. He is not with us. He is with the Mullah, and he's just pursuing his own agenda.
Thank you, Peter. So
He's a
also,
terrorist. This guy is a terrorist.
what I want to say too, though, is I'm not really understanding the reasonableness of what Israel thinks that they're doing right now in southern Lebanon. Let's say, because I could put myself easily in the place of Israel, okay? But I also can understand what my responsibility and duty would be to make sure that what I'm doing is supposed to lead to peaceful coexistence versus more more suppressed anger and then future generations of terrorists to be born. So what they're doing in southern Lebanon from the blend, right now they're talking about how they're using the Gaza plan and they're just raising all these homes. So now there's so many people that aren't going to be able to return to those. Now, coming from like if we were there, we were in Israel, yes, we're understanding what you're saying, that there are some people, that's not all, there are some that do what you had said, that they're taking Hezbollah, they're allowing them to hold their armaments and whatever inside their homes, okay? So now understanding that there's enough of that to be true, we'd want to build, sure, we can create a line of safety if we tried and attempted over the years to do that peacefully, and it's not been successful. But this is my issue right now. What is Israel doing? Because first of all, there were, I think his name was Sweeney, journalists that had gone in and they were going through the homes that Israel had said on their map, given on their map, that they're going to attack or they're going to raise so they needed to get out. And they went and they explored the basements and the homes of these people, and there was nothing in them. Okay, oh yeah, well they moved it. Easy, right? They moved it. Okay, now, but this is my question. If you're taking somebody's life, the home, and I mention this all the time, at my age, the only thing that I have, the only thing that I've done in my time is have a home. That's the only good thing that I've ever created. And I started with this by property that I built, that I bought almost 20 years ago, okay, when I was still like 19, 20 years old, okay? And so now this home this is basically all that I have right now. And if somebody were to come and take this, I'm telling you, at this point in my life, I would lose so much that I would definitely, you would be in trouble, because you just say that you would be in trouble. So that's what we want to prevent, because I'm an American, okay? I'm not even in this region of death, destruction, that are more exposed to it. He says, I'm not, right? So, and I'm willing to go scorched earth for my property, okay? So this is the thing. What is Israel going to do with all of this, these homes of these people that they destroyed? They have a duty to replace and repair that destruction that they've caused. They want to set up that defense. I understand. Sure. but they have to repair it. They can't just do it and walk away, because what they're asking for, like I said, is just this satiation and the breeding and the suppression of frustration and anger in future generations. And you're never, it's just a repeat. It's just going to be,
And what's the
again, Gaza 2.0
Lebanese government that these terrorists act freely in the country and cause all this havoc?
Well,
That's a responsibility.
right, but so we talk about this, and we talk about the creation of Hezbollah when they were created between 1982 and 1985. If you read the Hezbollah official paper that they put out of their mission, and when they were announcing who they are in like 1985, they say they're coming from this place. All of these things happen to us. About how their women and children have been pillaged and their land has been taken, and how they want French, they want the Americans, they want Russia and Israel. We're all the enemy because of what we're doing in the country. And their job was to get everybody out of their country and to secure their country and secure their nation. Now, if that was American land, if we called it Texas or something, right?
Israel doesn't want to have to do anything with Lebanon. They are firing missiles at them every day.
Well,
They don't want to occupy any land, okay? Do you understand?
Did Russian come the other people of
well, if they don't want to occupy the land, if they don't want to occupy it, then they have to. It's still their duty. It's still Israel's duty to fix the harm that they've caused to protect themselves. They've taken people's homes. They've destroyed and flattened villages. Of that, okay? Listen, I'm saying I could still be with it, but you have to. However many people that have been displaced and are living in tents right now, if you think that it's reasonable or rational that those people are just gonna pull themselves up by their bootstraps and restart, I'm telling you, that's not going to happen, and it's not reasonable. And that's why I question what are they willing to do, and like what's actually happening. That's why I get frustrated about Palestine.
They replace them. But as far as they are fighting terrorism and the Lebanese government, I mean, look, the Arabic is gonna go forward the way it is.
And I understand that that's what you're saying. But what I'm saying is it's not going to end well. And when this turns out, right, where this 1 million people that have been displaced, and I'm saying you're just breeding a new generation, and that's going to be future problems for Israel. And I'm telling you what, I've been alive now to see it and watch it take place. And I know that what they're doing is they're not moving to a progressive future and adjacent possible of peace.
Yeah, but they don't have any other choice. Either they should just sit down and...
You don't need to evaluate the choice for us. Shut up and speak as much as your filthy mouth. You are in no position to talk about the choices of United States.
All right, so here's what's
this guy. Nobody's talking about
it. It's okay. Ignore it. It's all good. Please, just ignore it.
For them.
Peter's gonna feed into it. It's not a big deal. Peter. Okay, no problem, Peter. Yes, sir.
Hold on, Peter.
Yes, sir.
Anton, okay, Anton. But they fucked my country because they were overconfident.
What are you talking about? You don't even live here.
Okay.
You don't live here. What are you talking about?
You are not the true.
You have never called fatwa on the white man. Please, shut your fucking mouth.
Puff is in
Puff, that's a good.
Puff is Russian.
He does a pretty good one.
Yeah, that was good.
From
I have a question for you. Peter, hold on.
1923, but Puff is Russian.
I called fatwa on you.
Yeah, we
You infidel lover.
Nigga, hold on.
Kiss my
All right, you guys, check it out. Anthony was talking. Go ahead, Anthony, and Bima back and forth.
So hey, Bima, I understand your stance, Dave, but I'm not sure if Israel is going to take responsibility and do what it is that you're suggesting that they do. And I'm not even sure if they should take responsibility. I think it makes for an interesting conversation. If let's just, for the sake of discussion, let's say everything that the gentleman said was true. That you have people that support the terrorists, allowing them to use their homes to hide weapons, and they have no problem putting their family at risk because ultimately they have no problem being a martyr. And as a means of protecting themselves, Israel attacks at home, and this is just the reality of it. Why is that incumbent on Israel to repair and fix and be responsible for that? How does that make sense?
Right. So because it is not the responsibility of the innocent party, the people who have not engaged in that, to sacrifice their private homes and property for Israel. They have no moral duty to do so. So if they have to, if they've been, mandated by this alternative, which they either get out or they die, and they do leave, then it is then incumbent upon the party who has destroyed their home to fix it. Otherwise, talking imbalance that's just going to create animosity and a future generation of new Hezbollah.
And there is one
Bima,
other thing.
I have a question for Bima. Excuse me for 1 second. Bima, I just have a question for you. Bima, excuse me.
I have a question because
Excuse me. I'd like to ask Bima a quick question. It seems like you're applying the same principle that's present in the context of eminent domain. So when there's an eminent domain for a highway or for a need for a city, and they take property away from someone, they usually give the previous owner some kind of recompense. Is that the same principle, the guiding principle that you're applying in this case?
I think that the principle is just private property, and that is eminent domain is something that the United States decided to do, right? But yes, ultimately that's built upon that. So yeah, that's an excellent point to bring up.
So if that's the case, explain one more time. So you're saying, are you talking about what happened in 1948, or are you talking about currently Israel is taking property away from people and giving it to, I don't know what you're referring to in today's context, if that's what you're doing?
Yeah, no, so we're just talking about in southern Lebanon, in the country of Lebanon, there's an area called the Blue Line, and that is where the UN, well, you could research what the Blue Line is. So from the Blue Line to Litani River, that's still southern Lebanon. But Israel wants to create this buffer zone here because Hezbollah exists heavily in there. And Israel gets a lot of attacks from Hezbollah. Hezbollah sees no opportunity to find any type of peace with Israel. So there's a lot of terrorism. So Israel has recently, when they attacked Iran, right? They're now, of course, Hezbollah is going to attack them, and so then Israel is going to start to try to regain that territory. They actually did this in 1982. Israel took this area in 1982, and they held it for almost 20 years. In 2000, they lost control over it. Right, and they had to cede, and that's where the Blue Line came in. So they had to pull back, and they all had to get out, right? And so from 2000 to now, they still want to create a buffer zone. But so what happened is they have all of these people, all of these villages that's now gone in, and they've chased out. They said you have to leave. They're going into people's homes.
And these villages have cropped up since 2000, since they lost control.
I think no. Some of the villages they existed for a long time before that, but it's just because they're not all like Arabs. Like there are some Catholics. I mean, it's a mix. It's a mix of a whole bunch of different people.
So right now, this part of the land is currently under Lebanon's control.
Well, that's a lot of the whole debate is whether Hezbollah held the dominant power in that region, and that is what we're understanding it was. And now Hezbollah has been that this is what Israel's doing, is chasing them out, getting Hezbollah out to get this buffer zone created. But among doing that, they've chased out 1 point something million people estimated. Right? We could say that that might even be an over, because I'm not really sure if 1.2 million is accurate. Maybe if it's a 500,000. So we'll say like 500,000 to 1.2 million people then told to leave their homes. And so now they're gone. Israel's saying you can't return now. And now what they're doing is they're razing, or just demolishing all the homes, just destroying them. And so,
It seems like the 1 point. So you're saying part of this land is owned by Hezbollah, or Hezbollah had it under control. Wherever they're chasing Hezbollah up, they're taking control of that land, which seems to make sense. That's seems to me like an act of righteous aggression, because Hezbollah is, But my point is, are you saying outside of the Hezbollah-owned portions, you're saying there's these 1.2 million people who are just kind of caught in the middle of this?
well, there's 1.2 million people that we don't know who of course, if Israel wants to defend themselves and attack Hezbollah, the people who are Hezbollah, I have no say in that, right? The people who are aiding Hezbollah, that's self-defense. This is Israel's self-defense. But my issue is the gray area of all the people who have not had any responsibility in aiding Hezbollah or...
How do you parse that out in the middle of
You should.
fog of war?
You should.
But that's not about how you should. The question
Right,
is,
and that's the question.
the question is, how do you parse that out
By stop
in the
stealing
context?
their land.
Well, don't answer, don't talk while I'm talking, right? You gotta let me finish the question, then you can respond flippantly, because you have a very flippant response. But I can't make it out so let me say it first. The question is, how are you supposed to out the Hezbollahs from the gray areas type of people in the fog of war? I think it's an unrealistic expectation to put on on Israel in the context of war. Doesn't that seem unreasonable?
Can I respond?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. We'll get last.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty simple. Fog of war or not, right? Just stop stealing these people's land.
Hear what she said? The reason why they want this particular piece of...
One second.
Excuse me, sir. Peter, you're a co-moderator, and I want to respect you, but we have to speak in ways that we can understand each other. So I'm trying to have with Brother. So what I understood from Bima, and I'm taking it with a grain of salt. I've done no research on this. I'm just learning as I go here. She's saying that that buffer zone is now important because since the war in Iran, Hezbollah, who's occupied this part of the world, has gotten more aggressive, and they've been more, they've been attacking Israel more. And this buffer seems to keep Israel more safe. So why do you tell them not to do that?
So this is what I would do, right? Apparently what's going on over there, and again, this is just coming from an American, and I think a lot of y'all know who I am, and kind of like what I stand for on peace, right? I want peace everywhere. But apparently, what they're saying is that Israel's been encroaching on territories for a very long time over there, right? Israel's been guilty of, putting like bombs and solar panels, and some people would say like acts of terrorism, right? On those long time, and bombs and solar panels, bombs and beepers /
Peter, we can't do the interruption.
Appreciate you.
If you'd like to speak, you just have to wait for him to finish. But I would like you to answer the question.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer right now.
You're going to tangents. I would like you to be specific.
I'm gonna answer right now. So I'm kind of laying out the foundation of what a Lebanese innocent person, go through, right? And Bima did an excellent job too, right? Saying basically, as an American, she's worked hard, she's busted her ass to, obtain a home, maintain a home, right? And she even wouldn't know how she would respond to somebody just taking her home, just like many good Americans in this room, right? How would you respond?
God bless you.
Okay, let me respond.
What up, Keegan?
Let me respond.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. So yeah.
Okay.
For a second.
Come on, Peter.
There are other people.
Mayor,
Yeah. What up, Yeah. So again, right?
Okay.
Hold on.
Peter, shut the fuck up.
Who modded this guy? What the fuck?
Wait a minute. Was this an accidental modding for Peter?
No,
He's like
He
a
meant to
job.
be modded?
Peter's a regular. Okay, he has his own.
Thank God for
little
being
thing.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, but I'm saying does he have to abide by the
They
rules
keep
of...
one troll as a mod. He always
Yeah.
keeps
Can I be the troll instead? Can we vote that Keegan is the troll instead?
Yeah. Could we prefer Keegan? So in 10 seconds. Yeah. I mean, God knows. I mean, unless we all agree with collective punishment, right? Because a few people do some bad things, therefore a million plus should, face the consequences, which is a war crime, right? There's no excuse for this. At what point do these quote unquote terrorists become freedom fighters?
Okay. First of all, if it comes to stealing the land, Azeh is populated as much as 2 million people. Iran is populated 91 million people. After the Islamic disastrous revolution, the first guest of the main Mullah Khomeini was the head of Hamas.
What?
At that time. And they say that Iran is something, not a country, something for Islam. It is a gift for Islam, Iran itself, the whole thing. During that time, the people did not understand the disrespect and the main meaning of this, because people of Iran were offering to each other. For example, they are hospitable people in the history, and this kind of figure of speech won't be understood as insult. But right now we see that all and each and every asset of Iran is being spent for terrorism. They have spent and lost half a centuries of resources of Iran just for the proxies around the region to destabilize the region, not to even spend on for good faith on that region when it is not being spent on the people of Iran. And that is the main steal. When you try to maintain 2 million people and you want to sacrifice 91 million people just for the sake of keeping 2 million, you see 91 million as collateral. You need to go and rethink about your own values. When you try to make that kind of tone, first figure out who machine guns their own people. If Israel does that, or if the Islamic regime does machine gun its own people. I'll stop for you, don't interrupt me. And when it comes to the point of maintaining your territorial integrity, that is what I am supposed to do. It is not something that I am bullying others for. You are bullying me, but that is my father's land, or that is something like United States for me. How the meaning of United States for you is Iran for me. You are playing politics, bullying others, but I am bullying you. That's it.
Mima, can I tell you also something about the Hezbollah Lebanon Foundation?
The thing is, we're trying to have we're trying to build on a foundation here. I'm not sure where things have gone with that last contribution.
Because the Hezbollah has freedom fighters.
This guy.
I'm a little lost by the last submission. I do appreciate what you had to say, Mr.
2 points
Your
after
problem is not the sequence of speech. Your problem
Peter,
is
I
me.
appreciate your engagement, but I would like to get
just
back
give me
to
30 seconds. Just give me 30 seconds. No, just let me, because it's related. It's related.
Ali Riza, can you? Yeah, go ahead, go.
It's related. Bima introduced Hezbollah's foundation as freedom fighter. It is not true. In 1982, IRGC, with support of Ayatollah Khomeini, sent 3 head generals to Lebanon. And among Shia militias, they founded Hezbollah. In 1985, they went officially against Israel, that we go against Israel. Where is the idea of these people? They were founded as a native themselves as freedom fighters. It's not true. from the very beginning, they were founded by IRGC and Islamic Republic. So you cannot introduce Hezbollah as freedom fighters.
But in 1982, Israel invaded Lebanon, and the U.S. intervened during that Lebanese war. In 82, I would say that even if Iran came in and made Hezbollah, the reason that was made was for freedom.
During the Lebanese Civil War in the 1970s is when Hezbollah creeped in, and then it was like before anyone noticed, there was a swarm of them in the Lebanese army. You couldn't overshoot them. So that was in the 70s.
But we have to remember, why did it even happen, the Civil War in the 1970s? It's because of 1958. In 1958 was the U.S. military intervention in Lebanon. I mean, this region continues to be destabilized over and over again by Western powers, whether the United States, whether Israel.
Excuse me, Krieger. Instead of counting the ways about how things have gone wrong through the years, what is your solution moving forward?
Well, my solution is that Israel, I believe, should have. We should. Again, I can't control the foreign affairs. I think the United States should cut full ties with Israel. They're not allies anymore, and we should allow. If Israel wants to fight against all these proxies, then they should, and I hope that they win. But it's not our job to hope that they win.
So what do you say to people? What do you say to people in the Trump administration who state that, excuse me, I was in the middle of a sentence. All right. So, Keeger, what do you say to people within the Trump administration who say the reason why we need to maintain an allyship with Israel is because they are a democratic foothold in the region, and if we cut ties with them, we kind of give way to this Islamic regime-style way of running government, and Israel will fall victim without our support. How do you answer that?
Yeah, I say that we have a better allyship with the UAE, who produces more oil for us, and we have better trade with the UAE. They're much more aligned with Western thought in the last decade than we're given credit to. So I say that we have better allies in the Middle East that can use strong foot if we really do want it and need it. I also say I don't even know if we really need a strong foot the way that we do in this region. Look at other world powers and look at their.
I know, but I guess the question is, you and I are both ignorant. You and I seem to have a level of ignorance here because we're just sitting back.
I just said the UAE. The UAE is agreeing. What do you mean?
No, I heard you say United Arab Emirates. The problem with United Arab Emirates, the problem with them is, what if they fall victim to the Islamic way that will probably take hold if Israel loses his grasp and his power? So the question is, I think it's very easy for you. Excuse me. What is happening here? Okay. So the thing is, my question to you, sir, and I'll be very brief here because a lot of people want to talk. The question is, you and I can very casually say in our lazy boy chairs, cut ties with Israel. You have no idea what the implications of that are. You have no idea what the unintended consequences are. You have a myopic focus on the fact that America keeps getting dragged into these various conflicts, which is a legitimate perspective. But the overreaction would be, cut ties with Israel, let them fend for themselves. There needs to be a more measured, level-handed approach that you nor I know the answer to, because we aren't privy to what's being discussed behind closed doors.
Okay, so what is that, if you don't mind me asking, what is that option on the table to make it less of a shock?
You came into my back channels and I was being abused on that biblical smoke.
That was ridiculous how they was doing you, kid. That was doing you, the gang up on you.
It was not for Israel to defend UAE.
But Peter, hold on a second. I asked him a question. So what is the alternative other than just Keegan said, just getting up and leaving a vacuum? Because that's the point that you're replying to, right? That we're going to leave a vacuum.
Because he's saying cut ties, let them fend for themselves, let them fight the proxy wars. I think that's a very basic. It's like a superficial response to a superficial problem. He doesn't understand the deep, unintended consequences of cutting ties.
So his response was logical then, if it is a superficial response to a superficial problem.
Right, it's logical, but it doesn't fully grasp the reality of what we're dealing with. So that's why we throw that response into the garbage can, because it doesn't encapsulate the true realities on the ground. So we take what he says and we can react to it, but it doesn't matter much. What the problem is, we need to wind down our involvement, like we did with Ukraine. Trump stood up to Zelensky and said, "No, nigga, you go fight that war. You want to pretend like you." Fine, if that's you, I'd be okay with taking a more bold stance toward Israel. Don't let them. We're not their bitch. I think it's fine to emphasize that on the world stage. We're with you, but we're not going to be, like somebody said earlier, be burping you and changing your diapers. That's not us. Okay, we're here to help and support on the edges, but we're not here to be involved at the core, because we're over here and there's a whole ocean that protects us. So, my point is, we can dial down our involvement. Like, I don't know any other president who brought Netanyahu into the White House, made him get on camera and apologize to Qatar, I believe. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay? He made Netanyahu grovel in front of the world stage. I appreciated that. Okay, I don't know if y'all know about that situation where Israel bombed Qatar as an overreaction, and it was wrong. He brought Netanyahu to the White House and on camera made him pick up the phone, call the Qatar president, and apologize. That's the kind of shit I want. Be bold, be strong, don't be their pussy, right? Don't be their bitch. But to cut ties and walk away from a 80-year-old ally is too myopic. It's a short-term, feel-good solution that has deep unintended consequences, Keeger. So do you understand what I'm saying, Keeger?
Listen, I understand, and I would say that, listen, the pros outweigh the cons, okay? Just destabilize the Middle East, which we've been trying to be involved in the last 80 years, which, if you tell me the Middle East is stabilized, then that's hilarious. And so we'll be leaving a Middle East that's already destable, allowing it to continue to destabilize itself, which I actually think would, in my opinion, if we maybe would stabilize it. But also the effects of America to not be tied with the Zionists who control our government in so many different aspects, through AIPAC, through the ADL. This would have consequences that would outweigh the positive consequences, would outweigh any of the negative.
Okay, and you have the expertise to say that on what basis? What do you know that most of us don't know?
What do you mean? What do I know that most of us don't know?
It just seems like you have a very layman's terms, or like a casual understanding of what's happening over there, and you're kind of standing 10 toes down on a solution that you really don't know what's going to happen. You're saying, I think the pros will outweigh the cons. Maybe you don't have a full...
Well, here's the thing. You tell me, because what I'm doing is, in the last 80 years, you tell me in the last 80... Oh, okay, my bad. I hear my headphones. In the last 80 years, right, we've seen a distable Middle East. We do not, from Afghanistan, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, all of these places have continued to be, other than Israel, continue to not be a stability, to not be an ally to the West. And I think it's the involvement of the Middle East. I can only go based off of the history. And the history shows that we have not been successful in the Middle East. And so I say, let's try going out of the Middle East and see if that... I'm saying, why don't we try a new solution? You're saying, well, we don't know if that would work. What's going on right now is not working. So what do you mean? We either have to change up or we continue the same process, and Americans can just continue to be the financial foothold for Israel. And I say, no, let's try something.
But before we get that point, why not dial it down? Why, instead of taking the cold turkey approach, why not, not systematically, but surgically get uninvolved in a surgical way, as opposed to a cutting of all ties? Don't you think that a cutting of all ties will have unintended consequences that beyond what you can even imagine?
No, I think that the
pros outweigh the cons, but what if you don't have a full list of the cons? It seems like the only people that have the full list of the cons are the people that are in the rooms making this. So that's why these discussions really don't yield much. We don't have all of the facts and data that are supporting these decisions. So this is just an exercise in futility. It's fun. Okay, we can go back and forth. But at the end of the day, we defer to the leadership to make these decisions. And yes, we can bitch, whine, and complain, but that does us no good. On election day is when you can voice your opinion. But all this back and forth about what I know, what you know, and what research I've done versus it's a bunch of propaganda that's rubbing up against each other. My propaganda is better than your propaganda. You know, your list of cons is shorter than my list of cons. And our list of cons don't bear any comparison to the list of cons that are in the room, in the war room, or in the situation room when they're making these decisions. So what are we doing here?
I mean, you sound like the neocons who debated Ron Paul and said that if we left Afghanistan right now, it would be much more formidable. We would see terrorist attacks by the thousands, right? And now that we've left Iraq and Afghanistan, we haven't seen that, right? So I mean, Ron Paul was right at the end of the day, and everyone can say whatever they want. But when he said in 2004, we need to leave. This is it. We need to be done. Everyone said, "There's no way Ron Paul can't say this. He's so crazy about this." And now look at him. He's been proven right.
Mm-hmm. So you think we should have left Afghanistan in 2004?
I don't think we should have entered in Afghanistan, but I mean...
You don't think we should have went... Wait a minute. You know as well as I do that on 9/11 we were attacked by 11 members of the Taliban, which largely resided in Afghanistan.
Oh, we were not.
There were Saudi nationals, 11 Saudi nationals, if I'm mistaken, correct me. 11 Saudi nationals, hijacked planes that ended up killing 3,000 Americans. And you're telling me they were all tied into Taliban, which was in Afghanistan. Why should we have not entered Afghanistan to destroy Taliban?
Who do you think did it, Keegan?
Listen, the Taliban, which was run by CIA operatives who were being very, very powerful, had an actual opposition against Israel. Israel, for the first time, actually felt some type of threat towards actual operations that could be conducted against them.
Okay. I'm getting lost. My question was...
Well, I know. I understand. If you allow me a little bit, if you let me finish my point.
I'm not following you.
Guess what? You know what? Can the judge allow a little bit?
No. What I'm saying
is... Can the judge allow a little bit, just a little bit? Because it all ties into, man, because this is the point, is that so 9/11, the reason why it has to happen is for the involvement in the United States, because the United States did not want to be involved in the way that we were. We were involved already slightly in Iraq and Afghanistan prior to 9/11 in 1998, but not in the way that Israel wanted. Again, Israel had this. I'm trying to show you the reason why Israel conducted 9/11. This is my opinion. Israel intelligence
make a long story short. And when I say make a long story short, you should have just said that. You think Israel was behind that?
But there's a reason for that.
Right, but you can only tell me the reason when I ask you for the reason. Because if you give me the reason first, I'm going to get lost. Just answer the question, and then everybody's going to follow along. But when you start off by giving us the background information, we lose you.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I prefer the background information.
Okay, but that's you. But you don't got a green bean next to your name, brother.
Green bean.
Here we go.
Hold on now. I'm trying to follow you.
That's what we did.
The COVID vaccine. You dumb nigga.
Excuse me. Okay, I hate to take over the room. I hope I'm not interrupting my
COVID
Matt, am I doing
vaccine
too much? Matt, am I doing too much, or can I continue? I feel like I'm dominating.
Let's you're doing fine, but let some other people get into it.
Okay. Well, I just never got my itch scratched, but I'll leave it there. I just want to let you know, you think Israel was behind 9/11, and you think Israel was behind October 7th, don't you?
I don't think Israel was behind October 7th. I think Israel had prior knowledge, folks. Just like how the United States had prior knowledge to 9/11 happening, and we allowed it to happen, right? And this has been confirmed. I mean, Alex Jones said it months before it happened. That was going to happen.
He's a good
you can say what, but he was reading. But here's the thing, and that's why when we have these discussions, people will use these. You got it from Alex. Well, I didn't get it from Alex Jones. Alex Jones was reading from different forms of documents that were leaked by the CIA, and he was reading on a show. But he was correct that 9/11 was going to happen. It was going to happen in the next few months. That that the Twin Towers were targeted for a terrorist attack very soon by airplanes, and so we knew about this. The CIA knew about this, and we didn't do anything about it. October 7th. I mean, you tell me why didn't for 6 hours after, and everyone, Israel just is barely larger than like New York and New Jersey put together. Right? It's a very small country, and tell me why did it take 6 hours for them to deploy troops after October 7th happened? It took 6 hours. It wouldn't take us 6 hours if the terrorist attack happened to deploy troops. So tell me, how did that? I mean, you tell me what happened.
I mean, the answer is I don't know, and neither do you. And I would prefer that you not.
Exactly, but instead of saying we don't know, we can go, wow. Why did instead of like but you're like acting dumb for the sake of like going, I'm not gonna answer those questions. I'm saying let's ask those questions, and if you can't come up with your own conclusion, then I would say that you're dumb because for some reason you can't come to your own conclusion about certain situations. I mean, at the end of the day, just kind of.
It's fine to come up with conclusions, but the conclusions you can't stand 10 toes down on it because you're not in the rooms. So it's an opinion, it's a speculative conclusion based on what you know. But frame it that way. Don't frame it as fact. You framing it as fact that Israel was behind 9/11 based on the information that you know. And that's a pretty bombastic statement to make that a lot of people would say, what? Not to say that it can't be true. It might be true. Anything is possible.
Okay,
But
let's keep the conversation going. No, you're good, Anthony. You're good. R9, if you want to speak any new voices, go ahead and just jump in if you want. I don't know what you've heard so far, but yeah.
No, I gotta read the room. I don't know, what y'all niggas talking about.
What was that noise? Did someone hear a big beep or something?
I heard the same thing, Bieber. I heard the same thing.
that's Israel. They listen.
And it makes sense that Anthony didn't hear it either.
I don't know. It might have. I have no idea what
It's a bomb.
Yeah, whatever. So it's really hilarious how polarizing Israel is, man. Like, I just don't. I'm not sure why people they really believe like it's almost like Israel. They have supernatural powers. The Israelis. They're capable of like superhuman acts, and I think like whenever there's like this whole boogeyman shit that goes on around a group of people, it really boggles my mind. I think people give other groups of people so much power and authority over what happens. It's like as a man, it's emasculating. I don't understand how you think like some dude that puts on his pants the same way I put on my pants, one leg at a time, zip them up, put on belt and suspenders, whatever the fuck you do, has so much power and so much ability to dictate your life. Where does this fear come from, man? We heard some kind of beep. Now it's Israel. I know it's tongue in cheek, but they take up so many brain cycles. Everything's this grand conspiracy. 9/11, it was Israel. October 7th, Israel knew it was coming and didn't do anything, and they took their sweet time responding to it. It couldn't be that they got caught flat-footed. It couldn't be that the Israeli intelligence missed something. That's impossible. Don't be ridiculous. Israel's all-knowing. They know everything. They see everything, and they calculated everything. It's just a matter of time before Israel takes over the United States. We're their puppets, and they'll eventually take us over. I can't live like that, y'all. I'm sorry, man. I can't think like that. That's a nihilistic existence as far as I'm concerned. I don't want to think like that. I couldn't carry on thinking like that. If I don't feel that my actions, I can't impose my will on my life, why live? That shit is fucking crazy to me. Thank you for listening.
I mean, Anthony, your sentiments ring true without context, though. Your sentiments ring true without context. I mean, Israel, on front of our Congress, said that they had the most intelligent surveillance system in the world. They say that they're the most intelligent. They say that their intelligence agency, the Mossad, is the most sophisticated. The Israeli people, Jewish people on this app will tell you this, that they are the most moral, the most intelligent army in the world. They have precision striking. They have precision technology. Their camera system is the best in the world. But then they'll say that October 7th was a crazy, they weren't prepared for it.
All right, that's a great point, Keegan. That's an excellent point that should be addressed.
I think there's people misunderstand when somebody says that they're the best versus they're omniscient. So while his forces might be the best and most capable in urban warfare or intelligence gathering in the region, or have the most sophisticated technology for those purposes, they are still not omniscient. And you need to understand the difference between the two. Then those type of arguments will go away, because you will not expect godlike behavior from regular people who just got really good at what they do.
What was the response?
I also wanted to mention that the only ally in the region is possibly Israel, not just because of its proximity to a United States government system and style. Because while they are, I believe they are parliamentary democracy, like I think UAE was brought as an example, I think the devil is in the details. Yes, we might not give them enough credit for what they have done, but they still are a monarchy or a federation of monarchies. Their elected officials are ordered to take the post. They're not elected. There's a lot of, manipulation and corruption that can be imposed in that system. So if we're talking about proximity in terms of style of governance and stability specifically, I think Israel is, the only choice in the region, because all the other countries have vastly different, if not opposing, type of governmental system. And in order for United States to benefit from that stability, I think Israel is the only answer in that region. And if the United States is to pull out, as some of the, the fifth column groups within the within the Western cultural paradigm suggesting, then we're going to have the same quagmire as happened in Afghanistan or Iraq, and we shouldn't have done that in those two countries. We should have stayed and had some sort of Marshall Plan for transition. We didn't. That was an unfortunate mistake, and leaving Israel to its own devices and allowing its neighbors to tear it apart is going to be a huge mistake. Will be extremely disadvantageous to United States.
And it is extremely unlikely.
Say what, Senator? Good to see you, by the way.
I was asking, I thought you had said that it was a mistake to go into Iraq.
No, out of Iraq and out of Afghanistan. There was no plan for transition.
Right.
So going there was not a mistake. I think it was very beneficial to take out those regimes. However, the people who were in charge, they had no plan for afterwards, and that was an issue. So the neoliberal concept that you're going to give people the tools, economic tools, and their government proven to be wrong in Eastern Europe as well as in the Middle East.
So here's the question. I've heard people say, this is not the job of a soldier is to kill people. The job of a soldier, whether whatever branch of military, the job is not to uphold the handover to a new king. So do you think that our soldiers are acting outside of its natural role? Because soldiers are supposed to, again, kill people and break things in the context of war. So when you keep them there as sitting ducks, roadside bombs, all these other things are happening to them, why are we putting, for PC purposes, we're putting soldiers outside of their natural role? Do you think that's part of the problem, that maybe once we kill people and break things according to the plan originally, then we leave, and then the United Nations or some other effective body should come in there and do the handover or whatever else? I know those are in there.
Well,
You're talking about the IDF? I don't know. I'm sorry?
You're talking about the IDF?
No, I'm not talking about the IDF. I'm talking about when you go into a country to remove a threat, why should our soldiers stay around to wait for this, fantasy handover? Why doesn't the United Nations or some other effective body step in?
holding down the fort.
Because we're interested in it. It's and from what I understand, the United States military, they're not only the stormtroopers type of role. They also have a humanitarian roles, which they do in many parts of the country, and stabilizing role. So there are different branches of military.
So that is the role of the United Nations military. The actual soldiers, after they kill people and break things, they're supposed to stand around and oversee a warm handover.
That's fair. That's fair, Infinity. However, the United Nations as an organization is a joke. When you have majority of the countries that aspire to be totalitarian or authoritarian regimes, and then you have democracies and republics in minority, the type of rules and the type of actions of that organization is going to reflect that type of majority, which it does.
So what you're saying is because the United Nations and other bodies have abdicated their role effectively, we're stepping up and doing that. What happened after the world? What happened after last question, I'll shut up. What happened after Japan? Hiroshima, Nagasaki, we killed, hundreds of thousands of people with those bombs. Did we stick around and try to say, I don't know how that, can anybody explain how that happened?
Well, no, we did do it with the Germans, and we
What
killed
happened with
millions
Japan
of them.
first? What happened with Japan? What do we do with Japan after we bombed them into smithereens? Does anybody know? I don't know.
Weren't they included in the Marshall Plan, or a form of it? I do know that they ended up modeling their economy somewhat after ours, and we helped them rebuild. Obviously, we did the same thing to Germany. But I would say that us providing them the tools and I understand what Andre said regarding us taking out of power and giving them money and trying to incentivize them to change how it's failed in a lot of Eastern Europe and the Middle East. But I would say if we're going off of World War II, I would think that Germany and Japan and of course, we were on the side of South Korea. We did have success in those countries.
That's fair, but the major difference, I would say, between the way the United States handled Iraq, Afghanistan, and Germany, Japan, and South Korea is that we actually had a plan for afterwards. We stayed around, we had our bases, we supervised with advisory the type of new government. We ushered in the new systems. We helped them adopt those new systems, and we're guiding them through it. With Iraq and Afghanistan, there was a vacuum that would be
You're breaking up.
pulled up and killed it. You're in the was even capable of us. Sorry, we killed everybody who was even capable of sustaining that system.
So you really think we should have gone to Iraq? You really believe?
Well, once we were there, we were there.
That's true, but
we broke an egg, and we hold it.
But we should have broken the egg, sugar.
Perhaps.
But Beaver, I can exchange with you if you want to. We should have gone into Iraq because prior to going into, we should have went into Iraq because they weren't responsible for 9/11. But if you remember, on September 11, 2002, in a world after 9/11, after we were asymmetrically attacked by these rogue people, George Bush went to the United Nations and made the case that Saddam Hussein, we have the receipts, we gave him the weapons during the Iran-Contra thing. We know he has the weapons. He's failed 18 UN resolutions. He signed the Gulf War Peace Treaty. He's not compliant. So basically, he made the case, we're not going to live in a world where asymmetric warfare is going to happen again. There's a gathering threat. We need them to disarm with the supervision of the weapons inspectors. And from September of 2002 to March of 2003, Saddam Hussein was playing coy. He would not give full access to his facilities. And in a world after 9/11, you can't take the chance. Remember, he has 3,000 dead Americans' blood on his hands because he didn't take seriously the attack that 9/11 could have. I mean, it was already written on paper, but he didn't take any action. So here we are in the world after 9/11. Saddam Hussein has weapons. We know he has it because we gave it to him. The whole world, MI6, Mubarak, all of the world is in agreement that he has the weapons. We just can't find them.
What say you, Peter?
Why shouldn't he have gone in?
Yeah,
because
say you, Peter?
Without operating with the benefit of hindsight, I think it was the right decision to make at the time.
I mean, yes, the intelligence was faulty, but
No, but you're operating with the benefit of hindsight.
right, yeah. Was it worth us? Like, what did we get out of it? It was a complete disaster.
Yeah, I think that's. We can all the Penny real quick. I can just jump in here real quick. I think we could fairly say that the looking in hindsight or rather looking after the fact that maybe it wasn't the best decision. Would that be a fair statement? I think that's what we're getting at.
Yes, but we shouldn't have known at the time that he didn't have the weapons because it was conventional wisdom. Believe that the weapons existed, you have to act. That's why I don't fault him for going in. I fault him, as Andre said, for not having a better strategic way out. He went in for the right reasons, according to what. I mean, if you think he went in for oil, that's on you. But the primary objective was to remove a gathering threat in the world after 9/11. Saddam Hussein did not attack us on 9/11. But in the world after 9/11, he cannot have those weapons. We gave it to him, and he's not giving us access to review where the weapons are. So we have to go in. And he wasn't going to
A lot of it was off of faulty intelligence, and I forget there was one of the main actors. I believe he was a defector from Iraq, and he had made up a bunch of shit. It was bad. It's looking in hindsight, it's different, but it was not. We had bad intelligence saying that they had weapons of mass destruction. And that was
it wasn't just the CIA that said it. It was Mubarak in Egypt. It was MI6 in England. It was the United Nations. It was Hans Blix. It was all of these people who were saying, we're not getting access. You have the receipts. You gave it to him. He signed the peace treaty. He violated the UN weapons inspection 17 times from 93 to 2001. I mean, 2000. How much slack are we going to give him? Are we going to wait anthrax to go off in Houston or Orlando? Are we going to let that happen? I think not. George Bush was compelled to act, especially in the context that he didn't take action when 9/11 was a clear threat. So he had to act. I can argue that all day long, but it was wrong in the way how he didn't have an exit strategy. All day long, I'll give you that. But going in was a completely reasonable thing to do. And he waited, he did it the right way. Went to the UN first, all that.
I guess both sides could be right in a sense, I suppose, right? I mean, I don't know. Peter, would you say that just overall, just in general, it was
a disaster?
Is that what you're saying, or is there any good in it?
If the faulty intelligence was there and he acted on it, then you can't blame him for acting on faulty intelligence.
Well, I would say that it was definitely, in hindsight, my opinion would be that us invading Iraq was disastrous. First of all, the one thing that Saddam Hussein could do is he didn't really allow terrorists in his country. He had to have rule. He didn't allow. He checked any imam that lived in his country. He would check his tower because he didn't want anybody being more influential than him. And long story short, you ended up during the war. You have, of course, the civil war. There's the Shia and the Sunnis that are fighting. Iran is now participating in this civil war. You have the insurgents coming in from Syria. Then you have, and of course, a lot of this is like, I don't think the Arab Spring would have happened. I don't think ISIS would have happened. A lot of these things wouldn't have happened if that void wasn't left after Saddam out. That's the only reason I'm against it.
Yeah, but look at all the PTSD that even lingers to this day on this app from some people, and like just all the blown off limbs and the homeless veterans and all the lingering shit, all the money spent, and all of the we lost about 3,000 soldiers over there, or 2,000, but
nothing for the million that were killed there.
Yeah, but you know what I blame more for that if we were in 1940s America, every move by the military wouldn't have been under this scrutiny and this microscope. We live in a world now where they have to fight a PC war when you can't fight a war that's PC. Unfortunately, everything is questioned. Everything, back in 1940s, he did the most controversial thing in the world. He killed hundreds of thousands of people, civilians, and it went over because the American people, we were together. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but
they wouldn't surrender, and we have a new toy. We wanted to take it for a spin.
But how does Bush fight a war where everything is on camera now? It changes the whole complexion of how you wage a war now. So the fact that all these people were getting killed, our people were getting maimed and massacred, I think it's because they're trying to fight a PC war. There's no way to fight a war by definition not PC.
I think there's the last war we fought. We're going into Afghanistan. It was popular in the U.S. Because we all witnessed what happened to the Twin Towers, but of course World War II. But I mean, after that, if you look at Vietnam and then a lot of the other wars, more recently the global war on terror. I mean, these were not very popular. And once we found out that there was no weapons of mass destruction found, the people that you primarily hear from today that are pissed off about us going to Iraq are the soldiers. Those are the people who are going to be like, well, my buddy lost his life for what? Like, this is why did we do that?
Honestly, I think they buy the propaganda. Honestly, I'll even put Trump in there. Trump bought the propaganda. Everything that I just told you guys, it's like they haven't heard it about why they went in. They went in for the right reasons. It was a noble reason to go in. It was the right reason. They just heard, there were no weapons of war. There were weapons of did it for the wrong reasons. They only hear that, and they don't hear everything that I just laid out on this stage. And I think if they heard that, I'm not saying that, but that's what's getting buried, which is why it's adding to their guilt and shame. They shouldn't have any. The propaganda took hold. Blood for oil. Bush is this. That all took hold.
Well, I don't think they're doing it because of shame or anything like that. It's more that they look at it as, my buddy would still be alive, or I wouldn't have gotten PTSD. In other words, why did fellow veterans, at the end of the day, was it worth it? And it's not. I mean, that's a value judgment, of course, they have to make. I can't make it for them, but that is something I hear very commonly.
Laura Ingraham just said a few days ago. Do you hear anything coming out of Iraq? It's a democracy kind of. I think you just outlined some things that are going wrong there, what Iran is doing. But I didn't dig in, but she basically said Iran, that no one's really talking about, is that Iraq has succeeded after turmoil, after a lot of years. It's just a success, and that it's not what it used to be. It's a democracy. People are voting. So it's emerging as a democracy. So it's not something that you're going to see after you bomb and kill people some time. And I think nobody has any patience to let things be anymore. They want to see it now. I don't know. Is Iraq a success or no? Is it a failure in terms of how it's
disaster? Yeah, it was a colossal failure.
I'm talking about now, as Iraq stands today. Voting democracy, blah blah blah. Was that worth it? The fact that it's no longer a hornet's nest or terrorism. I know you said it wasn't before because it's a thing, but in terms of it's no longer that side of the spectrum. It's more on the right side of the spectrum, so to speak.
Are you talking about like it's no longer a hornet's nest now that like ISIS has been they snuffed out?
Yeah, I'm saying after the fact. I know we went through some tough years. I know a lot of things happened between 2003 and now, but where have we landed with Iraq? And should that
give? Everyone from Iraq during that time migrated to the United States.
I'm sorry, what was your question? What did you say?
No, I said we know that the people that were, that lived in Iraq during that time, where the United States did them super dirty, the majority of them migrated over to the United States and live here. So I don't know if it's majority Catholic still there and Christian or what, but I don't hear anything out of them. Does anyone know? Is it majority Muslim now, Christian? What is
Where,
it?
in Iraq?
Yeah, it's
It's
Catholic, right?
overwhelmingly Muslim. There's only small.
Is it really?
Yeah, they only have this very, very small handful of Christians in the north. Most of them have had to leave, even when Saddam was in power. The Christians never had it easy there.
Right. So then after that, then they all migrated here. Local. But I just,
Yeah, but the earthquake
I'm sorry.
is a major disaster. Maybe it wasn't worth it at all.
It was awful.
Iraq may be better, but it's not still like some flourishing democracy here.
It's 23 years later. I mean, what's the aftermath?
Do you guys think that the reason why we're fighting this war with Iran is to help out Israel? Because I feel like that's all I've been hearing on Clubhouse, and I think that y'all got it wrong.
What do you think, Peter?
I think there's people like us, and I do think that Trump in particular, especially Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, which are very strong Zionists, and of course they're going to make a lot of money in the Middle East, but it's another story. I do think that, yes, just from the outline of from the New York Times and I believe the Wall Street Journal, there was one basically when Netanyahu came to Washington and pitched this plan. Trump agreed with it. Seemed like nobody was really on board except for Pete Hegseth. The others, but they were all hesitant to tell the president, like, no, don't do it. His Joint Chiefs of Staff said Israel tends to oversell or overpromise what they can do militarily and overstate basically what they feel they can accomplish. And I would say this was. It's not just the one thing that nobody will question is that who is to benefit from it the most. Obviously, it's Israel because that's the largest supporter of terrorism is Iran.
Do you really think that Trump would put us into the war if we weren't benefiting from it?
He might have thought that we were going to have some benefit, and I think maybe if he was the president that took out the Ayatollah and the IRGC and gave the people freedom, that would be. That's pretty good to have as part of your legacy.
He got cocky after Venezuela.
That was really funny.
I just think it was a bad calculation, but I do think.
I think that's way too early to like.
Yeah, way too early that.
It is. It's like we need to think like big picture. Okay, so we may not be able to reap the benefits of what's going on now, but maybe our children will, and our grandchildren will. And we are just the sacrificial lambs that are going to deal with these hard times, which Trump and Elon Musk were both upfront from day one. They said it's going to get harder before it's going to get better. They're very clear about that. I do think that we are overstaying our welcome in this war. I think that we got to finish this out now. Because I don't know. It went from 2 weeks to I think it's gone on too long now. I don't like that, but yeah, it's too early. But I really do think the Venezuela, if you think about it, they have the purest oil there, and they trade with China, and so I feel like we were taking their oil, and then this whole thing that's going on with Iran, and the Hormuz Strait, it is about oil and starving China from their resources. That's kind of in a little bit of imperialism. Thoughts?
I tend to take that perspective. I take the long view. optimistic approach, but you have a lot of people who want to see change now. They want to see progress now, and they don't have the patience to wait. But one thing I would like to say, going quickly back to Iraq, they did to the government that we were able to help set up, the Democratic government. According to this research, they helped survive the fight against ISIS, and they persist today. And a recent improvement report from the United Nations says, today Iraq is unrecognizable and remarkable compared to the early years of the conflict, with insecurity and a clear determination to win the battle of development. So, this may not be, the full progress may not be birthed in our lifetime. But when the full progress is finally birthed, I think, in the Iraq context, maybe Bush will be praised. And in the Iran context, Trump will be praised.
Well, I went Trump up on Mount Rushmore, and I'm worried that his legacy is not going to survive this.
Yeah, I agree.
I want Trump up on Rushmore, where he belongs. But now he possibly shot himself in the foot with this. If it doesn't work out, that's why I'm kind of just,
Wait a minute. Your desire to want him on Mount Rushmore is more important than world stability? I think what's more important than that, between those two options, is that we get world stability and we remove a nuclear threat. If he has to sacrifice his Mount Rushmorean, salute, so be it. That's much less of a argument. Especially when you think of the context that there is no more space on Mount Rushmore. That Mount Rushmore mountain is fully, there's no space for it anymore.
Has anyone spoken about how the Democrats are basically the people speaking with Iran, trying to tell Iran, don't accept these terms? Has anyone mentioned that? That's really what Iran is banking on, is the Democrats.
Who are they talking to in Iran? Who are the Democrats talking to in Iran?
What happened? Someone was breaking up.
Who are the Democrats talking to in Iran?
I don't know who they're talking to, but they're sending messages saying, one term we're going to impeach him. When we win the midterms, we're going to impeach him. This is wrong to do. Basically, Iran are masters of deception and looking at all of these, these propaganda pieces, and they're saying, okay, Trump's own country doesn't support him on this, therefore we have leverage because we can keep saying, we're not going to accept this. That impacts you because we're putting out, now you got Tucker, you got everyone coming out, again on this. And Democrats are the ones, look at Chris Murphy. Every day he would talk about how Iran was a threat during Joe Biden's administration. Now he's talking about how Iran is, we shouldn't be doing this to Iran, blah, blah, blah. Right? So they have effectively, are effectively doing this only to get back at Trump. And I think it's important to note that if it doesn't work out, I still think it will, but if it doesn't work out, someone should say something to these people, like, what the hell? You guys...
Is Tucker a Democrat or a Republican?
So I mentioned Chris Murphy. About him?
Okay.
Exactly. Shut up.
Is he a Democrat or a Republican? Tucker?
I don't know what he is registered as.
You don't know now?
I went Chris Murphy.
What about Joseph Kent? Is he a Democrat or a Republican?
What about Chris Murphy?
Yeah, that's the thing.
You scared?
It's going on the right.
Are you scared? Are you scared? You scared?
Just because they're Republicans, what's that supposed to mean?
He can't do it.
No, but he can't.
So is Chris Murphy is Chris Murphy an elected member? Hold on, watch this. Is Chris Murphy an elected? So tell me the elected Republican. Watch this. Everyone watch this. Othello. Name me the elected. Tucker's elected? Tucker's elected. What an idiot this guy is. Tucker. No, I said Democrats who are elected. And I said they're effectively changing. No, I said they're effectively pushing propaganda that people like Tucker and others are pushing forward. And you seized on that because you're scared to admit, yes, Chris Tucker is part of, Chris Murphy is part of the overall Senate, and he's also on the intelligence committees, and he's also someone who has influence. And he's going out there spouting all this shit, Murphy. But you haven't once said, oh yeah, that's a Democrat, that's an elected member. Wow.
Yeah, that's
And he's
Democrats
in
and
leadership.
Republicans.
So what's the elected Republican? What's the elected Republican?
I'm sorry.
Thomas
What's
Massey.
the elected Republican?
Massey.
Okay. One. Okay. Give me
I can
another.
give you more than
No,
just
we don't
one.
need another.
I can give you, wait a minute, I can give you more than one.
Give me.
Does it have to be a current, Marjorie Taylor?
Current. That's what I'm saying. Currently elected. That has
Okay, so other
access to
than Thomas
intel.
Massey.
Oh, hold on. That has access to. Let's clarify. That has access to intel. Okay. That knows the truth of what's happening with Iran because they get the briefings. Now, I'm not sure Massey gets those briefings. Maybe not. Not every member gets them, by the way. Okay. But I'm giving you Massey. Give me someone else. There's tons of people on the Intel Committee who are Republicans in the House, and tons of them who are part of that Senate. Huh?
Rand Paul.
So what is Rand Paul? He's on the Intel? He's on the Intel Committee?
Oh wait, you want specific people on it? You don't want.
Here's the problem.
How many people have
I
the
understand
Intel?
your point, but the problem is every time we give you a person, you skate and you make the thing more narrow.
No, I'm not. I'm not. So your belief is that if members don't have access to the Intel, they should somehow have access to the Intel? No, the people who get access to the Intel are the ones who get.
You didn't make that clear.
You just said Democrats
First
are
you
saying
said,
that they're gonna
give me a Republican. Then we gave you Massey. Then you said, wait a minute, I want a Republican who is on the Intelligence Committee. And then if I give
No,
you one
and
of
I
those,
actually gave you Massey. I said, go ahead with Massey, no problem. I said
I
that.
know, but so you asked for one.
So your whole point is
Now you're asking for more. Why do you need
No, I'm saying, I said I gave you Massey. You're right. I said that already. I said now give me somebody who has access to the who's currently there, and give me someone who does that. And that's all I said. So I conceded that you were correct about Massey, and then I asked you to do it. You didn't know who it is.
It's not a hissy fit. It's just that I felt like the goalposts were being moved. But you're right.
No, I conceded you were correct.
Conceded it. So now that you've ceded that, wait a minute. So now that you've ceded that, let's jump off of that point. Don't you think Thomas Massey, if things continue to, if things go worse moving forward, I hope they don't, but if they go worse with Iran, don't you think that core from just Massey to more?
Maybe not. Maybe not. It didn't grow when Ron Paul was pushing this stuff about Iraq.
Well, Ron Paul is a kook. I'm talking about Thomas Massey, who was once Thomas Massey, who came from the Trump wing of the party, along with Marjorie Taylor.
He was there for a long time before Trump.
No, but what I mean is that he was in the Trump camp at one point. He was in the Trump camp.
And he wasn't. He's never in the Trump campaign, Trump wing of the party. He was always anti-Trump from the beginning. Trump went after him in 2017, 2018. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Thomas Massey never really backed Trump.
What is this gaslighting? Holy shit!
That was my honest impression because I thought.
Yeah, it was confusing. I got it.
Yeah. So, but isn't it true that Josh Hawley came out as Trump recently?
No, not about Iran. Not about Iran.
Okay, let me give you the Republicans and what they've done. Let me give you the Republicans and what they've done. Rand Paul, he's the sole Republican to vote with Democrats to advance limiting President Trump's war powers in Iran. You got Tom Massey, he does what he does. You have Representative Warren Davidson of Ohio. He voted to curb Iran war powers, citing they need to follow the Constitution. You got Representative Tom Barrett from Michigan. He introduced legislation to impose limits on the use of military force in Iran and wind down the fighting. Hold on. You got Senator Suzanne.
So what does this have to do with anything I'm talking about? No, but that's not what I'm talking about. Who passed bills? But that's not what I'm saying. Who passed bills or legislation? Dude, this is gaslighting. So Othello, you're gaslighting. Okay. So nobody. So again. My question was, who's come out openly against Trump? Voting on a bill is not saying you're openly. If that's the case, there's many Democrats that voted against Joe Biden and would never call him out in public, but they vote against because they're voting against the presidency and what the powers of the presidency can do. Not on the Iran war, not coming out saying, like the way Kent came out against Trump.
You also have Jared Golden, Greg Landsman, Harry Collier, and Juan Vargas, who voted in favor of extent, those are Democrats that supported Donald Trump's Iran conflict. So, I mean, you're going to have a couple dissensions on either side.
Correct.
So
And those are power discussions between the presidency and Congress. I'm talking about people that are willing to come out and go against their party. It didn't happen with Bush. Okay, it did, and with Trump, it's happened. Yeah, but the people who had the intel during Bush didn't come out and do anything, and the people who have the intel now, who are on the intel committees on the Republican side, weren't doing it. The difference is on Bush, because it was George Bush and he's a normal Republican, people who were equivalent to Chris Murphy that received the intel that the weapons of mass destruction, which was planted by the Bush administration, those Democrats were like, yeah, okay, I support it. Hillary Clinton voted for the war. So many people voted for that stuff. And those people were not willing to go again because they said, hey, I'm going to root for what's America. My point here, Democrats this time are just opposing it for the sake of opposing it because Donald Trump is the president. But if Joe Biden were doing this, they'd be all in on it. And to be fair, some Republicans would be against it, but not against going to war with Iran on this. They would be against with the way it's being carried out. Look at Fetterman's point of view.
You guys hear me here? I want to respond to Nav. You guys hear me though? I'm driving, so I don't know.
First, we know you don't know how to drive. Second, you can tell the Uber driver to increase the Wi-Fi in his car.
Yeah, stop it. Okay. Now, I think King Nav was pointing out the fact that you're saying that they're basically leveraging, Iran is leveraging the Democrats to kind of call the shots. That's what your initial point is, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And you're banking on the fact that they can get Trump's poll numbers down, they can get Trump to push down, because if I push this message, then Chris Murphy's going to look at my message and say, oh, look at this, the Iranians are doing it. But actually the intel says differently. Well, he's not going to share the intel. U.S. isn't going to share the intel, so the public won't know, so I can use Chris Murphy to gaslight, and he's going to go along with it because he hates Trump. That's what.
By the way, Chris Murphy was the one that was sharing on that the Iranians broke through the blockade. That's that Chris Murphy, right?
That's the one I'm talking about, the one that Othello was saying is an amazing guy, and he wasn't willing to admit that he was a Democrat.
Totally insane. You can't be doing that. Because, I mean, if they want to get out of the war, or the supposed war, wouldn't they want, like, to be able to have a real negotiation and get the hell out? They're making it worse, you know what I mean? Like, this is ridiculous. But carry on.
Yeah, and that's the point that I'm getting at. Is, you know, you can, you should be 100% against the abuse of the president's war powers and all that. I'm totally for that. I'm for the narrative of, hey, let's make a better decision when we go to war. But when you're actively rooting on and cheering on a person or a group that wants to take down America and actually injure Americans, and aren't willing to say, hey, this regime is horrible, when you said it like 2 months ago and there's no or a year ago and there's no difference between then and now, you're just rooting against America and banking on our soldiers being injured and killed.
The problem is that it's the intersectionality of the issue. So, for instance, you got to remember, in the grand scheme of the left, issues, you cannot be pro-Israel. So to take America's side on this is by effect taking Israel's side on this, and then you're throwing away your alignment with Palestinians. So the Democrats are the left. The far left Democrats.
That's not true because
are victims of the intersectionality problem.
So Joe Biden, go on.
Hold on a second. They're perfectly fine, because even if you remember in the Kamala campaign, she went into Detroit and said she was pro-Palestine, and then went into Pennsylvania and said she was pro-Israel. So she flips up on a multitude of issues. So it depends on who's paying the money and who's the audience. They're just opposing it right now because of Trump. But in reality, they were actually more. You should look up Victoria Nuland and look at her approach to what she wanted to do in terms of the Iran and the Middle East, along with Bolton. You would be surprised at how the two of them overlaid and were actually merged into apocalyptic dream for anybody who was really war hungry. Because that's.
So you don't think that they're pro-Palestine?
No, so they're absolutely not.
They don't view Palestine as
the progressives maybe, but not the true Democrat.
Yeah, not the true Democrats, progressives, man, Infinity. Yeah, progressives. Yeah.
Well, that's what I
AOC's,
heard.
right? But there, so just to be clear,
They're still happy to take APAC money and all sorts of things too. So like it's kind of a
Chuck Schumer,
AOC and others. They'll sit there and take it.
I mean, Chuck Schumer, the first Jewish senator, to be I mean, the guy was all in. And in fact, if you look at Biden, when Biden talked about responding to October 7th, they wanted him to go all in. These people were pushing for him to go all in. He talked about building a bridge to get certain aid in and all this stuff. I mean, Chuck Schumer was actually salivating for some of that, and then some of it he got upset with Joe Biden actually saying he's not doing enough. He should take out Hezbollah. He should take out all these groups. He was actually salivating. Now he's talking differently, obviously, because Trump is.
It would be fair to say that in both parties there are some groups leading to sacrifice the interests of the. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
You're majorly in the blender. I don't know if that's me, but
can you hear me now or not?
Okay, yeah, you're better. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was just wondering, would it be fair to say that in both parties there are subgroups that are willing to sacrifice the interests of the United States for their own political interests? But in Democratic Party, that subgroup is larger and more powerful than in the Republican Party. The Republican Party, they're marginalized, and the Democrat Party, they're front and center, and at points are the tail that is wagging the dog.
Yeah.
True. Like they're marginalized on the right too. Like you got the Christian nationalists who have this whole like weird thing going on too. I would say generally the middle and the moderates, and then I would say a significant portion of the right, and like the Democrats, the blue dog Democrats, really will stand in solidarity with it because of the benefits. And we went through this all last night, but the mutual benefits from it. The fringe groups seem to be the ones that are the most against Israel, and yet, for some reason, they think that because they're the loudest, they have the most power, but they don't realize they're less than 10% of the voting bloc, and they just don't really have it. So Tucker Carlson and all these other people online can scream all they want to, but in reality, the ties are there, and they're only growing stronger, and they're expanding out to other Middle Eastern countries. So, I mean, these guys already lost. They're still screaming. They're the falling of Berlin, really. Honest.
Brad, there's been a request of you in the chat to say twat waffle and me ring the bell. I don't know if we want to honor that request. It's up to you.
Who am I saying it to?
Kitty. You just say the word. I'll do it. I'll ring the bell.
Fine, twat waffle.
We always honor our requests around here. Man, how are you doing this morning? You're a little bit of the opposition. What's going on with you?
I'm doing good. I'm just trying to catch some sleep. I just don't. I have to keep watching Trump fall asleep on TV every day. So
wait, fall asleep? I didn't catch that.
Wait. I'm a conservative and I don't watch that much. Like I literally don't need to. Like what the hell is wrong with you? That's a lot of TDI.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, honestly, like I don't watch Fox News. I don't
watch him. It's just on Twitter. They keep posting his pictures and videos of him. I mean, it's so ironical that he would go on TV every time and call, even till today, calls him Sleepy Joe. But there's been countless times, at least up to 6, 8, 10 times that he's been on national TV, dozing off, falling like real sleeping, his eyes closed, and it just happened a couple minutes back. So I just don't know what he stays up all night doing, that he falls asleep on national TV every fucking day. Like most days.
I'm gonna call you.
It has nothing to do with you.
I don't think he's falling asleep every day.
Well, no, but you know what this means, Viking? That means that Ben must have slept really well during the Biden administration. I mean, he must have been sleeping every day, watching TV, and the president falling asleep. I mean, that's incredible.
At least I'm not running the country. Yeah, I'm allowed to sleep every day. I'm not running the country.
No, I said while watching the president speak, so you conceded that. Thank you. I said while watching TV during the Biden administration, he must have been falling asleep.
I don't understand how what I said or what you just
Wait,
said
Ben.
now.
Ben, I gotta get some clarity. You're not saying Biden was the sharpest jack in the
He might not be,
box.
but it's ironical that the dude, the supposed strong, non-sleepy guy that would call him Sleepy Biden every day, now his presidency has been seen on TV multiple times, dozing off.
Are you really?
He just
Wait a minute, Ben. See, first off, Matt, I thought you said Ben was in the room. I ran back to my phone thinking we had Ben in the room. But then I got very much disappointed to know that it was Ben. And the biggest argument he can make,
I was
disappointed.
I just put it in the chat and Matt mentioned it. I wasn't even trying to say that.
But Ben, my point is, Ben, not Ben, but Ben, you're going to make the argument on an open stage that he's been caught sleeping, and you're trying to say, isn't it ironical, which is a whole new word, not ironic, but ironical, that Donald Trump is been caught sleeping or dozing off, and you want to bring that to the stage to do what with? You think we're seriously engaged? Wait a minute. Let me ask this, and then you can go. Let me ask the question. Do you think we're seriously, engaged with you on that? Seriously.
Man, Finity, just because you have a green bond,
I didn't hear you answer my question, though.
No.
This ain't personal. Answer the question. I don't want to kick nobody down.
I'd be careful. He'll put you in the shut the fuck up section. You know it. He's got permission.
Other states where you don't have.
I'm trying to understand you.
Ever since.
Wait a minute. You're bringing it to the state that.
I put it in the chat and Matt.
Okay. Since you're approaching from the left, I'll give you a chance to withdraw and rephrase your position.
Withdraw? I'm allowed to do whatever I want to put in the chat.
Right. But I'm asking you to put an issue on. Excuse me. I'm asking you to put.
Why would I have to do that? Why?
You don't have to do anything. I'm asking you.
Then let's move on.
No. Wait a minute. Sir, I'm asking a question. I think I'm going to ask you one question. I'm asking you to put a serious issue at the table where we can engage. Since you're approaching us from the left, I think we would all benefit from exchange on an issue of importance. Okay? So I'm asking you to...
Okay, let me start. Let me start.
Ironical.
Let me start. Iran war is something he said he was never going to do. He's doing it today. Gas prices, can I finish? You asked me to put something serious on the table. Gas prices, he said, is something he's going to keep low. He's not doing it today. Inflation is something he said he was going to bring. He's not doing it today. He's spending all his time on true sweeting, doing all these pet projects, the reflection pool, the White House ballroom. First, the White House ballroom is something he said it was going to cost $400 million. He was going to have donors pay for it. He's not doing it today. They put it in the fucking bill so the Americans should pay $1 billion to do it today. So tell me what the fuck is not serious in what I'm saying.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, this is a much more. This is a much more.
For what? Because I have a green mud badge.
Okay, this is a much more substantive.
Ben, you're about to get called twat waffle. My big Matt up there is gonna ding the bell. I would stop while you're still ahead.
So Ben, listen, hey Ben, for a second. Ben, I appreciate the more substantive input. Now, you've layered a number of issues. You pancake your problems or your issues, and it's hard for me to make. So I'm asking you to pick one issue of the multiple you've laid out so that we can discuss.
Let's pick the Iran war. Let's do the Iran war.
So you start off by saying evil. Okay, so what's your position on the Iran war? How has he failed the American people on the war in Iran?
He campaigned on no more new wars, no more forever wars. I'm never gonna put America into a war again. That he came out on that night with his baseball cap. Oh, we just bombed Iran and it's gonna take. It's gonna take 2 to 3 days. We're at the 10th week of this war today. gas is at its highest price.
No, you're going on to another issue. Make a long story short.
Why did you even mention my name? You should have just let me what I said it because engaging with a green badge manipulating and an audience manipulating is totally different. I don't see that.
Excuse me, sir. What's the difference? I'm still showing you respect.
Man.
I wasn't talking to you, please.
Let's concentrate on the issue, though. So, Ben, would you say there might be a time when the things that you propose might have to adjust or even change drastically depending on the situation that you find yourself in?
Like what?
Okay,
so for example,
I'll give you myself right here for 2 seconds. The rap group Outkast in the song Starving Miss Jackson, they say it very clearly. You can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather.
What if a man got a fat butt though?
So the thing is, brother, wait a minute. To Ben's point, Donald Trump planned a pretty picnic. He said, listen, no more forever wars. My intention is never to put us into a war. It's going to keep us investing, and not receiving. All of this. And guess what happened? He was presented with information and data so critical that he had to adjust. I know people who know Donald Trump, and prior to the war in Iran, prior to the initial, he was upset. He really didn't want, he was very upset that the diplomatic efforts had failed. He did not want to take this step. He took this step. If it was so hungry, Mr. Ben, he would have done this in the first term. He didn't. He did this as a last resort because the diplomatic efforts had failed. So are you saying just because he promised not to enter into wars, that wasn't going to change?
What I've noticed in several rooms is
don't tell me what you noticed.
It's really a fool's errand to argue what Trump has done bad with you especially. There are other people sensible on stage that could maybe agree that he's done something bad, but with you, I don't know what type of fucking juice Trump pumps into you every morning that whatever he does, I'm going to use the same phrase I use every time. Trump could take a fucking shit on the White House table and you would call it the best brown chocolate ever. So with you arguing with you about anything Trump has done,
Let me respond. Please let me respond.
It's a fool's errand.
I just want 10 seconds to respond. I want 20 seconds to respond.
Okay, good.
The fact of the matter is that if you follow me on these stages, as you claim to know, as you claim to have done, you would have known I have serious disagreements and critiques of Donald Trump. And I will give you three. I will give you three off the top of my head. Okay? First one. The fact that he mismanaged those children that were separated at the border from the adults they were with, that there were thousands or hundreds or dozens of kids that were lost and mismanaged, I have a deep criticism to the Trump administration for that. And guess what? The journalists in this country never hold him to account. They don't ask him to explain that and put him in a corner. They just leave it alone. So I have a real problem with that. The fact that that whole thing was mismanaged. I don't mind them separating the children from the adults because that's fair. But mismanaging the children and losing, that really needs to be, he needs to be held to account for that. One. Two, I have a real problem with him pardoning 100% of the January 6th. The ones that should have been pardoned were the ones who were not violent or destructive to property. Anyone who is destructive to property or violent should have been held to account. So I have a deep disagreement with him pardoning all 1,600 of them. And a third one, just to boot, because you think that I'm a bootlicker, and I'm not. Okay? I think for myself. He was stupid and wrong to Truth Social tweet Pam Bondi and tell her to go after his political opponents. Now, we all know, now it's naked for the world to see, that's exactly what he's doing. That was a stupid thing for Donald Trump to do. And I can give you other disagreements. So
it only became stupid because he tweeted it, not because he's been doing it. Is that what you're saying?
No. It would have been wrong if he were doing it, but the plausible deniability is out the window.
If, but he is doing it. What do you mean?
Right. wrong. It is absolutely 100% wrong for him as an executive.
After James Comey and Letitia James.
Wait a minute. No, it depends on the merits of the case. But I think it's absolutely wrong. The executive, the president of the United States, to put his finger on the scale. He needs to be separated from that and let the DOJ do their thing. Even though they're under the executive branch, he needs to have that wall of separation. So I have a deep disagreement with him in getting involved in the legal shenanigans of the Attorney General. I have a deep disagreement with him pardoning 1,600 January 6ers, and I have a deep disagreement with him mismanaging those dozens of children in the first presidency. So don't tell me I bootlick. I can analyze and call balls and strikes. So going back to your point, okay, you said that he said he wasn't going to get into wars, but like my friend Andre 3000 says, you can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't the weather. Okay, if you can follow the logic of that, when the rubber hits the road, sometimes you gotta make adjustments, brother. So people like me are willing to give him grace on that. That doesn't mean he failed. That doesn't mean he didn't deliver on a promise, because he never once said, no matter what, I'm not gonna go to war. He said, I'm not gonna go to war needlessly, unnecessarily. Okay, but in this case, he saw enough facts, data, and information to make that call. And because he was so hesitant to take that, I'm going to shut up here because I'm talking too much. Because he was so hesitant to do it from the very beginning, I give him even more credence. I'm like, you know what? Instead of giving him a grain of salt, I give you 2 grains of salt. Because you don't even want to go to war, and you're going to war because it must have shown you something. Oh, shit.
So, Infinity, I commend you for not. Yeah, he does though. But I commend you for not leaking the entire boot and only leaking 99% of it. I commend you for that. You know, you mentioned the 3 things, so it's commendable. I think you're starting to see the light a little bit. Not people like Brad has people like Brad has seen the light, or Matt has seen the light. Still waiting for Anthony to get up there with Matt and Brad, you know, but I do commend you a little bit, you know. But the fact that you would sit here and try to justify in going into a war that has raised the gas price, you know, he's losing support. If this war was so popular and so justified as you claim, his MAGA folks or the majority of the Republican Party would be supporting it. However, he jumped into something because his head was swelled from how he went into Venezuela and took that guy and came out. He thought he could do the same thing to Iran, pop in and pop out. He didn't realize that Iran was going to be like this and try to spread it out as much as they can. Now gas prices are something he can't control. He's trying to taxes of gas, so to reduce the price. He's talking about the Strait of Hormuz is going to reopen. Motherfucker, this shit was open before he went into Iran. Now it's closed.
This is such a myopic analysis. It's not only about because Iran is part of the larger picture. Number one. Number two, you were just explained that he was doing it as a reaction to something, the new information that came. Do you know that Iran has plotted to assassinate the president-elect of the United States? Are you aware of that?
Haven't they done it for all presidents and they didn't stupidly go into a
No, they haven't done it to that extent. No,
they didn't actually fund it and map it out and put the thing into motion.
That information, what's interesting about that information? What's interesting about, you're trying to justify your stupid play. So the interesting thing about that is that it came out not during Trump presidency, but during Biden, who uncovered it and made it public. So it wasn't Trump trying to, trying to create a buzz about his persona. It was a previous administration whom he was not very fond of, and that administration was not really fond of him, but that was an actual threat.
He wasn't trying to Trump, but threat to Biden.
President-elect Trump. President-elect Trump. So the plot was uncovered while Biden was still president, that it was made public because after they failed to do it while he was a candidate, they went ahead and committed to doing it while he was a president. So that's number one. Number two, there's also, if you have not noticed, an economic war that's going on against China. And one of the largest suppliers of oil to China is Iran. So it's part of that puzzle as well. So just to say that it's so, that's the only reason, and the reason that you named is the only reason why he went in is his perception of Venezuela, and that's why he went into Iran. He's just, very myopic because it doesn't take into account everything else that's going on around. And another thing is, if we follow your logic, we can pick whichever politician that you support. We can find a fault with that politician. Have you address it and agree that it is actual fault with that politician and tell you that you're a partial bootlicker to whichever politician you decide, because it's you agree with them on the majority points, just like Infinity does with Trump.
Oh, my Infinity agrees. My Infinity agrees on every. I think this because he was pushed to the wall. That's why he mentioned these three things. But no Infinity. Everything Trump does, literally everything. I've been on stages with him. I've seen him in rooms. And even the stupidest thing Trump does, he'll find a way to.
Wait. But the fact, hold on. It could be the fact that, again, you people on the left do this. You TDS people.
I'm not on the left.
You consistently.
Say I'm on the left. I'm center. Please.
Well, you could be center TDS. I don't care. But I mean, here's the thing. I have been on this app for a while. I've been in the political spectrum. You've been in my rooms. I have heard same exact arguments time and time again. January 6th, you can't even quote it right. Good people on both sides. Again, we can go down the laundry list. Every argument has been either debunked, explained, or proven to be right. So all of the left's talking points, the primary ones, are pretty much the same routine. It's not that Infinity is up Trump's ass. It's more along the lines of, hey, you know what? Here we are. And now, once again, you're coming up saying, oh, he thought Iran was this. You don't know that. I don't even know that. We're not in the skit. He never made any allusions to how long it would take. He just said it's going to be over shortly. Whatever that means, that's up to him. I personally think shortly is under a year.
Jesus,
but,
Brad, be real with yourself.
Have you been with war? Have you actually served?
I haven't.
Okay, so I can tell you for sure, firsthand, that there's operational fuck-ups. There's a whole lot of shit that can go wrong in the fog of war.
I commend you for serving, but let's not use that to justify what this idiot is doing. He's been on stage, is calling it an incursion, and excursion is going to be done in a week, in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks. It's 11 fucking weeks now. Yeah, granted, it's not a year. Granted, it hasn't been 6 but he's stage for this.
No, actually, he did it.
But he's been mentioning 2 weeks. He's going to be done next week.
Hold on, man.
How are you trying to now? This is the revisionist history. How are you trying to now tell us?
No, I'm just saying, first off, you don't understand how operations actually occur. Okay, so again, if it doesn't go according to your timeline, it's like you guys are so selective on the fact that you have what was it? Oh, Russia, it's going to be 3 weeks. Russia said they were 3 weeks. Did you know that not a single fucking Russian said that shit? It actually came from our fucking United States on the left. It started there.
So
like that rumor came.
5 years. The Russia said it was going to be 5 years.
Russia didn't give any time frame.
You think Russia thought it was going to?
Putin did not give any time frame. Putin never came out and gave a statement on time frame. He never did. That came up out of liberal media. That was a fabrication.
Wait, Brad.
Really quick.
Hold on, Ben. I got a question for you.
Hold on. Just really quick. I just wanted to add, because Ben just said 2 weeks. He's seen 3 weeks, 5 days. He keeps going back and forth. Do you understand what the concept of strategic ambiguity is? Do you know what that is?
Not what Trump is doing. I do understand.
Do you know what strategic ambiguity is?
Trump literally just comes out every day, every Monday. The first.
Okay, how do you know what he's doing is not what's called strategic ambiguity?
How the fuck is what he's doing strategic ambiguity?
Because when you come out and say 2 weeks or 5 days or 2 days or 3 days, hey, let me talk, brother. So the thing is, what's the problem? Why can't I finish my statement without you yapping? So the thing is this: if he says 2 days, 5 days, 2 weeks. Okay, he's keeping the Iranian side on their toes. They don't know what to believe. This is when he came out on Easter and said, what did he say? He swore on Easter. I can't remember what he said. But he said, open the effing whatever. Okay, he's showing them that they don't know what they can't predict what Trump is going to do or say.
What's today? Is it open? Is it open?
That is, excuse me. There's a whole blockade. We're squeezing Iran, but you don't have the patience to wait
And
because
they're
he's
fucking squeezing us into position 2.
yes, but it's called. Wait a minute.
I used to fill my car.
Wait, how are they squeezing us into position?
Because I used to fill my gas with $50.
Wait, first off, I don't believe you guys. Okay, let's stop here. So, how much Iranian oil did the U.S. import prior to this conference?
It's a global economy.
Okay, no. I asked you a very specific question. So, overall, you could probably attribute maybe 75 cents to $1 to the Iran conflict. That's about it. You really can't say the massive swing increases, particularly like people in California who don't realize how all their taxes are, how you forgot about that bill that Newsom signed last year that removed BP and a couple of those refineries because you have to have a special blend of gas. The only state in the fucking country to have this special blend for Californians, you have to have that because no one else needs it, but apparently you guys do. So you pay more for it. In other states, you have different blends going. Yeah, I know you're paying more.
Hey, Matt, first of all, Matt, I have a piece to pick with you. How the fuck you make Brad a mod and you make me a mod?
Hey, hold on, Ben. Question for you. All right, hold on, Ben.
Did I send you to the listening section? Or the shut the fuck up section? So, no, I didn't do that. So,
I don't want to offend you today. I don't want to offend you today. But, Brad, sometimes I like to give you the benefit of doubt that you're a really smart guy. Infinity, I don't have the luxury of giving him the benefit of doubt. So
Infinity's a smart guy.
I don't know, he's not.
So Ben, couple of things here, Ben. Were you upset about? Was Ben upset about? Does anyone remember? Was Ben upset about gas prices under the previous president with the Iran? Oh wait, there was no Iran conflict there. So it was Russia. We import Russia, and the impact of Russian oil is far less than Iranian oil on the world, and yet why were gas prices almost similar in 2022 and 2023? Because you had a fucking president who wasn't willing to do drilling in this country, who wasn't willing to do any of that stuff, and he just said, let's let ourselves be dependent on the world, and thereby the world will... So that's what happened to gas prices. So I'm just curious, were you as upset then, saying, what the hell is this guy doing? He should be negotiating with Putin and end this war so that he can protect my... Or were you just like, well, I like the guy, so it's okay if he doesn't do it. I'm okay sending billions of our dollars to Ukraine and not knowing how they're being used and not seeing if Ukraine is winning and just keep the war going and paying more gas. Is that what you're saying? Or
Yeah, I was upset that gas was high.
do you blame Joe Biden for it? Will you admit?
No, I did not know because, you know
Because what?
And people can think, smartly because the gas price was largely due to the Iran-Russia conflict. America did not start.
Iran-Russia conflict?
No. Ukraine-Russia conflict.
You said Iran, okay.
However, this one is from your Orange Jesus Trump, who woke up one morning and decided...
So, hold on. Ben, since you're saying... No, you're an expert. Ben, you're an expert. No, I'm asking you, you're an expert. How is Russian oil impact America? Explain it to me.
Dude, it's called OPEC. They control the oil.
Wait, so Russia's part of OPEC?
I don't know. They control...
Well, no. Is Russia part of OPEC?
I don't think so. No, I got
So wait a minute. So you just said Russian oil impacts OPEC. And yet OPEC sets the prices.
Oil is traded...
So I just asked you a question. You said OPEC. You believe that a Middle Eastern body for oil is controlled by Russia. You really believe that? Or that Russia has impact on OPEC? You really believe that? No, because the world played games with the oil market. What Joe Biden Biden didn't do was say, hey, when this issue happens, I know this is going to happen, so let me increase drilling in America. He didn't increase drilling in America. He sought to push back against drilling. You can ask Viking, Manfinity, and others. They will give you more details on it. But I'll tell you, that is the reality. Trump has made us energy independent where we're actually exporting oil. Did Joe Biden tell the rest of the world, hey, oil's here, why don't you come and buy oil from us? No, Joe Biden said, wait, we sell oil? Really? We can sell it? Like, he's been doing it.
Is it true or not that America is experiencing a hike in gas prices as a result in part of what's going on in Iran because of the war that's commenced? Is it true or not that the high prices that we're experiencing now is downstream from the war in Iran?
Yeah, it's somewhat true, yeah.
Okay, so Donald Trump has already owned that. So then, when he was asked the question directly in one of his many gaggles that sleepy Biden would never do, he clearly said very clearly, yeah, and in exchange, America's getting a denuclearized Iran. And he's saying that they're going to come down faster and stronger than ever in time. He doesn't give specifics, and he says, I'll never know what this means. I never know what this means. Can anybody explain to me when he says, America is the hottest country on the face of the... I don't know.
Wait, no, but Manfinity. To be fair to Ben and the Democrats, hold on, to be fair to Ben and the Democrats, Joe Biden gave an explanation. He said, in order to protect the country of Ukraine, we need to deal with increased gas prices and the impacts that it could have on America because we want to protect the people of Ukraine. We want to make sure they have health insurance. We want to make sure that they're able to pay their pensions. And we want to make sure their people can survive and do well. So Joe Biden did give an explanation. It was just in benefit of another nation. And so in order to support the other nation, Americans should deal with increased gas prices. He didn't talk about protecting America or protecting Americans. What it sounds like Ben says, yeah, that's true. If it comes to protecting a Ukrainian, he's paying increased gas prices. But if it comes to the future protecting America from a terrorist nation wanting to kill us and kill our family, he's like, no, I won't pay that.
What I'm saying is, I'm not okay paying more.
That's what he said.
I'm not okay paying more because of for closing the Hormuz Strait. The Strait of Hormuz that was open prior to him foolishly going in there and dropping a bomb. That's what I'm saying. I think it's as simple as that. I'm not okay. And with the claim that
by the way, when Russia just so you know, when Russia went into Crimea, when Russia took Crimea, the U.S. didn't see gas price increase the same way. Do you know why? Because we were drilling, and Osama was president at that time. We were drilling, and he increased drilling. So I guess, but you're no. Biden didn't. Biden towards the end started increasing drilling permits towards the end, not at the time when it happened, and not beforehand as well. And watch this. Hold on, guys. Hold on, Ben, don't talk. I want to see if I can predict what he's going to say. So what Ben is going to say, he's going to say, I found something that says that Joe Biden approved XYZ laws. Then when I say to him, hey, just find out how many he canceled. Find out how many he canceled in his first executive order, drilling licenses. Then he'll say, that has no correlation. All he did was reinstate some of the drilling that he stopped in the beginning when he took office.
Guys, hold on.
So wait a minute, Ben, do you understand the concept of short-term pain for long-term gain? Do you understand that concept?
That's a bullshit.
Oh, well, because you don't understand that concept.
No.
Excuse me.
That's a nonsense.
Yes or no? Do you understand that?
I'm a grown man.
I know, but you have to abide by the rules on the stage. You have to abide by the rules on the stage.
What rules? Whose rules?
The rules are, I'm a moderator, I'm asking you to answer a yes or no question, and then I'll give you the floor after. I want to hear what you have to say, but it's going to go in order so that we can make sense of it.
I don't believe in that. This is bullshit that he feeds.
I didn't ask you if you believed in it. I said, do you understand the concept?
No, I don't. I understand it, but not from Trump, because that's the bullshit he feeds you.
you guys every day.
Okay, okay. Tell me, when you say you understand it, tell me what you understand about that concept. Short-term pain for long-term gain. What does that mean?
Short-term pay is, I would attribute short-term pay. Someone going to medical school wants to become a doctor, anesthesiologist, a surgeon someday. You go through the pain now to become what you want to be in the future.
So why won't you apply the same? Why is it wrong to apply? Let me answer the. Listen, for the benefit of people that listen, no, for the benefit of people listening, you have to let me finish. Don't anticipate the end of it and then start talking while I'm talking. Let me get the question out, and when you hear me breathe,
can I get a
then you're gonna know.
badge?
But why would you start responding? Why do you start responding while I'm asking the question? You have to let the conversation flow one at a time, please. So the question is, why won't you apply that same principle to the war in Iran and the short-term suffering at the gas pump? Why is that wrong in your mind?
Before I go there, dude, I hope one day I can get this green mod badge because it feels like it gives people superpowers. I do want to experience it someday. But
after that,
I digress.
Okay, now get back to brass tacks.
Yeah.
Dude, what's your green bean obsession?
Green Kitty, I don't know. Did I mention Kitty?
Hey, you're not going to disrespect a woman in this room. That's a white queen right there.
My Infinity, it's your room. Peace out. I got better things to do right. I got to join the meeting right
Yeah, you have nothing to say. You just failed. You failed at life. You failed at life. Your tail is between your legs. Leave. Leave now, you peasant.
From liquors.
Leave now, you peasant, or I'll remove you if you don't leave. You have the count of 5 to get your lowly, dirty ass out of this room.
I'll meet you in another room.
I'll give you 5 seconds to get out. 5, 4, 3, 2. That's right. You better leave. Man, it's fun. It's kind of fun. The green badge does give you a little bit more bravado, Kitty. It's like you feel untouchable. You feel you can. When you're in a room where you don't have the green badge, it's like you have to listen to the moderator, or they're going to mute you or kick you down. So there is a different. I don't know what the word is, but is the people you're engaging, the person you're engaging with, can't do that to you. Anyways. Okay, Anthony, my man.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Is it okay if we can have a conversation?
Who just said that?
Oh, jeez Louise, now we got Anna doing it. Y'all a bunch of nervous folks. Bro, you slap your phone, you're impatient. Really impatient.
What's that, Georgia boy?
Alhamdulillah.
I said Majnun.
What's that?
It's Arabic for crazy.
Oh,
How are you today, Bry Guy?
Oh, I just got done eating a banana and mayonnaise sandwich, like a whole big old red Solo cup full of like chocolate milk with extra Hershey syrup in it, and like 3 macadamia white chocolate, cookies that I dunked in it when I drank it. So 20 minutes from going to take me a nap.
What happened to Manfinity? What
don't
happened
you
to
shoot your own
Manfinity?
squirrels and then cook them, or you buy them in the store?
What happened to Manfinity?
Oh, thank God he's gone.
No, I love him. Maybe he went after that.
He talks way too much. He takes over the entire stage. He does the same in Andrew's room. I don't really mind. I
didn't ask you what you thought of him. I asked what happened. Did he leave or did someone kick him? Did Viking kick him?
No, I don't think so. But I would have
Right. Talking to get kicked in the middle of a sentence.
Maybe, we all have our own proclivities, and you think he talks too much, and I think you drink too much.
Well, I think you look like a pickle Frankfurter.
I love pickles.
Oh my God, baby, chill out.
I love pickles.
You look like your head is because I'm one of the.
I drink pickle juice.
Are you making fun of the caricature? That's funny.
Don't fucking tell me what to do and what to say. Well, then don't.
I was just saying that.
I can say whatever I want.
And so can we too, so we can say whatever we want too.
It's none of your goddamn business.
It's none of your business either. I can talk too.
Yeah, you can talk. You all talk all the time. I rarely even say anything.
Oh my gosh.
You know what, BB? You have a point there.
What?
I said you have a point there, BB.
Well, during the day, she's not as talkative because she's not as drunk.
I'm not always drunk, and if I am drunk, that's my business. It's got nothing to do with you. At least, even with my drinking, I don't look like you.
Yeah.
You look like a pickle Frankfurter, okay?
Make fun of my caricature. I think that's cute.
Yeah, but when you're drunk, BB, then your ability to follow and engage in a conversation becomes impaired.
Yes, but that's
So
why
it doesn't-
when I'm drunk,
it doesn't
stay
reflect
in
well
the
on
audience,
you.
Alan. And I very much enjoy listening to you.
I know. And
I
I
just
enjoy you when you're not
listening to
drunk.
Mount Fantasy because he has a tendency to go into a room, go on a stage, like just completely hijack the stage, and then talk and talk and talk, and then when he's finished, he'll just fuck off.
I understand you don't
But
like it.
people
I was
don't
just
understand
asking,
it.
did he get bumped? Or what happened? Did he get bumped? Did he get removed?
I don't know. I don't
Did
know.
Viking remove him, or did he leave on his own accord?
I don't know. It was abrupt, so I don't know. But
It was very abrupt. Whatever.
no idea.
Well, he's still online.
Maybe someone waved at him.
Are you snacking?
Who? Me?
You? Yeah.
I'm cleaning.
Oh,
I am cleaning. I should snack though. I need to gain like 5 pounds.
Peanut butter works pretty good.
Yeah, I like peanut butter banana sandwiches are like my favorite.
I'm totally
me bro. I'm not your bro. I'm a woman.
Well, I grew up like surfing, and like the girls call you dude.
And then you have to say,
Yeah, bro, that was probably a nerve that you got, bro.
dude, sweet. What movie is that from?
Where's my car?
Oh yeah. That's pretty good.
Oh shit. And then drank out the milk jug and dropped the cat.
Everyone's just like peaced out really quick.
I'm totally heading towards bed. I'm so fat kidded out right now. You ever get that way when you eat like McDonald's and like all you want to do is just lay down?
No, it's not like Thanksgiving. After like Thanksgiving dinner, I always listen to me.
Oh, my spine said thanks for laying down.
Yeah, but your gut did not. Your gut saying
Dude, my gut's happy right now. I had my vitamins today. I had banana and mayonnaise sandwiches and cookies and chocolate milk. I mean, dude, this is a fat kid at heart over here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think summertime is the best time to maintain weight or lose weight if you want to.
I like peanut butter on my celery more than I do my bananas.
I like cream cheese better on celery, but I do like peanut butter on it too. But cream cheese is on celery ranch. That too, but cream cheese, oh, so good.
Dude, I do these, I get jalapenos, and I make these little jalapeno poppers that are like filled with cream cheeses. Mmm.
So good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, don't tip me with a good time cooking, man. I love good food like that. You know. But what was the whole thing about Trump that y'all were talking about earlier when I first came in? Before I got sidetracked.
I don't know. When I came in, they were talking about Iraq.
Well, you know, Anna, for me, it's like I was fighting the Jaish al-Mahdi, the Mahdi army, or the Shias that were from Iran, that were in Iraq when they were fighting us. Like, this is the same people we're fighting now.
Right.
It's a war we've been doing for decades.
Yep, and they think that there's like different people, and it's like, no, same folks, just maybe not in the same area.
They don't know who the main characters are. Where is Mukhtar al-Sadr in all this?
Where are the Brits, big fuckers? Talk about it. And the French. Where are the French and the Brits? Mother scratchers.
Well, the Brits just sent the destroyer whatever to like whatever. One boat and it's got a big ass fucking like pyramid on the top of it. It looked like it's gonna tip over. Like, bro. Dude, I hope the UK is gonna show up with that thing and they're gonna end up screwing up.
They're not gonna do shit. They did enough already, don't you think?
Well, when they wouldn't let us, land our shit when we were doing our fucking, getting our refuelers going and whatnot. That fuck NATO. Get rid of NATO. We don't need them.
And we sure.
Are you sure we don't need NATO, my brother?
We don't need United Nations either. Fuck them.
Hey, did you see where Poland was talking to Trump and he's like, hey, if you're gonna take 5,000 soldiers out of Germany, you could build a base over here and we'll let you come over here.
Cool.
Yeah, Poland's all in, showing their cards. Yeah.
I mean, technically, America cannot survive without NATO in the Middle East or in Europe. Because most of your trades within Europe has to be done within NATO, and now
Europe didn't survive without America.
No, but economy-wise, Europe.
World War I and World War II then.
It's not about the past, but currently speaking, if you say I'm gonna get just hear me out. Economy-wise, trade-wise, within the Middle East or even within Europe, you cannot get most of your deals by yourself if it wasn't for your relationship with NATO. That is the thing. That's why a lot of Russian products, because Russia is not part of NATO. And you're not going to find products within Russia because Russia cannot do their own trade within Europe. They have to stay within their own corner and find people to a point who are against NATO. So if America says, we're out of NATO, sorry, a lot of American products will never touch Europe with anything because you cannot work by yourself. It doesn't matter how big of a country or a superpower you are. The main currency of the world is the dollar. And now you cannot even trade within the dollar because not a lot of European countries want to work with you as soon as you exit NATO. So, yeah, you can say fuck NATO and all that stuff, but in reality, you can't.
Fuck NATO. I just said it.
Oh, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion, my brother. You're good.
Yeah, you didn't make one point that even made sense. It was just a bunch of talking bullet points.
I mean, that's the if America wants to get out of NATO, why they're not making sure they're out of NATO?
Let me ask you a question. How old were you in 1989?
I wasn't born in 1989.
Well, I was 14, and that was the end of the Cold War, and that was the reason we had NATO. The Cold War. Remember that one? I remember being a teenager back then, but you weren't even born, and you want to tell me what politics that I understand geopolitically, and what I'm willing to live, eat, shit, breathe, and die for, and what is worth dying for? I'd ask you to re-examine your life if you don't understand people like me.
Oh, sorry, I got a call. My bad.
Yeah. Come fuck around and find out. You know, the sad thing is, I'm a Democrat. I'm not even a Republican. I've been a Democrat since 93. But a 93 Democrat is not a 26 Democrat, apparently. I just haven't changed party because I don't like to leave my team.
We are very happy that at the end we have experienced some kind of peace in the decision.
What kind of peace?
just people not talking.
It's some kind of quiet, yes, exactly. Nobody is trying to rush into other.
Do we need to be in the Middle East right now? Yes or no?
Yes.
What's the one thing?
Yes, because you're on this planet, and since there is gravity, and that is the same thing all around the world, the interests are shared, don't you? For example, when somebody tries to put the planet out of the orbit, it is possible to do it even from the Middle East, and you will be also out of the orbit, don't you think? Don't you agree?
To be honest, we don't have any business going back to the Middle East. I do not know why we got dragged into this.
And I explain to you, if Mullah have access to it and the planet goes out of the orbit, then it is your business too, don't you think?
No, it's not, because as of recent, I read that it
found another planet like Mars to go and live in, right?
But the fact of the matter is we got dragged into something that's never our business to begin with. Iran never attacked us. If anything, we've been attacking Iran. We've been funding their proxies.
That's a lie.
You know, that's a lie. So we didn't fund ISIS. America didn't fund ISIS.
Go against al-Assad in Damascus, but they turned around and invaded Mosul by 2013.
And Donald Trump came back in 2025 and put the head of Al-Qaeda to be the president of Syria. So he basically puts more funding into Syria so they can attack Hezbollah. This is a man that we had his head, we had millions of dollars on his head, now we made him a president of the whole country. So we can fund their militias so they can attack Iran.
He even came to the White House.
Yes, so basically we are funding a terrorist right now.
No shit.
You know, so Donald Trump was trying to basically attack countries.
Your politics works in your head.
Say what?
I said I'd love to hear what your geopolitics work like in your head.
I am just against bombing countries out of no reason. What is the reason that we had to bomb 7 countries for no reason?
So what about the machine gunning of 500,000 people? Is that not enough reason for you?
Who's what? Who's 500,000 people? Sorry?
When you were talking about 6th of January, I told you, I tried to remember you, the 7th and 8th of the January in Iran. The people of Iran got machine gunned. 1.5 million bullets were fired by Mullah, and this was the official number of bullets that were lost from the stocks of the Mullah. And 500,000 people lost their lives. That they are not online anymore. So that is not enough reason. For example,
that's an Iranian business. It's not American. That's an Iranian business. It's not American.
If it is Iranian business, why didn't you interfere in the time of Jimmy Carter? First protest to him, he was a Democrat. He didn't have to put us in this misery. So now, in that time, you could have also judged like that is the business of Iranians to live with their kings. Why in that time we tried to change that previous regime of the Shah? Now it is the Iranians' business. You're playing politics. Whenever you want, you would play. Whenever you don't want, you want to say that this is Iranian business. I think that is inhuman. We need to reverse.
But the fact of the matter is America got into Iranian business once they wanted the Shah in position, once they put the Shah in. And somehow the Shah got dethroned. Since 1979, America has been much more sanctions on Iran for its oil and whatever, until as of recent 2025 when Donald Trump, before he bombed Iran the first time, he put much more economical sanctions on Iran and the Iranian people that he made their livelihood even worse than it was. Their currency is much more worthless.
The currency problem has another roots. I can explain that to you. For example, during the war, when the explosions were intense, the value of the currency was stable because those people who were trying to discover the equivalency price were trying to hide in the bunkers. But when the war ended, the destabilizing of the currency continued like the trend before the war. So the mess of the currency is just because of publishing and introducing new cash flow to the market. And that is not based on the war between United States and Iran, because this is a trend that has been started for the last that has been like this for the last 47 years. This is not something new based on the new sanctions of President Trump. For example, Cohen, during organization of President Obama, has implemented the hardest sanctions of the history of United States against another country that was a democratic organization, that was not for the President Trump. So this is a hostile behavior from the Democrats against my country, I believe, as an Iranian point of view. Because the regime change of the Shah was during the Democratic presidential administration. The hardest sanctions were implemented by Democratic president and his administration. And now that our people got machine gunned. They were silenced. If you see the footage of CNN during 7th and 8th of the January, they were completely speechless. Now that we are taking our measures and putting our support against what we received. I am supposed to support my family, but they are playing politics. They are building the war now like they were not the same people who were speechless 7th and 8th of the January. I think this is a big paradox. When they have the upper hand, they are not Democrats. They try to dictate. When they have a lower hand, they want to play democratic. That is, I think, useful for embassies of United States all around the world. You can use those Democrats to play that kind of politics for your internal connections. But when it comes to this level of international decision-making processes, it is very exposed. This level of inhumanity cannot be tolerated by people like me who have interest and who has the main interest is under threat. I am fighting for my survival while they are trying to, for example, win a political war with President Trump, It is like a battlefield for them. But for me, it is a matter of survival. I explained enough, I think.
Okay, I appreciate what you mentioned, but facts matter in this conversation. As soon as these protests happened in Tehran and people were against the government, they were protesting against the government, one of the first actions that Donald Trump did in 2025, within the first couple of months of him being in office, he put much more heavily sanctions on Iran's wealth and economy. That is not a way that he wanted to help the people. This is a suffocation plan for people to suffer. Protesters.
I should disagree with you. I have my reasons. Because if you pursue the latest latest narrative of the Iranian media, mostly being handled by mullahs, internal medias, they are saying that the resources of the country is for the ideological purposes of the mullahs. You need to, for example, asphalt your street by yourself. Even your taxes are not going to be spent on yourself. You need to do everything by yourself, and the money of the petrol and other resources are going to be spent on the ideology of the Islamic mullah. And this is something valid. I'll give you the reference of the person.
Again.
The person is named Adiri Abiyaneh. He was the former ambassador of Iran in Australia and some other countries. He is truly influential, and his opinions are being implemented directly by IRGC. He is some kind of shadow player in the politics, and there are a bunch of these kind of assholes in the political diaspora, and we need to expose them. This is our least right for survival.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from, but I'm trying to highlight the facts that here in America that has been presented for us, and I want you to see where we are coming from. We hear of protests happening in Tehran. The first action that the American president did is put much more economical sanctions on that country. On top of all of that sanctions happening, we have seen the first attacks, the 12-day war in Iraq, which allegedly we were told at that time that the nuclear weapon has been destroyed at that time. On top of all of that, we heard that everything is okay, we're done, we're not going back there anymore. These people don't have years to rebuild their economic systems anymore.
Mohammed, forget about all the protests and stuff. Forget about the Iranian people even. Do you know when the first sanctions began? The first sanctions began when they kidnapped after the 79 revolution. They kidnapped the American diplomats from the American embassy in Tehran for 444 days. They kidnapped these people.
I agree.
These Americans.
Yes.
That's when the sanctions started. And there's multiple reasons for those sanctions. If you want, I can name them all, but it's like 7 different reasons for these sanctions. Do you know these reasons?
Yes, I understand. And I could understand where the U.S. politics at that time of why you needed to put much more sanctions in Iran. I can reason with that. You know, and there is no point of me to debate that point, right? But now the debate has become much more diluted.
Forget about the Iranian people, because I know you don't care. Okay, just forget about it.
I do care about it.
Go to the
I don't want you to care about me, Muhammad. I don't want.
But because this is what tends to happen, right? And this is what we have seen constantly with Americans and how the politics has been used, right? America, since Donald Trump has been in office, he campaigned that we're going to be peacemakers, which is completely understandable. That is a point that I can respect. But then when we hear, before Iran, bombing of 7 countries. Now, what is the reason that we're bombing people that didn't do nothing to us? Or we're one of them and we're hearing that we're bombing people in Nigeria, Somalia, and we didn't know the reasons behind it, right? So what's happened is this all built up to where we are in Iran, and people are complaining to what's happening in Iran. Okay, you've told us you're going to be there for the people.
You refer to something that is important for you at this point. I respect that. Attacking 7 other countries. But I need to emphasize and bring this point on in this stage. That 7 countries are important for you. But all the world has suffering from them. Just those 7 countries are important for you, so you bring up that. But India lost a big project in Chabahar. United States is out of the country for 47 years. Even China is not happy with this kind of destabilizing the region. The people of Iran is another story. The people of the Middle East are being destabilized by the proxy members of Mullah. So you bring up the out of reason attacks of Mullah to just 7 countries. But I am telling you, the whole world is suffering. You need to pay attention to the whole world in this case. When the President of the United States is entering the case, it is not just the countries. For example, the European countries have been suffering from this kind of undiplomatic moves for the last half a century. They are losing each and every diplomatic steps that they made during the last kingdom today, since the time of starting the leadership of the mullah. They are, and we are, both sides are losing the diplomatic advantages that we could have earned during the last kingdom. This is the whole world, and they are international danger. They are international danger.
But again, with all due respect to your opinion, which I highly understand where it's coming from, we have been told that we're not going to get involved in the Middle East. We have been told we're not going to be funded in the process. That's what have been told. As an American, we have been told that our best interest is to fix our home economy and fix our health issues, whatever economy issues that we have now. Now, we have gotten ourselves involved with a war that this administration, from the beginning of it, they didn't understand the magnitude of the Hormuz Strait. For the first 3 weeks, we have been told as Americans that everything in Iran will be okay as soon as the leadership passes away or gets killed or whatever. But what we find out now, that this administration forgot about the Iranian people, the people who were suffering from the Iranian mullahs or whatever. Now our entire 100% have shifted to the oil. So basically, the people of Iran, by this administration, have been neglected. So basically, the American government. Sorry. So basically,
they took
Who just burped? Who did that burp?
Dad.
Yo mama. Who?
Dad.
Yo mama. Oh, he got to go. Damn.
Sure, Peter, go.
Yeah, so they told us too that they wouldn't start a war. They came out and said there will be no war, and we will not negotiate with them. That's what Iran said to the people. And what happened?
I agree. I cannot speak for the Iranian government because I'm not an Iranian, but the only thing I can fix on is my government shifting the conversation and the talking point to something every single day. At the beginning of this war, within the first 3 weeks, it was getting rid of the leadership, changing the regime or regime collapse, whatever they want to call it. When they got rid of that, and instead of saying, okay, go ahead, let's do something different, they find out that, hey, there's something called the Strait of Hormuz that is basically the hub of oil transportation, and the Iranians said, oh, we're closing that up. The American government, which is this administration, we did not know how important the Strait of Hormuz is. That is an homework that you do before you go to any kind of conflict in the Middle East, especially where we see the evidence of it in Afghanistan, we see it in Iraq, and now it's Iran. We are not doing our homework. We are relying on other intelligence, aka the Israeli intelligence, to tell the Americans how important or what are we doing here. We're not even using personal intelligence to see what we're doing in that particular part.
Sure, that's true, Mohammed.
And that is a problem where we go.
Yeah, no, it's not. I'll tell you why. Because they're relying on the intelligence of the Mossad, because they are in the region, they are Middle Eastern, and they are in the region for a very long time. So they know things that America does not know. The intelligence they have is of critical use for America. It is of critical use for their safety, for their national security. So it's very valuable for America. They need that intelligence.
But again, the problem is
themselves
okay.
That matter and from the Middle East.
Okay, I agree. It's very important. But now, at the point where we're standing right now in May of 2026, the same regime is still the head of the country. That's one. We're negotiating with this alleged regime that we said it's awful people. Now we're negotiating with them. That tells me that we are not willing to even do anything to budge on. So basically, we're still at the same point where we was a couple of months ago. in February when we decided to attack this country. We have not did any
the same point, are we?
Which who's the American government negotiating with right now?
Because they don't let us negotiate. Mullah has made barriers into the diplomatic efforts of the country. For example, I can give you reference. The reason for the terror of the former President Raisi was that he was reporting something that everybody, even himself, knew that this is bullshit because he had owners. He was foreign intelligence agent and he could have not avoided those bullshits and he could have not report somehow he wanted to. So there was no other solution for the country but to eliminate him. This is something that I think that you are ignoring that intentionally and trying to focus on some kind of details that you want to. I think that you have your own agenda. I don't see you as an American since you have the flag of Saudi Arabia in your bio. You talk about on behalf of Saudi Arabians, not Americans. I also love United States, but I put myself in the position of Iran.
Well, with all due respect, I can't speak for Iranian people. Iranian people, they got their own mouthpiece. They can have their conversation.
No, I am not on this stage. You don't talk about Iranians or Americans. You talk about yourself. Okay?
Again, that's exactly what I've been consistent. I have not been speaking about Iranian people. I've been speaking about my government and how they do not have a point of view of how this war is going.
You are
which is now
you're speaking. You're claiming to be speaking for the American government.
I am an American.
You have the Saudi flag in your bio, so you're speaking from the Saudi viewpoint, right?
I do not care about Saudi Arabia. Just because
are you putting Saudi Arabia first or America first?
I mean American first.
Okay, so why do you emphasize on the 7 countries just that are being under attack when your country is on the full extent of war to open the strait for the whole world? But your focus is on that 7 countries. Is that America first or Saudi Arabia first?
I am an American first.
When your country gets bombed by the IRGC, you just want to let them bomb your country and you don't mind that innocent civilians die in your country?
Again, respectfully, I am not speaking for Saudi Arabia. I am not a Saudi citizen. I'm an American citizen. And I am speaking for as an American, I'm talking about my government and how inconsistent my government been with their talking point. Which one is it as an American government? Are we there to save the Iranian people? Or are we there for their oil?
That's not the main reason, and the second one is also not the main reason. Everyone knows what the main reason is except for you. It's the nuclear, it's the ballistic missile, it's the this, it's the that. Everyone knows this, and somehow you don't know?
Again, we have been doing it for years and years to come.
Pretty much 10 years.
Sure. So basically, this government said, and basically our American government lied to us of last summer when we bombed.
Even Hillary Clinton said it. Even Obama said it. Hillary Clinton even said, if Iran pursues their nuclear ambitions, we will bomb them.
And what is the point of having the 12-day war?
How did you not know? And Trump even said himself that he was going to bomb them if they pursue their nuclear ambitions.
Okay, he's not Donald Trump established the 12-day war, where he stood on a pulpit and said, Iran will not have any more nuclear weapons because we got rid of it. Now we are in 2026, we are engaging in a conflict with Iran again because of an intelligence that says to them that, hey, there's a nuclear weapon there now that we need to get rid of. Now, it's either one or two. It's either we did not get rid of it within the 12-day war, or now we are finding out that...
Excuse me, Mohammed, are you referring to the bombing in June of 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that bombing was at that bombing was targeted at 3 different sites. And what happened was, according to the administration, if you take them at their word, the ambitions of the Iranian regime continued. And as their ambitions continued, the IAEA, which is the international arm out of the United Nations that was searching Iran, they weren't given full-fettered access. They were playing fast and loose with access. This is similar to what Saddam Hussein did in the run-up to the war in Iraq, okay? So when you don't give access and your ambitions continue, and then the first thing you say to Witkoff when you sit down for diplomatic talks is, you will never achieve with us diplomatically what you will achieve with us militarily. That's exactly what they said to them. So they start.
But
I know I'm talking too much. I know I'm talking. Let me just land by saying this.
Sure.
The issue, what I wanted to point out to you is that yes, they said at the time they bombed them to obliteration, but the ambitions continued, and they were enriching the uranium beyond commercial purposes. We had to act according to the administration. How do you respond?
Okay. Donald Trump himself, in the same administration, they said it will take years for them to continue with their admission. Now we're going back 6-7 months later to go ahead and we do the same exact thing, but now we are just in a different talking point. You know.
Once again, did you hear me when I said, I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to have a free-flowing discussion. I said there were 3 sites that were bombed in June of 2025, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And there were other sites throughout the country that were not bombed, where the ambitions continued, and they didn't take them 10 years to develop those. It would take them 10 years at the 3 sites that they bombed, but not 10 years at the sites that they didn't bomb with their continued ambitions.
Also acquire from another.
I'm sorry, I can't hear Muhammad. Did you understand that?
No, just something towards you,
yes.
man. Listen, so Muhammad understand they can also acquire from another country with money that they had. Instead of producing their own, they could acquire from North Korea, from Russia, just to get it going, and then they can put on a warhead or make a dirty bomb out of it. You can purchase one too.
Stop there. Muhammad, based on what I just said and what Rafi just said, how do you respond?
I can understand that point and I can concede to this point, right? But the fact of the matter is, when you're going out and you don't explain that to the general public, that's when a lot of the people that get to push in the situation. But the reality is...
No. Wait a minute. I want Muhammad to have the opportunity to communicate without being interrupted.
I'm here to have a conversation.
Yeah, so. I don't want you to be interrupted, but let me just jump in and just say, I'm a layman, okay? I understand that. I didn't have to dig too deep to understand that.
Me too.
Okay? They did communicate that. But what you have to understand, Muhammad, is that there is a barrage of media outfits in this country and around who are going to interfere with that message all day, talking heads on television and radio. You have all of your mainstream news. They won't do it because they don't want this administration to get a win. There's a deep bias. And the gentleman from the New York Times, I can't remember his name, he went on the news and said, listen, I don't want Iran to win, but I also don't want Trump and to get a win out of this, man. They're evil. This is one of the people on the New York Times.
Okay, this is where to a point, I see where that happened as well. But this is where the problem is, right? This is where, as a Democrat, former Democrat, this is where I had an issue with the previous administration was. They were talking from both sides of the mouth. And I stopped listening to politicians reading the news and all of that stuff because I did not want to hear what other people's opinions are. I started listening to what leadership say, and I just take my notes, right? The leadership of this administration, as for a period on, they said we're not going to do this, and they ended up doing this. They said Donald Trump, within the first 3 weeks of him going to Iran, he said he's there for the Iranian people. Great. And I'm going to do the X, Y, and Z for the Iranian people. Great. Okay. I am in line with you. But right now, in May 2026, we are shifting the narrative for being for the people to now having a whole blockade, and now we are negotiating with people who we know they are in good faith negotiators. They're not very good people to negotiate with. So for this administration, I don't care what Fox News said. I don't care what CNN said. That is not my point. My point is,
I'm sorry. Let me finish, please. Let Muhammad finish.
my question is for this administration. Are we still for the people of Iran? Because this conversation, this narrative has went away. Nobody's talking about it anymore for a while now. Or are we there for the oil? Because of how heavy we're in for the oil.
I can answer your question.
You know?
Here's my answer to your question. There is just justification for this military action. This military action was always predicated on a number of justifications. But to me, the only motivation or the only justification that matters to me as an American citizen is the primary objective. The primary objective was to remove a gathering nuclear threat. That was funding terrorism in the region. Excuse me. It was funding terrorism in the region. That was killing and hurting and maiming our servicemen that were in the region. And we were concerned that that power in Iran would also get a nuclear weapon. And if they got a nuclear weapon, everything would get worse. So that's the primary objective. Now, there were other objectives. The ones that you just said are all secondary objectives. As long as the primary objective is sound, I could care less about the happy byproducts. Yes, a happy byproduct is that the Iranian people are going to benefit. Another happy byproduct is this. There are multiple byproducts in terms of a benefit to this military action. And I'm not finishing I have to finish my. What you're getting frustrated with is that they are times in multiple contexts, and one time he'll reference the primary objective, which is the nuclear threat, but then other times he'll reference the secondary objectives, and then you're like, wait a minute, I thought you said that. But you don't understand that it's all of the above, and he's shifting for the audience. So it's not to say that he's lying about it, but before this audience, he might say regime change. For this audience, he'll say primary objective, nuclear threat. For this audience, it's that. But it's not that he's lying. It's all of the above, and to certain audiences, you emphasize where the objective is. My last point, and I'll shut up, because I know I'm talking a lot, and I'll just shut up by saying this. There is a benefit to having strategic ambiguity and a level of unpredictability in your leader. They can't figure him out, and that's our superpower. They don't know what he's going to do next. They don't know what he's going to say next. He swore at them on Easter Sunday. He said, open the effing. Like, they don't know what's coming. That's part of our power. So if you're waiting, if you're leaning on every word of the leadership, and you're going to, whatever they say is next, they're playing it stupid. It's called strategic ambiguity. They say one thing out here, but over here they're doing something else. Because they're razzling and dazzling until they get the final objective. I hope that makes sense, and I'll stop with it.
Let me just say something really quick. Just to add, while we're still on the topic, just to add on for that. I'll tell you the truth. America has its own interest. Israel has its own interest, and the Iranian people have their own interest. The problem is Iran. Why they say this war is an octopus with many tentacles, right? Because the reach, it's one word that is being fought for many different fronts. And Israel's interest is to stay alive on that nuclear bomb for Iran not to get it to be used on Israel. In America's interest, it's more financially to pin back the oil back to the petrodollar. That's why it's many. And for the Iranian people, it's the interest of getting freed from the regime, right? So it's basically one war, and every country gets to piggyback off of each other, off of one war. So it's one war that is being fought for many different fronts. So again, realistically, as I said from the beginning, they're not there for the Iranian people. The Iranian people have the opportunity to piggyback off of this war. America is not there for Israel. Realistically, Israel has the opportunity to piggyback off of American interests. So they're all piggybacking off of each other. That's where I think man was trying to go for too.
I understand.
I would like to stop there. I would like to stop there and have you, Mohammed, respond to what was just said and understanding what we're saying, that there's primary objectives, secondary objectives, and like you said, there's different piggyback fronts. So how do you respond to that? And does that explain your frustration with the leadership's messaging?
I understand what you were saying. I can see where the administration, the way they're speaking, right? But we are forgetting that Iran as a civilization, these people, they don't fear death. You can literally tell them, open the fucking street. You can tell them, do X, Y, and Z. But these people, the way we're talking to them, we're treating them like as a third world country. We're treating them like as another African country, another Vietnam, just we're going to listen to you guys. These people are different.
Let me go next.
Our enemy, one second, also respect it. These people, the ones that we're currently trying to negotiate with, if death or ending of their station is the last thing that they're thinking about, they wish that death to them, that's the greatest thing that can happen to them, right? So the whole threat that I'm on social media threatening you or bombing you, to them it's nothing, right? So what we are doing right now is we are going into merry-go-rounds with these people that we're asking them they're going to budge. These mullahs or whatever we're talking about, they're hard-headed. Hard-headed, you're not going to say to them, I'm going to beat you to a pulp and everything's going to be okay. The primary intention that we have, the secondary intentions we have, it's now getting to the point that people in this country are getting affected in so many other levels, right? That's why this midterm, a lot of people are saying is, we're willing to vote for the opposite side and try to get something done so we can get rid of this person. I have not accused this president for being a liar or anything like that. But what people are getting to the point which is tell us something which is consistent, whichever your primary intention is. Is it the straight? Go ahead and get something done and talking to these people who you think they're going to negotiate with you. Now we have someone who's a mullah right now who lost family members, most of his family members, that we're negotiating with. Do you really think this person is willing to sit on a table and have a good faith conversation about anything, about when it relates to the straight or all of that? No, these people.
Let me respond to your point.
This is my last point.
Well said, Mohammed. Well said, Mohammed. This is coming from the U.S. Navy.
Excuse me. We're going to have Mohammed. Excuse me. Mohammed is going to finish his statement. I'd like to go very quickly. Then I want Rafi to go because Rafi and me and you are a good tag team. But I would like Mohammed to finish his point, and then I want to go very quickly because I don't have much to say, but I just want to say one thing, and then Rafi would like to go.
Can I go after my U.S. Navy?
Sure. This is my last point that I'm gonna make, and then I'm gonna listen to everybody else respectfully. With all of the ship-shifting that we did, we have lost 13 servicemen and women. The enemy will attack us, and that is the saddest part is that we're losing servicemen and women, right, in a situation we have not planned out very well to go into. Because we didn't know about all of these missiles, right? We didn't know how these people are keep attacking us in our bases and all these servicemen and women being wounded or being hurt in the battlefield where there's no any civil conversations going. So my conversation to everybody who says this isn't for us, at this point, 4 months into the situation, almost 4 months into this situation, have we benefited in this conflict that didn't hurt us already?
Your microphone is not very clear. You're breaking in and out. What was your question?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You want to know how you benefited between now and the war started, and it's all idiotically because you can't say how any war benefits in the middle of a fucking war.
Right.
So the war's done.
But I will say this. Right, really quickly. So to your original point about why would you sit down with these people who are death? They look at death as a reward, and so on and so forth. Listen, you know that, I know that, and you think they don't know that? Okay? If you listen to, what's his name, Marco Rubio, the great Marco Rubio, if you listen to him last week when he was going back and forth with the White House press, he fully acknowledged it. He acknowledges are dealing with people who are not, people you can just trust, take at their word. So that's why they're working to put into place agreements that not only have firm agreements around, whatever the priorities are, but then they're enforceable. They put them in. They put the agreements in a way that's enforceable.
Can they trust us?
I don't know what you're doing, brother. I'm in the middle of a sentence. You can't just come up off the microphone like that. You hear me? All right. So the thing is, Muhammad, the thing is that they're devising these agreements in ways that whatever the priorities that they can come up, agreements that can agree to, is enforceable. They're transparent. There are ways that they can enforce these things happening, and that's the magic of negotiation. I couldn't tell you the details, but Marco Rubio and others, he's a very high-level Trump administration official. He understands what you just said. Okay, so at this point, you got to leave it to the leadership to develop and devise agreements that take into account the fact that they are debt. That they don't care about that. Because there are ways to do it. And it looks like they've got some tricks up their sleeve. So I would leave it to them and not worry so much about it. And Rafi, you'd like to add on?
Yeah, also, the people that aren't afraid to die, but you die for a cause. And when you're dying for a cause, like the leaders that they have in power today, what Trump is doing, again, it's not your, typical warfare. Again, Trump is not a typical president, and this is not a typical war. This is very different. That's why, as you said, the way he speaks to confuse. And how we're waiting till today is we are not losing servicemen, but we're winning the war by financially suffocating them. So what's going to happen? The people that are holding arms right now to protect their country, they're going to starve. They're starving now, and we're going to starve them out financially. So why would you protect the leader or protect the cause that can't even feed you when your family and everybody's starving? This is what brought a bunch of Iranians out to the street when their fucking I forgot the currency, fell. And now they're doing it a lot harder. So it's going to bring out more people, and the servicemen that are protecting the cause, they're not going to see the principle to protect the cause when they're fucking starving. And that's a big win. In my opinion,
Rafi, I think you and I should take this show on the road. Are you available to do a stadium? We can do a stadium tour, right? And we can start, do similar to what Charlie Kirk did. You and I would make an excellent tag team.
College campuses, here we come.
Because you're reconvincing me of my position that I didn't even know I was convinced of until I hear you underline and emphasize the very obvious, clear points that we're making. I wish we had better pushback, Muhammad. You have better pushback.
The problem is, people like Muhammad is your average American, uneducated and doesn't do any rational thinking for themselves. They only think what they're told to think, and that's the saddest part of nowadays. Like, Americans used to be smart. This new generation, with the education that they were given, they got dumbed down. Plus the teachers, they started pushing their own political narrative, and they're all falling for this shit. They were told, they were told what to think. And that is the saddest fucking part.
Well, that's what you call ideological warfare. So we already know about what warfare is. We see, military warfare happening in Iran. But what's been happening here in America for the last 60 some odd years is an ideological warfare, where we're getting to a point in America where me and my neighbor can't even agree on what a male is or a female is. And when you get to that level, where you can't even agree on the basics, okay, that's when you can seep in all kinds of lies and pernicious things through the perception management systems in our country. We're talking about media, academia, so on and so forth. So this is the outgrowth of an ideological warfare as outlined by Yuri Bezmenov. Are you familiar with that name?
I always tell people to watch him. It's a very freaky interview, how true it is today to modern day when it was filmed. You can see, and it's a fucking freaky entry. First of all,
It's an hour and 15 minutes. Yuri Bezmenov was a defected KGB operative. He outlines exactly what's happening here in America today. And this was an interview that was filmed in the 80s. And this is all, a grand scheme. It started in our academia, and it's bled out into our society. And society's at each other's throats today. We can't even agree on gender. And it's ridiculous. Man versus woman, gay versus straight, black versus white. They want to split us up and dice us into so many different categories and have us fight each other. Meanwhile, their demonic ambitions are being advanced. So I would urge us Americans to wake up.
So I always said that there's World War III, and there will never be a war in North America, the continent. There was going to be a war in the Asian continent. There could be a war in the European continent, like in different continents, Africa, whatever. But there'll never be a war in America. But one thing that America can see is a civil war inside. Nobody's ever going to attack America, but a civil war, that's what they're aiming for.
Manfinity, can you read that?
I've been a U.S. Navy for 30 years, Rafi. You'd be surprised.
Can you read that? Me, I swiped out.
Oh, yes. A reason why that is, by the way, is because we have geographic privilege. Okay, not white privilege, but geographic privilege. We have the two huge oceans on either side of us. Okay, there's a reason why God ordained this land. And I think that we're being attacked ideologically on so many different fronts. Can you believe we have a Supreme Court justice by the name of Ketanji Brown Jackson? When she was asked what is a woman, she snickered and smuggled through the question. How do you not answer just a basic question? Because she's beholden to she's ideologically captured.
Yeah.
She's ideologically.
Yeah. Man, I'm fine. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yes. What is your question, sir?
Okay. So, I don't know if I misunderstood you, but you said that the so-called great Mark Rubio said that the Iranians, they are not to be trusted. Is that right?
I didn't say that. I said the great Marco Rubio, not Mark Rubio. And I said that he recognizes the difficulty, and I'm going to just expand on this just to be very clear. He recognizes the difficulty in engaging and negotiating with a regime who is notoriously dishonest in how they negotiate. And the fact that they, as Mr. Mohammed said, they don't look at death as some big punishment. To them, that's a reward. So because they recognize those realities, they devise agreements that take into account ways to ensure and enforce the agreements.
Yo, man, just reward the shit out of them. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Sam, I need you to calm it down for a second. I'd like Last to respond.
Okay. So, they see death as a reward. There's plenty of Americans in the army that would gladly die for their country, but doesn't answer my question. You kind of insinuating that the Iranians are not to be trusted, but you're talking from a position as an American. The Americans are the ones that engaged in this conflict in the region, right? The Americans are the one that killed over 1 million Iraqis and lied about weapon of mass destruction. The Americans are the one that claim it has uranium and atomic bombs and so on. The Americans are the ones.
Can we take one issue at a time? Can we take one issue at a time? Because I'd like to pick you apart one issue at a time. But when you can't take your issues, it's becoming difficult to engage. So let me pick you apart first on the Iraq issue. What did you say in terms of Iraq? Can you repeat that?
The Americans claim that Iraq had weapon of mass destruction, and for that they engaged and killed over 1 million.
Okay, you countries and what other bodies? Can you be honest and share that?
You know, I'm talking about America. You know.
No. I want you to be but I want to see. But when you frame it that way, wait. Let me finish. When you frame it that way, you're giving off the impression that America kind of came up with it out of the thin blue sky. I want you to be honest and also outline at least a few other countries and world bodies that also came to the conclusion that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction prior to the invasion in March of 2003. Will you be honest with the people who are listening to you right now and admit that there were other countries and other worlds? Excuse me, I wasn't finished. Will you be honest and admit that there were other countries and other investigative bodies that also came to that conclusion? Will you admit that? I don't know. I think he's on a phone call. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He seems to be on a phone call, but I'm not going to let that. He's trying to play with the truth. That's not fair. So, anyways,
quick thing, man. Do you know Iraq? Yes, it was a failed war. This, that, let's say, so on. But at the end of the day, if you look at the long run, Iraq just recently had fair elections.
And then on fire.
They did vote in a moderate government. So let's see what happens.
That's so incorrect, Rafi. Right? Because
that's incorrect.
The life of over 1 million, the repercussions of that war still exist in Iraq due to that war.
Excuse me, Mr. Cage. Did you hear my question to you before you took the call that you had?
Yeah, you said that there were other countries that came to that conclusion, right?
Not only countries, but also world bodies like the United Nations. They all could conclude that weapons existed because Saddam Hussein was playing fast and loose with access to various facilities in his country. Okay, America gave him the weapons that we accused him of having in the Iran-Contra controversy. Okay? We knew we had the weapons because we gave it to him. We had the receipts. And in 1993, when he lost the Gulf War, he signed a peace treaty agreement with the Bush administration, Bush #1. He would disarm with the supervision of the weapons inspectors. And over the course of the next 10 years or so, there were 17 United Nations violations, weapons violations, to the point where President Bill Clinton, in December of 1998, bombed Iraq because of the weapons that were found that they shouldn't have had. Anthrax, sarin gas, so on and so forth. So for you to pretend is that we made up, no, we didn't make it up. If he disarmed without the supervision of the weapons inspectors, that's his fault. We had no reason to take him at his word. He brought that war on himself.
I'm
sorry, I can't hear multiple people at the same time. So my response was to Last Kings. Did you have a response to what I just said?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
So are you saying that Iraq, in fact, had weapon of mass destructions?
No, I'm saying with the benefit of hindsight, we didn't find them, so therefore we can conclude. But we have the benefit of hindsight. But I'm not going to judge.
I'm just asking. Go ahead, Mom.
I'm not going to judge the act of the administration who didn't have the benefit of hindsight. What they had was the reality of the situation in front of them, which is we gave him weapons, we have the receipts, he bombed us in 1998, we can't prove that he disarmed, even though he was supposed to disarm them with the weapons inspector's supervision. Why shouldn't we take Saddam Hussein at his word? He's killing his own people, he's a maniacal dictator.
I mean, like, fast forward a couple of decades, you know, their whole trust fund money is in the U.S. You basically control the whole oil. 1 million people died. You know, maybe it wasn't that important if he had weapons or not. The most important is that you had a legitimate reason to target them, which is okay.
The legitimate reason.
But it won't happen in Iran. It won't happen in Iran.
Hussein was that they had weapons of mass destruction that they were not coming clean on.
You just said that they didn't have it.
No, wait a minute. He was supposed to, did he or did he not sign it? Excuse me, Lance Kings, you can laugh all you want, but you have to agree that he signed an agreement, the Gulf War Treaty of 1990, I believe it was 1 or 3, I think it's 91. Signed the peace treaty agreement, and he said that he would disarm with the supervision of the weapons inspectors. And you know why that was important? Because if he disarmed on his own, we had no way of proving it. And therefore, he'd always still be a threat. He didn't do it according to what he signed. Therefore, he brought all of those problems onto himself and to the million people that were killed. Because in a world after 9/11, we could not let a threat grow in the way that that threat grew. 9/11 was a known possible threat. We knew that planes were going to be hijacked. It was written on paper. We knew, the CIA knew that there was a threat pending where they were going to hijack planes, run them into the World Trade Towers. But guess what? We didn't take any action. So in a world after 9/11, George W. Bush has blood on his hands, 3,000 dead Americans because he didn't direct the CIA to take serious action against that threat. Now we see a gathering threat in Iraq. We gave him the weapons. He has a propensity to use them against his own people. Who's to say he won't fill up a Poland Spring bottle of anthrax and give it to the next person who wants to come through our open borders and blow up Houston or Chicago or Orlando, Florida? We weren't going to take that chance. So President Bush went to the United Nations in September of 2002 and begged them to compel Iraq to come clean. And from September of 2002 to March of 2003 was games. So we threw the Moab down on them, the mother of all bombs. And the war in Iraq began. Not because we were making up the idea that he had weapons. It was because in the context of what occurred prior, okay, we had every right to think that they had them. Every right.
But okay, this is where the problem for me lies, right?
But you just don't get it.
That administration at that time, we used Saddam Hussein was a very bad person, allegedly bad person at that time.
I'm sorry, but I have a hard time hearing what you're saying. Can you repeat what you're saying clearly?
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. We knew Saddam Hussein was bad from early days, knowing how horrible of a human being allegedly he was, right? But somehow we gave him weapons when we had that whole situation, when there was that Iraq and Iran. We gave him weapons. That administration at that time knew Saddam Hussein was using chemical weapons at that time. And then, in the 90s, when the whole invasion of Kuwait happened, that's when they said, okay, we're going to cut off weapons from you guys. And still, part of that administration at that time were helping Iraq financially to be able to get weapons. Right?
Make a long story short, what's your conclusion?
My conclusion is, at that time, it's either we're working with people who we claim that they're bad people and terrorists until we lose their interest with us, or we have to come up clean and say, hey, as an American, we just do what's best for us. And we're willing to work.
As an American, we just do what's best for us, because when my enemy and I have a common enemy in Iran who's a greater threat at the time, I might have to work with my enemy to defeat the greater enemy at the time. Okay? So it's not that, we knew that Saddam Hussein was excuse me, who has a baby? I can hear a baby. So it's not that but in the world of geopolitics, Mohammed, there's what you call strange bedfellows. Sometimes you have to get in bed with people that you would never get in bed with in a perfect world. But because we live in a fallen world, where sometimes in order to get to a certain outcome, you have to work with people you don't really want to work with. That's just the reality of the world. Now, if I give you a gun today so that we can kill a common enemy, and then 10 years later, that gun that I gave you is now, you might want to use that gun against me, I have every right to to take military action to take that gun away from you. Just because I gave it, we're working on a common enemy doesn't mean, oh, well, you can shoot me in the head. I mean, the gun, so shoot me. Hell no. That ain't how it works. When I give you a gun, if I give you a gun today, and now you want to use that same gun against me later, I'm coming for you. I'm going to do everything I can to take that gun from you legally. And if diplomacy doesn't work, I'm taking the next step. That's what happened with Saddam Hussein. He could have been alive today had he just disarmed with the supervision of the weapons inspectors. He chose to do it a different way, so we had no reason to take him at his word, and he brought on the hell that he experienced.
But we should have known that when working with an alleged bad person, that they're gonna have like a bad person eventually. They're not gonna just.
I'm sorry, there was a moment I said. I mean, what I said was received well by some in the audience, so I couldn't hear what you said over the loud applause. Would you mind repeating what you said, Mom?
That is the consequence of working with bad people. Bad people will always do bad things. Why are we acting surprised when?
So who's acting surprised? I don't think anyone's acting surprised. It's just that if we gave them a weapon in 1989 when we wanted to defeat Iran, and here we are in 2003, those weapons might be used against us now. We're not acting surprised. But the man has not complied with the agreement that he signed. The only reason we didn't kill Saddam Hussein in 1991 is because he signed a peace treaty agreement, which, and I'm going to keep saying this because this is very important, he was supposed to disarm with the supervision of the weapons inspectors. If he disarmed on his own, he brought the hell on him that he got. Because in 1998, he had weapons that he shouldn't have had. Bill Clinton, the Democrat, bombed the hell out of him in December of 98. So here we are in 2002, 4 years later. We don't know where those weapons are. The ones that we just saw you had 3 years ago. Now I don't know where they're at.
You know, that whole region is very, very sensitive.
I'm sorry, I can't hear two people at the same time.
Let me just say this. I'm gonna leave, Mohammed. This is a very sensitive area, you know. Just the slightest thing can make the whole area bump, right? So putting Saddam Hussein out of power, is very, very, very bad. You know, this is not according to me. This is according to Donald Trump as well, right? ISIS didn't exist during his time. A lot of these militias did not exist during his time, right? So even Donald Trump says having Saddam in power, it was good for the region, you know. And America was pushing for a regime change, and that was the whole object from that get-go. That's all I had.
Even right now, as we speak, still America has a lot of influence in our politics. That's years after Saddam Hussein left. They still have a lot of influence on that country. That country cannot move without an inch without asking the U.S. getting involved in their own politics and so on and so forth. Again, we're putting our nose where we shouldn't put, right? So at this point, we were in a conflict where we were responsible for a lot of atrocities there. Why can't we just leave that place as is and leave the people deal with whatever they want to do? We created ISIS in that country, and now part of the reason why U.S. troop is in that country is so we can protect them from ISIS, which America created for them, so they could still stay in that loophole of conflict left, right, and center. That tells us that we're not willing to go away from that situation. We're willing to stay there, and we know the whole toxic relationship between Iran and Iran.
Is there a question or a comment you'd like me to respond to?
No, I'm just saying, it's just the fact that U.S. politics that's still involved in Iraq right now, it still will harm us. And now you also know the Kurdish, that the weapons that we send them so they can go ahead and get involved in Iran, basically that weapon went back to Iraq, and that weapon has been went to the bad people in Iraq. We do not know how we're going to go out of that. I'm not 100% isolation.
But don't you understand that Iraq is better off today than it was? For instance, according to Rafi, there was a recent election that was voter.
America was involved in that election 100%.
Okay. So is there a according to I did some research earlier, and it says here Oh man, I lost it. I didn't lose it.
It's more
Right here.
it's more moderate that they finally elected for the first time. So it was a shift. It took time, but there was a shift. So there was a ripple effect to the war.
And Manfini, don't you realize how many hundreds of thousands of Christians were killed that time, and now it's Muslim, like majority of Iraq? Like, I don't know if that's a win, is it?
Why isn't nobody then talking about Boko Haram, what they're doing to the Christian population? Because when Muslims are killing, it's fine. They're killing Christians in millions, right?
Yeah.
According to what I'm reading here, I just want to state something. For the poverty rates have decreased, with some reports citing a reduction from 20% in 2018 to 17.5% by 24-25. The improvements in the Human Development Index, that's according to UN News. So there's a bunch of ways that Iraq has, it says here, by 2026, Iraq has shown significant, quote unquote, remarkable improvement in security and stability, with confidence in institutions like the national military rising to roughly 82% as of 2025. While early years were marked by chaos, Iraq by 2026 has experienced relatively stable governance under Prime Minister Mohammed Shial Sudani, and is holding regular, increasingly orderly elections. And ultimately, while the Iraq of 2026 has achieved a level of stability not seen in the previous 2 decades, many analysts, like Mohammed, mostly argue catastrophic cost of reaching this point prevents it from being successful, or simple victory, with some arguing the real winner was a regional rival of Iran. So again, this is always going to be controversial.
But this is where my issue is.
Hold on with your issue. Hold on with your issue. Wait up. I want to see if you're arguing in good faith too, right? And let's find out this. The thing that man has said so far that I kind of pitched in here and there, you agree with everything we're saying, and everything is the positive from the war, positive from whatever America military actions that happened. Again, it didn't happen overnight. It took some time, plus all these other topics. Do you agree that these are beneficial to the world that we have mentioned? Or still trying to speak negative, because you're still trying to find something negative. We're showing you the positive, where you're seeing negative.
Okay, I'd like to say, but this is not a whole black and white.
I just want to know if you're arguing this page, because listen, man is wasting his time explaining this to you.
I guess the question is, Mohammed, are you willing to stipulate that there were some benefits that have sprung from the military action in Iraq? Or no matter
there wasn't a lot of benefits in that show.
I didn't ask you. I didn't see. You see how you just snuck in the word "a lot"? I didn't say a lot. I said, will you stipulate to indicate that there's some level of honest brokering on your part in this discussion? Will you be willing to stipulate that some positive, some benefit, not a lot, because a lot is very subjective. Will you be willing to stipulate to the benefits that I've been able to articulate through what I just read? Are you willing to stipulate them as being true, or do you dispute them at all?
Yes. Outweigh the negatives, especially in the long run, because now the country can rebuild. The country has a future.
Do you stipulate, Mohammed, or do you dispute that?
I agree with that. Some benefits that happen.
So you agree with some benefits, but what you're saying is that the cost is benefits, that the benefits aren't even really worth mentioning. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yes, because the Iraqi people in these recent protests, one of their issue is to get the American politics out of their business so they can do it on their own. But our administration, the current and the past, said, no, you guys are not well suited to be on your own, right?
Correct.
So again, what is the point of us saying if you that should be on, like, if we think like they're a surviving country, they could do on their own. Why are we still sticking them? When the citizens of that country stand is leave us alone, we could do it on our own.
No, it doesn't work that way because when America risks their servicemen and women, because when America risks their servicemen and women for the ability to have fair elections, what they are, to see the positive that is happening on that soil right now. America doesn't want to lose more citizens. They're going to fully stabilize that region and leave. While it's 50-50, you're not going to leave it. Even though it's not 100% stable yet. Because they put so much effort, we lost so many people for it, we're not going to walk away from it. So now some radical group is going to come in and fucking stabilize it while it's not 100% secure yet. When it's 100% secure, then come talk to me. Right now, the country is still not 100% secure.
Okay, this is not a question of Olympics, with all due respect, right? They lost a million of their own people. If these people, they said, hey, leave us alone, we could do our own. Thank you for what you guys have done to us. They are not even saying
Muhammad,
that bad people have. One second, brother.
Hold on.
I listen to what you're saying.
But hold on, the perfect example, recent example, and how it turned out for the better. After World War II, we were holding down Germany to make sure that Nazi Germany doesn't return until they fully were able to control themselves. Even though they fully control, there's still American pieces in Germany today. And there's a great, beautiful alliance. It's better to be friends than enemies. It doesn't hurt to have Americans there. You don't get out of fucking line.
But again, the lives of Americans is still not safe in Iraq, right? We have politicians that still Americans cannot go to Iraq. So what are we doing as a benefit?
Hold on. Is Iraq safer today than it was yesterday? Yes. We can
not safer for Americans how it used to be. No.
Yeah. It's not safer today than it was yesterday for Americans right now in Iraq, you want to tell me?
It's not safer for Americans.
I don't know what more you go with. After we explained everything to you, how's it not?
How is it not safe for Americans? Do you think Americans can just go there and say, oh, we're going to go to a tourist to Iraq? Let's have a good time and see how it's done.
Ever go to Iraq as tourists?
They never been. They never been. That's why they are saying we do not. We don't want American politics in Iraq. They actually protested in 2025 and the latest protest, right? They are saying we don't want American influence in our politics. We are good. We appreciate what you guys have done. Now it's time for us to take this situation in our own. They seen their neighboring countries when American influence got involved, of what happened, the Arab Spring, of what happened to several countries and American influence getting involved. That is what they don't want to happen anymore. They just want to be on their own. They just want to be left alone like every other country. America got involved in it.
Exactly. Like Iran. Iran also needs to be left alone from those mullahs.
But that's what happened.
But Iran is a different.
But you cater about Iran.
Just Iran. Everywhere America leaves, it destabilizes. And as soon as you start to stabilize something, it destabilizes. So the people can kick and scream as much as they want. But America risked their fucking countrymen and women's lives to stabilize or try to stabilize those regions. They're not going to just leave because they already learned from us and that people aren't ready. Mentally fit, everything good. So America's going to act like a big brother now and say, listen, you think we shouldn't be here, but we should be here. Until we're ready.
That is not true. Okay, with all due respect, right?
That's why they left Afghanistan, right, Rafi?
Yeah, but the reason why Iraq was in this position that they were in, which was horrible, was because of America. And then we want to say, oh, we're going to help you. No, they're like, get the fuck out of here. You guys didn't know.
But then the same thing you can say about Iran, for example. It's due to that they have that right now. It's due to America's fault.
Well, okay, we got into Afghanistan, and look what we did to Afghanistan. And now with all this shit housing that happened in Afghanistan, we have an evidence that these people, no matter what they do, they're not going to change their ways.
Afghanistan is different from Iran.
They're not different. They're all within the same situation, within the same
Iraq
region.
is also Iran. Iran is
We all
Saudi Arabia is United States. United States is Israel. Oh.
One of the things that leads to
This is exactly what Rafi mentioned.
You're in the matrix, Andre. Is it me or is it Jim?
I'm sorry, I really can't make out what Andre was saying. It sounds like he was underwater. Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes.
No, I don't
Just an announcement.
Okay, so Andre was going to contribute, but I think there's something wrong with the microphone. So, Mohammed, what are you willing to stipulate? Are you saying that the war in Iraq was a wrong, even though there was some benefit? And then Andre is back.
Very quick. So just really quick. This is exactly what Rafi and Infinity were saying. So we didn't do our due diligence in Afghanistan, in Iraq. We did do our due diligence in Japan, South Korea, and Germany. Look how great those countries turned out. They're our allies. We turn our enemies into our allies. They are all on their own, doing their own thing. They're competing with us. Like we synthesize different technologies. We work together. It's wonderful. We didn't do the same thing in Afghanistan and Iraq. We should have. We haven't done that. We should do the same exact thing with Japan as we did in Japan.
But but here's the problem, as we talked about. So if I'm not mistaken, correct me on the timelines if I'm wrong. The Japan happened in the 40s, is that right?
Yeah, late 40s.
Right. The Germany happened in the 40s, right?
Same time. That's right.
Korea happened in the 50s, right? Korea
That's right.
War? All right. So the problem is this. In a world since the 60s, because remember, I take everything back to Operation Paperclip, and maybe Rafi knows about that since he saw the Yuri Bezmenov. Okay? We allowed Nazi German scientists into our country at the behest of John F. Kennedy in the 1960, I believe. 1,200 of them, I believe. And these people are well trained at pitting one group against another group. Okay? Black versus white, gay versus straight, man versus woman, on and on and on. Well, these people from Operation Paperclip, these Nazi German scientists who were defected from Germany, what they were introduced to were academic institutions. So I'm talking about the University of Chicago, talking about your favorite, top tier universities throughout the country. And all of a sudden you see words like racism.
But may I interject just really quick? I think it's the paperclip, the Operation Paperclip. It's the one that Nixon was famous for. He was like, I think, Navy captain at the time. He was the one who transported. It's not the German Nazi scientist. It is the Frankfurt School that was running away from the German Nazis that got transported into the United States, became part of the national security apparatus because they were phenomenal analysts. They were, but they were also they were poisoned with Marxist ideology. The Frankfurt School people were Marxists.
So okay, I want to be clear on what you're saying. So when I said that Operation Paperclip invited Nazi German scientists who were trained at pitting one group against another, you're saying that instead of them inviting Nazi German scientists, what they actually invited into our country were the Frankfurt School?
Yes.
No, Andre, no.
Well, they did both.
Hold on, Andre. They brought in Nazi scientists that were studying aerospace, like NASA.
That's correct. It's Huntsville, Alabama. That's Huntsville, Alabama. That was their.
Yeah, it wasn't only professors. It was actual people that were part of the Nazi regime that they took in.
Missile, yeah. It was their missile program.
See, I'm learning right now. I didn't know that. All I knew was that they brought these people over, and some of them ended up in our university. And before too long, you know what term was first used in the 1960s in this country? The term racism. an ism. Prior to 1960, the term that was used to describe issues between the races was prejudice, discrimination. Racism is the word that came from academic circles, and I believe this is just my surmise what I'm summing up based on my read of what happened. They introduced these terminologies to describe and to diagnose some of the social ills that we're having in the context of the Civil War movement. I mean, Civil Rights movement. So they had a lot to point to and all of that. My point is this: is that your point. Oh man, I lost my point.
It's cool, man. I'm gonna reach out to you in the back channel. I'll explain to you the progression of things. It was actually the opposite. So the Nazis borrowed the Southern racism from the United States and partially built it into their system. The reason why the universities have been subverted and there's this whole taking over institutions, that comes from the Frankfurt School, and specifically there's parallel Marxist Grimsci who described the theory in detail. The Russians got a hold of his diaries. He was imprisoned by the Italian fascists, but he was writing while he was in prison. They wanted to silence him altogether, but the Soviets smuggled his diaries into the Soviet Union and used it also as a backbone as their psychological warfare that they implemented from 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Okay, here's my larger point. Now I remember what I was going to say. After 1960, okay, or after all of that happened, that's when wars, military actions in America weren't something that everybody just kind of got behind. Okay, there was a resistance that just wasn't, smattering remarks and cocktail parties. There were real movements against military action taken by America that didn't exist in the 50s and the 60s. So my point, now that I remember my point, was the due diligence, as you frame it, that was done in the context of Japan and Germany and Korea almost became impossible in a world where filming cameras are watching everything that's being done. It's being transmitted back to the American people, and now the leadership is being influenced to wage a politically correct war, which is actually impossible. War, in and of itself, is politically incorrect. Things in ways that cater to this group or that group when it's ugly, and there's no two ways about it. So I would submit to you that the reason why we'll never be able to do the quote-unquote due diligence in the way that we were doing it in Japan, Germany, and Korea is because now we have an activist journalistic body. We have an activist, student body. We have and this is exactly what the Frankfurt School was trying to do. Pick one group against another, anti-war versus war. And now, how do you do the due diligence? Because you have all of this resistance, and it's an organized resistance. So I don't think you can do what you did in those contexts, in today's context, because of that. How do you respond? Hello? Maybe I was talking to myself.
No, we heard you.
Okay. Was it Andre? Andre, how do you respond to that if you heard me? Andre going once? Andre going twice? Okay, he's not available. Mohammed or Rafi, how do you respond to that? How are we going to, do the ugliness of war and all that war requires when we're trying to fight a PC war at the same time because there's so many cameras that didn't exist in the 40s and the 50s?
Well, again, we're having, for example, like the Iraq.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said at the beginning because someone talked over you.
I said, like today's war today in Iran, for example, if we call it a war or an operation, I want to phrase it, there is some sort of plan. I've been hearing there's a plan, and don't forget, this plan was put in by your non-conventional president, and we're having a non-conventional war. So the outcome of this, we don't know how this is going to play out. Wars that we're having between Russia and Ukraine were started from previous administrations that run like all the other wars. The war in Iraq was started by a previous administration. And whatever they're doing, the stronghold on it is just continuation from the previous administration. If we're talking today about Iran's war, it's not a war realistically as you would have it in Iraq. It's not boots on the ground. It's more, let's hit you financially. If we can starve you, you're going to lay down your guns. Same thing in Cuba. They're waiting for their country to starve to take over it. In Venezuela, everybody was crying. In Venezuela, we're going to have boots on the ground. We're going to have thousands of American soldiers dead. It's going to be a war for the next so long, X amount of time, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's speculating. Venezuela was the most beautiful fucking thing, an extraction, and boom. Everything they wanted was done within 6 hours of an extraction of Maduro. Cuba, they're just starving the people. It's a different type of warfare right now because you have a different type of president in power.
Amen. Okay.
This is what
how do you think?
explaining.
And do you see the difference between George W. Bush when he was called blood for oil, all those things? He never forcefully stood against it. Like he took it. He was the dunce. He was the dummy president. Donald Trump takes it back to the media. He fights back. And that's such a worthy exercise because it keeps the people at bay. If Donald Trump acted like Bush and just let the media roll over him, it would be a much different situation.
The media is used to having, hold on, the media is used to having everything laid out for them so they can report. Donald Trump makes the media look stupid. Because the media reports today something, Donald Trump does something complete opposite against whatever they said because he trolled them, he fucked around them, he mind fucks them. And then there's people again like Muhammad says, why wasn't it explained to the people? It doesn't need to be explained to the people. You're supposed to have a fucking brain and says, see yourself how it's all playing out. I saw this from the beginning how this is gonna play out. I was predicting this shit. I said from the beginning, we're not going in there to free the Iranians. The Iranian people are going to have the opportunity to free themselves. They can piggyback off of this. I said, the war is not because of Israel. Israel just sees an opportunity in it, while America sees an opportunity for America. And people don't see that.
Marco Rubio said himself, without nobody asking him the question, there was an opportunity for the Israelis to attack Iran, and so we went there.
Beautifully, you just said it beautifully, an opportunity. It wasn't because of Israel that America is there.
Thank you, Rafi. I've been saying that too, and I'm glad to hear that you agree.
Okay, again, that is, which I highly respect your opinion, right? The reality is, you can say whatever you want to say.
My opinion, but hold on, you were told this by the media that you were asking.
Again, I don't care about the media. I don't watch media. I do not watch media.
But you just
I listen.
Prior to Muhammad, that's why I asked you, are you arguing in a good faith? Because prior to man sitting here on the stage explaining to you all this, and defending the actions, okay, he said, you asked him, why wasn't it told to the people? Who told to the people? The only people that say it is the media and the fucking administration. So you're basically waiting for all your answers to be told to you, instead of having rational thinking. And we said, we see this happening. This is how it is. And we asked you, are you arguing good faith after we presented all these points? Without.
Okay, I agree to your points that you guys are making, but you guys are forgetting the main aspect of things, right? Of this war happening. What's happening right now, what tends to happen is people are now, they're not like before. They're fueling whatever is happening outside based on their pockets. Jobs are been laying people off because they put towards of gasoline to get into the commute to work. People are taking alternative decisions not to go to work because the gas prices have been taken in their pockets, basically. Groceries have been much. One second, Philippines, right?
But I economy. One point at a time so we can rebuttal it, right? You're making a bunch of points so we can get lost. So if you're talking about the price, okay, but if you want to go to the
respectfully.
Can I just interject? I just want to do a temperature check. Excuse me, temperature check. Mohammed, I appreciate you taking the heat from all of us in here. Okay, I appreciate you going back and forth. You're not as dishonest as others that I've engaged with on the staff at all. So my question to you,
because we've been
well,
exposed.
this is what the temperature check is about. I'd like to know, Mohammed, from the time that we started discussing with you today till now, okay, every time we've shared with you something, you've asked the question, we've answered you. You've asked the question, we've answered you. Has there been any broken ground? Have we broke any ground with you in terms of, because every time we said something to you, like, yeah, I already knew that, but this. Then we said that, and they said, well, yeah, I already knew that, but this. You shifted each time. I really would like to know if what we're saying is in any level, or is your position hardened, or is your position softened since discussing this?
No, it won't change. His position won't change.
I'm sorry, the only person that can answer that question is Muhammad. Muhammad, have you softened or hardened since discussing these topics?
There is a position in me that was softened, right? But for me, when we look into a war that currently we're engaging with, has been into a position where it's almost hidden everything else outside, right? You as an average citizen, you cannot say, I don't care about this war and not realizing it's affecting your pot, right?
Okay,
we cannot say that.
Let's argue this one right now. Let's argue the pot.
Can I finish my point?
No, but you said gas. Did you not say gas, Mohammed?
Can I finish my point, please? Like, I don't understand why I'm getting interrupted.
Because you're making points. You made a thing about fuel and people not going to work. Hold on, Mohammed. You made a point about fuel and people not going to work. Did you not just make that point before I interrupted you?
Okay, but again, every single time. Okay, again, every time.
My point.
Okay, hold on. There's a question if we should go point by point or allow Muhammad to lay out all of his points and then go, look, Muhammad, I think it works better for you to lay point, then we can address that, and then but we have to quickly address it. And fair to him, we shouldn't go down a deep, dark rabbit hole. We should quickly address his issue. So your first issue was something about gas prices?
And people not able to go to work.
Yeah, well, I want to
because
ask.
of gas prices. So hold on, please, 1 second, Sam. Was that one of your points, Mohammed? Just now you made that because of this, people are paying high gas prices and they cannot go to work.
Did you say that?
Yes, I said that before.
Okay, so that is a point.
Yes.
And can I rebuttal that for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
Make it quick.
If I'm not mistaken, even with this war, when Donald J. Trump became the president, the gas prices went down. Yes, the gas prices went up, but they're still cheaper than when there was no war under the Biden administration. People somehow made it to work. Why are people now finding an excuse under this administration when gas prices are still lower under Biden's administration, but higher than when Trump came into office after lowering the prices? What makes that as an excuse? Or is that an excuse you were told again by the media that you say you don't listen to? So when you pick and choose words, Mohammed,
great.
We can look at the prices before, we can look at the prices today.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please do not interrupt when I speak. Okay? Economy was also as bad when Biden was in office, right? Groceries was expensive. Gasoline was expensive. That's why a lot of people, when they heard Donald Trump say we're going to engage in wars, we're going to get the economy stable, that's when a lot of people said we are liking that, so we're going to vote for that. But when the current administration negated that conversation point, and now the gasoline has went as rocket as it can be, and now people are losing employment based on that situation. Now the conversation is going back to where we were when Biden was.
Let me quickly respond to that. First off, he's been asked about that specifically about gas prices. He owned it. He did say that the high gas prices partially is due to this military conflict in Iran. But he said in exchange, the American people are getting a denuclearized Iran. Also, he said, in respect to prices, not to prices, short-term pain, long-term gain. Kind of use that as the 6, we've exceeded all expectations for job creation in the month of April. So it's a mixed bag, and I would urge you to not make a firm conclusion. Okay? If it's incomplete, but give him an incomplete. Don't give him an F. Give him an incomplete. I'll give him an incomplete. At least give him at least till the midterms to see if he can right the ship. But it's unfair. I think it's unfair. Excuse me. I think it's unfair. I think it's unfair to take a snapshot of how things are today in the midst of things happening. Okay? So sometimes you take 10 steps back and blah, blah. Give him at least until the midterms to kind of make a, somewhat firm assessment. I think right now, incomplete is the best we can give him. Mohammed, will you agree with me? We should give him an incomplete?
I accept that we should give him. But the reality is now, let me finish.
So we have a moderator who would like to contribute.
Yeah,
her name is Ann Hero.
So I just want to say one thing, and then you guys can keep going back and forth. I'm enjoying it. So Man City, I agree with you both actually, because but I think that it's come to a point, Infinity, that I think most people that voted for Trump were okay with us going and helping Israel and all of it, 100%. But now it's gone on too long. And when I say too long, I know that in comparison to other wars, like whatever, I'm not comparing it to another war. Like based on what Trump had initially said, and it just seems like he set himself up for failure when he first said, okay, we're going to be there for 2 weeks. He shouldn't have even put a number out there. Not, you know what I mean? So like him saying that, and so it's like every time it's like day whatever, we're supposed to be out of there. He's like, okay, we're going to be in there for more time. And it's like, so it's just kind of like it feels like egg on her face a little bit. So he set himself up for failure. But as far as the midterms, this can also, because of this could affect, this needs to be done soon, because this will affect our midterm elections. And we have these Democrats having control of the House, and all that's like what I'm worried about.
Well, I take your point.
Is going to solve that problem, man. There's massive redistricting going on. The Supreme Court decision and the Virginia Supreme Court decision both show that I think there's going to be a massive gain in the House of Representatives. At least that's what they're trying for.
Right, and you have to understand, I take your point, but you have to understand it's an all of the above approach, as you, El Normo, alluded to. Yes, this is the biggest gamble of Trump's life. Okay, all of the business deals. This gamble going into Iran was always going to be controversial. Was always going to be a gamble. Okay.
This is not a gamble. I disagree.
His political legacy relies on how this turns out, especially in the run-up to the midterms, because things can happen. But like he said, the redistricting is a different. It's an asterisk. Who knows how it's all going to turn out?
I actually disagree.
When you say 2 weeks now, and then 3 days, and then 4 weeks, I understand that's hard to hear as someone who wants to hear something that you can hold on to as just a bystander. The problem is that I think a lot of people don't understand that there's value to strategic ambiguity. There's value to saying one thing and then something else. The fact that he swears on Easter, he's volatile, he's unpredictable. I think that's going to work. That's going to accrue. That's going to accrue to our benefit. Right. So to the simple-minded Americans out there who just kind of take things on its face and then go into business, they're never going to be satisfied. But to the people a little bit more sophisticated and understand that it's very complicated in the world of geopolitics, there's a lot of it's just tough. You got to. We live in a fallen world.
Can we just acknowledge that
I will end by saying I give Donald Trump and his administration grace as they maneuver through a very difficult situation.
But can we just acknowledge that there's a point of view where
where invading Iran is actually not risky at all. The reason is that it is literally a policy of the establishment that had always been criticizing him. John McCain in 2007 on the campaign trail in South Carolina was the one singing in their videos of this bomb, bomb, bomb Iran. Like this idea of you're only a real Republican if you bomb Iran. Trump just proved that he's a real Republican by going after Iran. This has been a long-standing dream of Republicans, and I actually think this is something he did that's risk averse, because he actually wants to earn all the Lindsey Graham type of credit.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best things an American president ever did, frankly. I just hope he continues, and I imagine he will continue, because he likes to win. And I think he's going to make his performance, and even the performance of the economy, somewhat irrelevant by all of this redistricting. They're frantically making sure that the House losses are minimal, if at all.
Okay, so I see where all the points is being made, right? But the reality is that what's happening right now, which is affecting a lot of Americans, basically the threat is we cannot just say, let's wait until midterms, right? From now until the midterms, what's happening? We got the World Cup coming, right? And this is a big sporting event. God forbid a sleeper cell comes up during the World Cup. And what's going to happen within this country? That's a large
Excuse me, Muhammad. Excuse me. Wait a minute. Something that don't know? I mean, your name is Muhammad. What do you know that we don't know?
I do not know nothing. But we have seen.
You're on an open app. Tell us the truth.
Relax. But the thing is, I am worried.
We're going to attack Muhammad. Stop beating around the bush. We're going to attack. What are the names of your friends?
Lord have mercy.
Muhammad.
I'm just saying,
you said that was way too much certitude.
There is no certitude or anything, but the thing is, I am worried for this country, and we worry that in a situation like this, we have a lot of economy issues that are happening. We do not know.
Muhammad, you don't want this on your conscience.
Excuse me, anybody listen? Do you guys remember when Donald Trump, when he was going up against Hillary Clinton, and he said at the podium, Russia, if you're listening, well, I'm going to say the Trump administration, if you're listening, Mohammed is in this room. His name is Mohammed Ma, and I would like for you to question him what else he knows. I think he knows more information than he's telling us.
Lord,
when you attack the World Cup, Muhammad, it's time to come clean. You're going to feel better. Tell the truth.
Come clean.
Come clean.
Let's go. Are you related to that guy? Are you related to the guy who went into the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
Who's that? I don't know.
Oh boy, he's playing.
I'm not related.
You're playing dumb. You don't know Cole?
I'm not related. Oh, the White House correspondent there. I forgot his name, to be honest. But no, I'm not related to him. But the reality is, let's just be.
So what you're saying is you're concerned that something might happen in the run-up to the midterms?
I am not concerned. My concern is the way that this political world is going, especially in this country, right? The economy is moving. It's either we have to come to a decision where this administration say, hey, we are done, and from now until elections, midterm, we're going to focus into the local economy, right? We need to improve the local economy so everybody can say, hey, we stopped this, and now we're focused on the economy, and by that time that November comes, at least Donald Trump can say, I have done X, Y, and Z and tell the people. But if this situation continues to go all the way till election night, we do not know what's going to happen, right? A lot of people will say, we're going to vote Democrat just because. And now the Democrat will go ahead and go for the whole impeachment situation. You're going to get the Democrat in the House again. Do you really want the Democrats to go back and control? Now you control the whole facet of the government, right? You got everything under your hands. You don't want election night to happen and you see a landslide Democrats literally getting into the House. Do we really want that? No, we don't. So why are we now saying we should wait until midterm? Everyone's be okay. when the average American
wait, I'm saying we should wait before we like come to a strong conclusion about how things are turning out. Because right now it's just a snapshot. Okay, the jobs are doing well, but the gas prices are going up. We just exceeded all expectations for the month of April, but the gas prices are going high. But the way they counter that is short-term pain, long-term gain. Maybe people get that concept because that principle is all experienced in our lives. Short-term pain, long-term gain.
Okay, respectfully, I am so sorry for interrupting you, right? The short pain, like whatever that slogan goes, right? The problem is...
No, wait. Stay with me. Short-term pain.
No.
Say it.
Long-term gain.
Short-term pain, long-term gain. Say it with me. Say it with me. No, say it with me.
Short-term pain, long-term gain.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right, let's get back to let's get back to the topic, right? We are not in position, right? Because
this is the topic we're talking about the Iran war. Did you not
respectfully?
What do you mean respectfully? I don't think you understand the topic.
Can I finish my point, please?
Well,
Please don't interrupt him. He's already being badgered enough as it is.
I'm sure he's being badgered enough.
He is being badgered enough, beyond enough. Right. He's the only one in here putting up with us, and he's providing what you call resistance to the echo chamber.
Okay. You know, again,
you were saying.
Again, I'm just saying from now until election night, right? Mid-Americans who don't watch a lot of politics and they look into these gas prices, they have to make a decision. Right? Some of them, they get to lose jobs based on that slogan, right? For some, they can say it's okay for me to pay basically a $10 pump. It's completely fine. I understand what this administration is doing. But for others who are not financially that privy to what other people are going through, they can easily say, why do I need to put up with this from now until for the next 4 years, right, until 2028? That's one of the reasons why I say
2028, no, later this year. The short term.
No. But
the midterm is later this year.
I'm talking about the midterms, right?
The midterm is this year.
I understand that. If this situation goes for midterms, how many Americans will still say we're going to vote for Republicans because this war is continuously happening?
What you don't understand, you have someone like Trump in office who will make sure that prior to November, whatever 4th or whatever it is, there will be something tangible that he's going to be able to dangle over the voter and say, this is what I've been able to deliver for you. It's going to be real. It's going to be, I'm actually surprised that he's not going to do the tariff rebate because the Supreme Court ruined that. He was supposed to do the tariff rebate. But anyways, he's going to do something. This man is a showman. He's not just a regular politician. There is something that he's going to be able to deliver to the American people. That he's going to be able to say, look, this is what we've been able to accomplish. Go and vote the right way. You're not taking into account that this man, he's thinking about that right now, about how to frame whatever is going to be delivered. It's already in the works. Okay? I know there's externalities, things are going to happen beyond his control, but trust me, man if it hasn't occurred to you, man, they've gone after him with everything they had, and he stood tall. He said, Russia, Ukraine, 4 different attacks. 4 different court cases. He survived it all. If that isn't, this is an extraordinary political figure. Nothing else is going to tell you that. And you're just going to be continually surprised at how he's able to maneuver around what other issues would sink the average politician. This man is a unique skill set that allows him to rise above whatever the adversity is. And he's been able to dictate that, show you that from 2015 when he had to face 17 Republican opponents, defeated them, and he defeats Hillary Clinton as an outsider, and he defeats... Come on, what else do I have to tell you at this point? On On January 7th, 2021, this man was persona non grata. No one wanted to be close to him. He's now president. What else do I have to get through to you that this man, he finds a way to win every time. Not sometimes, every.
Great. That's one of the reasons we said, hey, I'm here to see how he's going to win from now until midterms if he didn't improve.
No one will be able to tell you what that is. The only person that knows that is him, a very close circle around him. That's it. So no one can tell you how or what. All I can tell you is buckle up, Buttercup. It's going to get good. The man knows how to deliver for the American people. That's it, and that's all. I need you to accept that. And it's the sooner you wake up to that fact, the better. All you have to do is look at what he's been through since 2015. This man could have been living large, with a glass of lemonade in the shade in some island nation. Instead, he's fighting for the American people in the White House, fighting against the media, fighting against the Democrats, almost losing his life on 3 occasions. When are you going to wake up to the fact that America is in good hands, steady hands?
Whatever he does in his life, I appreciate it. But for others, I just want him to start thinking about the actual American people, the people who voted, the people still willing to see any improvement that happen with their economy, basically. So from now until midterm, I am willing to concede to some of the good things that he did, and I'm also very questionable for the things that he didn't.
Yes, you have every right to question it. It's like, but you're never gonna. But it's time to just wake up to the fact that, I'm not saying throw in whatever he does. You should be skeptical. I don't believe everything he says. I know that a lot of it is political gamesmanship. You don't take him seriously. I mean, don't take him literally, take him seriously. Everything he says is directionally true. It may not be actually true, but it is directionally true. Everything he says. Directionally true. But sometimes you're speaking to 300 million Americans and sometimes 8 billion people worldwide. You have to speak in terms that dumbs things down, exaggerate so that you can just win people over and make a point. Some call that, propagandizing. He would call it, you have to communicate.
Okay,
You can't talk like a scientist every time you get in front of a microphone. No one's going to pay attention to you. You have to be able to break things down.
Really quickly. I just like to message in your DMs, just so you know.
Okay. Is it something private?
Well, you'll listen to it. You'll say.
Okay.
No one asked that question.
But wait a minute. Do you agree that Don Trump, his middle initial is J, I think it's Don Jesus Trump. No, I'm just playing. Don Trump. He's almost like the Teflon man. Teflon Don. Come on, Muhammad. The man has overcame so much to continue to doubt him. And it's fine at the healthy level of skepticism. I'm not saying to accept everything he says as gospel, because I don't even do that. And I voted for him 3 times, and I'd be willing to vote for him another 3 times. Okay? I understand that. I don't take everything he says as gospel. I know it's political gamesmanship. When he says 2 weeks or 5 days, oh my God, if we don't get out of the war in 5 days, I don't care if he says 5 days. He's probably doing that to achieve the next immediate goal that we don't know anything about. He's probably trying to trick the other side to get it's called 4D chess. I give him grace.
Okay. Again, I'm still at the point where we both agreed that you would give him as an incomplete. That's what I understood, right? So let me ask you.
We both agree what? I didn't hear what you said. We both agreed.
We both agreed that so far, his job, his performance is an incomplete. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Good. We agree on that one. See, I'm willing to concede. I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to get to a plan. Let me ask you a hypothetical question. Probably my first one, I'll ask a question. hypothetically speaking, if Donald Trump loses the midterm, where are
If Donald Trump, if the Democrats overwhelmingly take over Congress, Donald Trump will be able to pivot and find a way to deliver for the American people. Because he did it, I don't know if you remember January 7th, 2021, or whatever it was. Was it 2021 or 2022? Whatever it was. January 6th, 2021, that's what it was. January 7th, the man, come on, he came from the bottom to the top. Okay? I don't doubt his ability to deliver for the American people. He can communicate better than anybody. There's nobody on the Democrat side that can effectively communicate to the degree that he can.
But I mean, hypothetically, if we say Donald Trump loses the midterm, will the Democrats allow him to even move an inch to establish anything that he wants?
I think the Democrats won't go for an impeachment because I think they realize that the appetite for that in the American psyche is gone by. But if they do that, I think that will accrue to Trump's benefit. Because again, whenever they go for him, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, whenever they target him, they miss. And when I say target him, I'm talking about figuratively and literally. Okay? Figuratively, Russia, Ukraine, all the lies the media came up with good people on both sides. I mean, all this failed stories is a whole nother thing, right? All the lies that they did, swipe all of it. So he escapes the targeting figuratively and he escapes the targeting literally. What they did to him in Butler, Pennsylvania, it nicked the air. He put a piece of paper on it for 2 days and he came out glow. You understand what I'm saying? Okay?
I understand, but this goes back to 2021 or 2020 is completely different than 2026. The political violence of a situation that we're in right now, we do not expect from the Democrat whatever the hell they can come up with to do or say at this point.
No, all they're going to do is try to impeach him. They're going to try to impeach him on the basis of supporting Iran. They're going to say the War Powers Act, blah, 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 blah. They're going to make up some lie. Ayanna Pressley with her bald head ass. And you got Jasmine Crockett. All the other people they're going to say blah, 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 blah. They're going to make up their stuff. Okay, they're going to make up their talking points. And Donald Trump will be able to overcome it. Because their opposition to him isn't based in righteousness. It's based in hatred. They don't care about building a righteous, justified case against him. Because they're starting with their starting point is hatred. Their starting point is opposition. They can't win. They're not going to win. The laws of nature don't allow hatred to overcome truth. And Donald Trump is a truth teller. Donald Trump is a fighter. Donald Trump doesn't have to be where he is. So they're never going to win. They can try to obstruct and distract with all of their shenanigans. Donald Trump has already proven time and time again that he will be able to hop, skip, and jump over every one of their feeble attempts to ruin him. Do you understand? And I don't know at what point you're going to finally understand that. The Russia was brutal. Okay, they brutally attacked him over and over again. Actually, it started before that when Obama authorized the spying of Trump Tower. Obama authorized the wiretapping of a presidential candidate at that point he was. This man has been perceived as from the very day he stepped on the stage and he came down the golden hitter. He's been perceived as a threat since then, and they've acted accordingly. And they only shoot themselves in the foot each and every time. Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, the woman in Atlanta, the other guy, the crazy guy who tried to get him in Florida and D.C. They all fail. When are you going to wake up to the point that these feeble attempts are pointless? It actually moved the American people in his direction. He didn't only win the Electoral College, he popular vote. He won every swing state. When is it going to sink through to people like you that every attack based on hatred, it accrues to his benefit? When is that going to sink in?
Well, so far, in all the things that I mentioned, I never said anything about hate, never said anything about whatever, right? My whole contention is this is where we at, and the only thing I'm seeking is there a level of improvement that will happen from now until midterm. We are in a wait and see situation. Again, like you said, the grading that I would give him is from now until midterms. Is there anything different we need? Great, that would be something shit. But if nothing changes from now until midterm, I am sorry, he should not be blaming nobody but himself.
Oh, things will definitely change. Remember, you know Trump to be someone.
We don't
Trump
know
is
that.
we do know that. Trump is a mover and a shaker. Things are not going to remain exactly the same as they are today. It could get worse, but I think it'll get better. Based on Trump's track record, I have a sinking suspicion that things are going to move in a way that benefits America. And Trump, with Marco Rubio, with Stephen Miller, dare I say Stephen Miller, who I think is an effective communicator, along with the others in this cabinet, I think they're going to be able to make a strong case that this was the right thing to do, and America's better for it. I think you will see an onslaught. You'll see a blitz on behalf of the Trump administration to wake the American people up to the benefits of the military action and to the other benefits that the Trump administration has delivered for the American people. See what happens. I agree, we're in a wait and see mode. Incomplete is the grade I give him. And I think you softened. Because when you started, I don't think you were at an incomplete. I think you wanted to give him an F or a D or a C. Now it's an incomplete. I think our job has worked because
No. Okay, don't put words in my mouth. I have not yet given a grade. The fair way to say it was incomplete because I was never going to get one grade, right? But then when you put words out there and we had this conversation or this dialogue, the fairest thing that I can say is incomplete. Because based on the situation where we are right now, we are in a wait and see situation. We do not know how it will end, and we do not know how long it will take.
Is there anything that Rafi or I have said to you that you didn't know that has kind of made you think, and or everything we told you you already knew?
No, I knew most of the things that you guys were speaking about, but then I appreciate someone doing that for me. But when I heard it, I conceded to that point because I know it, right? I am not here out of bliss. I just wanted to have an honest debate and a conversation. And at least one thing that we can say is we came to a conclusion that me and you, we agree on something, right? Isn't that the point of a debate?
Yes, and so you'll be voting for Trump you'll be voting for all the Trump endorsed candidates in November?
If I see improvements, that is my contingency.
Did you vote for Trump in 2016? I mean, sorry, 2016.
2016? No, I did not.
You voted for Hillary Clinton?
I did not vote for Hillary.
Are you not an American citizen?
Yeah, I voted. I voted for Hillary
too.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. You can vote. So wait a minute, Mohammed, in 2020, who did you vote for?
Independent.
I don't know who that is. Who's the person?
IRGC.
IRGC.
I think it was RGC at that time. If I'm not mistaken.
RGC? Can you give me the name? I don't remember that.
Oh, let me pull it up.
You gotta pull it out? Oh, boy. I don't even know who you voted for. Who is it?
IRGC.
I don't know who that is.
No. Not IRGC. This is not an American citizen. Hello?
Do it live!
Dude not only didn't vote, dude doesn't live here. Hello, McFly.
Play us out. What does that mean? To play us out. What does that mean?
Because it is clear that
We'll do it live. Fuck it. I'm going to take it. Let's do it live. All right, anyways, Mohammed, you voted for Biden in 2020?
I voted for Biden.
I'm sorry?
I Biden in 2020 now.
Who did you vote for in the last presidential election? Was it Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
He didn't vote.
I didn't vote for neither. I did
He's
not
not
vote.
a citizen. Hello.
Shout out to my mayo eaters. He's a spokesperson for IRGC.
You're having a conversation with a non-citizen.
Yes, although he may not be a voter, it was instructive for those who were listening in the audience because the positions that he was articulating, I'm sure were the positions of some of the naysayers in the audience, similar to the naysayer on the stage by the name of Pierre. I'm sure he's one of the biggest.
Shout out to the mayo intakers. I'm glad that mayonnaise sales are up. You know, I like white people being white again. Shout out to y'all. I'm also
either way.
Who has a problem with mayonnaise? Now we can't eat mayonnaise.
Make mayonnaise great again. Make mayonnaise great again. Make mayonnaise great again. I like white people being white people.
I think we've been rude to our guests. I'd like to invite Free Range. He came on the stage a while back. Free Range, you got something to say before we move on to the newcomers to the stage and get some voices?
Appreciate you. I'm listening and I see where it's going, and I'll probably hop in, once we kind of conversation.
I've been saying a whole lot. I didn't say about the thing I was saying. I've been on the soapbox about Trump, but what do you tend to disagree?
That's what I do. I won't give him as much praise. I do think he sincerely do care about the country and try to make the right moves. I think people have a misunderstanding or don't care to be charitable about his moves. Like, this is not a game where someone can just make something happen, right? I understand he made promises that he can't keep, which clearly, as a general rule, you shouldn't do that. But of course, it's politics. This is a way of marketing, so you have to tell people things that they want to hear to kind of get the results you want. The problem is that when he goes, so the fact he's not apologetic, he won't back off and say, hey, I know I made some things, said some things I couldn't deliver on. But X, Y, Z. He could do that, and that would pretty much compensate. I don't see him doing that.
No. You know why he can't apologize, brother? He cannot apologize.
Yeah.
Because as you see, he cannot apologize. He took that out of he learned that from a guy named Roy Cohn, a gay, famous attorney in the New York area. Ray Cohn did him when he was a very formative young man. He never apologized publicly. He would take that apology.
That's right.
He would take that apology and stuff it down your throat. I'm trying to remember.
You don't think that he should apologize to the Pope? I mean, he doubled down on that.
You should never apologize. Ever.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with apologizing publicly.
I know. Like what you're saying. Like better ads gonna make him look weak.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. His naysayers will take his apology and use it as a weapon against him.
Of course, right.
Excuse me, Marshall. The only time Donald Trump has ever publicly apologized that I'm aware of was
Melania.
Excuse me. No. The only time he apologized. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. The only time he's apologized, if everybody will remember, back to the Access Hollywood tapes that was released as an October surprise. One day, I think 2 days, or maybe 1 day, before the second debate with Hillary Clinton, where they were bulking on the stage and it looked like he was chasing her on that stage, where they were standing up. That is the only time at the very beginning of that debate, Anderson Cooper asked him about those Access Hollywood comments, and he apologized to the American people. He apologized to his family for using that language, but then he called it locker room talk. Okay?
Oh, when he said grab him
by the pussy comment. So those comments, okay, that's the only time Donald Trump has ever publicly apologized.
He didn't have to apologize for that shit.
The only time. But then he pivoted into, but that was locker room talk, and he said, what I said were words, what Hillary Clinton and her husband have done, or what Bill Clinton has done, was the action.
That's
and
right.
Then he had Paula Jones, Jennifer Flowers, whoever the accusers were, in the front row to add to the drama. Bill Clinton is sitting over here, Jennifer Flowers and Paula Jones and all of those women sitting in the front row. You understand? This is a genius, a political genius. Okay? The only time Donald Trump has ever apologized was for that. He didn't apologize for good people on both sides, because he never said it. He didn't apologize for none of the bullshit. And he will now, because I have a question. Because people like you, the haters in the room, will take it and stuff it down his throat and never let him forget. But did he apologize?
That's a normal thing to
Marshall, real quick. I'm sorry, we can't hear multiple people at the same time.
Yeah, it was two on me, and
the microphone belongs to free range. I only took it for a moment. Free range is your mic.
I agree with what you said. The only issue is that he doesn't have to apologize to the general public, particularly his base, because that's what we voted in that, right? And it wouldn't backfire to him from us, because we don't do that. So, and again, two things. If he apologizes, it won't backfire from us at least. And secondly, he doesn't necessarily have to apologize, but at least acknowledge that he did not deliver on something said. I personally don't give a shit, but I know how people feel a certain way, because it's been weaponized against us to say, hey, he said one thing, but he did another. Like, yeah, I expect it, because I understand how people
Let me hear what it would sound like. Hold on, let me hear what it would sound like. How is he supposed to apologize to the base? Let me hear how that would sound like.
I just said, yeah, hey guys, I know you guys voted for me on certain things. Now, sorry I wasn't able to wanted to, but we're gonna move forward on what we, what we intend to do. Something that you can like get on his knees and beg for forgiveness. You just acknowledge the fact that he said some things he didn't deliver on. He said he wasn't gonna start on the wars, which I think was stupid to say. But since he started something,
Okay, hold on, real quick. I want to quickly respond, because when Donald Trump was confronted with the fact that he didn't deliver in the context of the Russia-Ukraine war, okay, he said multiple times, not in just one interview, but multiple interviews, that it was harder than he thought. He said he thought it would. He said it was harder than he thought. He said there's such extreme hatred between these two men, and da 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 da. So that's good enough for me. He's acknowledging that he didn't deliver it. He's saying it was harder than he thought, but he's still working as hard as he can on it. What's wrong with that?
I didn't do that. But that's good.
Wait a minute. You never heard him say that? You never heard him say that?
I never said it, no. Wow. I don't hear everything he said, but if he said it, then that's cool. Yeah.
He definitely said that in multiple interviews. So, when you have a skilled journalist in front of him who doesn't attack him, who says, President Trump, you did promise the American people that the war in Iraq would be done. I mean, war in Iran. The war would be over by now. And he'll go into why, because he's honest, bro. He's so honest. So
not about that one. Also about the new one. The new one with the Ukraine. Iran. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying.
Trump is not honest. Well, you know what I meant by honest. To be fair, what I meant by honest was, what I meant by honest, he's as honest as you'll get out of politicians. Straight up. And everything.
This guy lies through his teeth on a regular occasion. I don't.
Don't be doing that now. That's not true.
He just said he's not honest for a politician. He just says what's on his mind, whether it's honest or not honest. That's the difference.
Everything he says. Hold on. Everything he says. I wanted to say this to Marshall and Mr. Finley. Everything he says is not actually true, but it is directionally true.
That's right.
Nothing he
says. The guy has such a complicated relationship with the truth. It's not even funny.
Cut me off while I'm talking. Excuse me. It's just one voice at a time. And what I'm saying is,
rude mayonnaise eaters. Y'all are rude.
Here, everything he says is directionally true, but it's not actually true. Meaning, it's not completely detached from reality, but he says things in an exaggerative way to communicate to the masses. You can't speak like a professor with statistics and facts and everything accurate to the point. When you're speaking to 300 million Americans or 8 billion people in the world over. So you have to break things down and communicate in a way that's effective. You want to score a point politically, but you also want to communicate directly. And no one does it better than Donald Trump and his administration.
I'm not saying that, dude. What I mean is he doesn't bother to tell the truth a good portion of the time, and as a consequence, it makes people not believe him.
But he can't lay out. He can't.
Hold on. I wasn't done. People got mad when I interrupted them. I was not finished. I was not finished. All I wanted to say at the very end of that was, it's not bad to admit the flaws in our guy.
If we are unable to admit the flaws in the person we picked, we are no better than the fucking Democrats who will not criticize their own party for fucking anything.
Would you like to state for instance, you just said that he says he lies systematically. It should not be hard for you to pull out a cold cock lie out of the thin blue sky. Go ahead, give us one.
Wait.
Give us a lie that he made up out of the thin The microphone belongs to Marshall. Give me a lie that was just like a thin, made up out of the thin blue sky. Say it. Marshall. Marshall going once. Marshall going
I'm here. Hold on a second.
Why you gotta go look it up? Tell me what it was.
Okay, then I'll give you one. He fucking lied about the ceasefire. He said we had a ceasefire 3 separate times, and the Iranians have come out the exact fucking opposite.
Wait a minute. You said that Donald Trump made up a lie about the ceasefire. Is that right?
I said he said there was a ceasefire, and there wasn't a fucking ceasefire. That's not telling me.
And how do you know? Wait a minute. And how do you know that wasn't true?
Because the Iranian media. That's all they win on the media.
Wait a minute. Is it possible? Can I ask Marshall a question? Marshall, is it possible? Yo, I'm gonna have to throw somebody down. I'm throwing somebody down for cutting me off. Who's doing that? Peter, please let me finish this. I don't want to cut you down because you're loved in this room by Matt. But I have a question to Marshall. Marshall, is it possible that Donald Trump and the administration were communicating a truth and the Iranian government was lying? Is that possible or no, in your mind?
That's entirely possible, but Donald Trump prior to that has a history. Donald Trump has a history of not telling the truth.
Marshall,
there's a history of it.
Marshall,
he put too much mayonnaise on that chicken salad sandwich.
Wait a minute. Without you Googling, schmoogling, you cannot tell me a systematic lie that comes out of this man's mouth because
I don't often fucking hold grudges against people, but I know they do shit, bro. Come on.
Wait a minute. You just said that.
Okay, I got one. I got one. In a speech after speech, he laid groundwork for challenging the election, making baseless claims of potential election fraud while attacking Biden as incompetent,
I'm gonna have to mute you if you don't stop.
You wanted me to give you a source. I'm giving you a source.
I want you to stifle yourself.
I got one, man.
If anybody used to watch All in the Family, Archie Bunker used to tell Edith, stifle yourself, will you? Now listen. If he's such a systematic liar, it shouldn't take you Googling, schmoogling to find this big lie that he always tells.
I got it. Because if I don't hold a grudge, it's one of those things I fucking remember.
Let me finish my statement.
But is it a lie if he believes he's telling the truth?
No.
Yes, it's absolutely a lie. If you say something that is not true, you're either having a difficulty with the truth or you're actually telling one of you.
He's likely wrong. Your mayonnaise is activated overtime.
I love mayonnaise.
I love mayonnaise. We're gonna have to move on from Marshall because he's not being honest.
No, I am being honest. Don't be honest. You're off track 3, 4 Pinocchios playing on the set at least 20 times, earning bottomless Pinocchios. Things like the election was rigged. That's a lie.
That's not a lie. No.
Yes, that's a fucking lie. It is not true.
Marshall, that's not a lie.
This is the election was not rigged.
Marshall, he has information that you'll never know.
I think he's
the election wasn't rigged.
Hey, Marshall, stifle. You don't know the information that he knows. He's operating off.
You asked me to provide you with evidence. I provided you with evidence and you delegitimized it. What the fuck?
You don't get to talk while I'm talking, Marshall. When no one's going to hear you if you talk while I talk. What I'm saying to you, I'm happy to let you speak, but you can only speak when I'm done talking. Because if you speak while I'm speaking, no one can hear you.
White privilege.
No one can hear you if you speak while I'm speaking. So I'm claiming moderator privilege at this very moment. I don't mean to lord it over you, but we need to be clear communicators for the people who are listening. It's unfair to them.
Mayonnaise,
Marshall. Right?
Put your face
I already told you that he exaggerates systematically. He says things that aren't actually true systematically, but everything he says is directionally true, meaning it's attached to the truth even if it's just a little bit. Because you have to do that when you communicate.
Wow, man, Infinity.
Yeah.
Why do people keep getting off their microphone while I'm talking? I don't understand.
Can y'all fuck up, please?
So I was just trying to communicate to you, Marshall, that I think the reason why he got bottomless Pinocchios and the reason why you think he's a systematic liar is because you're taking his directional truths, the fact that they're not 100% perfectly accurate when he communicates. Every time he does that, you're counting that as a lie.
That's right.
That you're running up the score. I'm urging you to stop doing that. Pay attention, get your head out of the clouds, and realize that he's an unorthodox politician who communicates in an unorthodox way, which means he's not honest aid, right? Everything he says isn't gospel.
That's right.
I didn't expect you to be honest aid. I know, but you cannot talk while I'm talking. If I say that one more time, I'm gonna have to do something I don't want to have to do.
Nah, do it to his ass. Be a nigga. Do it to his ass. He need to stop eating that fucking egg.
I'm trying to tell Marshall something. Marshall, stop counting. You put all of that to the side. The man is as honest as you'll ever get coming out of a politician. So I'll stop there to give you an opportunity to respond because I feel like I'm talking too much. So go ahead.
Okay, so you either tell the truth or you don't. It's not directional. It's not any of that. You're either honest about the facts or not. As early as 2020, Donald Trump lied nearly 50 times that the Mexicans were going to pay for the fucking wall. They never paid for the fucking wall. They never gave us a check, and that's what he said. Do I need to hold a grudge and have a fucking spreadsheet with everything he says? Or are we just going to admit that our candidate's not perfect and doesn't tell the truth?
Marshall, I'm sorry, I think you are. Because you talked about the Mexicans paying for the wall. He never once said, that they were going to write us a check. What he said was... He said
they were going to pay for it.
Right. He did say that. Listen, I need you to focus. Follow the bouncing ball. Stifle yourself. I need it. Listen. He said Mexico was going to pay for the wall. He didn't say they were going to write us a big, beautiful check made out to the United States of America. And they did pay for it, one way or another. For instance, they put the military on the border through negotiations. They actually paid it when they had to pay for there were taxes. Whenever the remittances, that's what it was called, remittances. The remittances went up. They had to pay higher remittances when people from this country were, like the immigrants, Mexican immigrants from here were sending money back to their country. The remittances went up on that money. The thing is, no, they didn't write us a check, but it's just like a deadbeat dad. If he doesn't want to pay his child care directly, the court's going to measure it. Excuse me. The court's going to make sure he did one way or another. So the fact that they didn't pay us by writing us a check doesn't mean he lied. It means he said that we're going to pay for the wall. He didn't say how, and he can lean on the fact that the remittances went up and the fact that they put their military on the border, which was never previously agreed to. So all of that said, they did pay for it. They just didn't pay for it directly. It was an indirect payment.
How much
when did he ever say it was going to be a direct payment?
How much in remittance money did we get?
So I can say
a lot of money.
Why don't we look it up? My point is, he never said how they were going to pay for it. He just said they were going to pay for it. And they did pay for it in one way or another.
So, man, Infinity, you paid my mortgage.
No, and Marshall.
No. Man, Infinity, you pay my mortgage. You're going to pay my mortgage.
So what, man?
That's directionally true. You're going to pay my mortgage.
How is that?
Marshall.
How is that?
Because I'm certainly you've flown on my airline at least once.
What airline is that?
United. Right?
I've been on United, yes, sir.
So you pay my mortgage. That is directionally true.
It's directionally true because I have been directly contributing to take a fraction of that ticket cost that I paid. A fraction of my ticket expense went to your mortgage. So yes,
but in the court of law, directionally true. You couldn't oppose that. That's the case. Here's the problem with y'all. Let me
keep talking over. Land your plane, Mr.
My point is that, and the reason why I hold to that standard, right? Because it's a reasonable standard. It is unreasonable to make a claim and then loosely interpret that claim, right? Because I can loosely make any claim. I can loosely make the claim that the Europeans are trying to kill me and my wife, right? I can loosely make that claim. They're trying to kill us,
right? How are they trying to kill us? Well, they come to Central Florida and they throw trash. Trash pollutes the environment that I'm in, right? That is a loose claim. You can literally make any claim and loosely apply it. That's what we're doing.
But here's the thing.
I'll give you a direct lie that he said. That's
Hold on,
not.
before you
That
get to
was
the
not.
direct lie,
Go ahead.
respond to that real quick. What I'm trying to say to you, because in the court of law, you probably have a point because there's strict rules that apply with terms of how you can communicate in a court of law. But in the court of public opinion, in the court of politics, okay, when he says something like, I'm going to build a wall and Mexico's going to pay for it, but he never tells us how, and they pay for it indirectly, guess what? He didn't lie, okay? When he says, this is the thing that kills me this last year, he's come up with this term, America is the hottest country around. What the hell does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Thanks, man.
But it sounds good, right? He says America, you can't say he's lying about that, because I don't even know what that means. No one ever put Trump, when he was in front of a journalist, or when he was doing his interviews on 60 Minutes, you said Mexico was going to pay for the wall, President Trump. They haven't. Why did you lie? Why don't nobody ask him so he can be forced to respond?
Actually, there was a 60 Minutes interview in 2017 that did that. And he said there was a 60 Minutes interview in 2017 that did just that. He fucking obfuscated. He pretended he didn't say it. Oh no, I really didn't mean they were going to pay for it. This is a campaign talking point.
Yeah, we're still racist.
No. You asked if it was challenged. I'm telling you it was challenged. It was challenged in 60 minutes.
Because if I was a journalist, you know what I would do? I would have the video on an iPad. Excuse me. I would have a video on an iPad in front of me. President Trump, you said this. Let him hear it, not play it on the B-roll for the people at home. I would play it in his face. And I'd say, Donald Trump, President Trump, you said this on the campaign trail. Can you explain this to the American people? We don't see that he gave a check. What happened?
Yeah. You know
I
what?
want to go back to Mr. Finley.
I got Mr.
Finley was going to give me a direct lie. I want to hear this direct lie.
Okay, so when Donald said he didn't tap Stormy Daniels, is that a lie or is that directional truth?
Hold on, is that Sam or Mr. Finley?
That's not me talking. That's not me talking.
That's me.
All right, so Sam, he denies ever sleeping with Horseface. He's never admitted it. She says she slept with him. He says she didn't. It's a he says, she said. My answer is I don't know.
There you go. You're lying. It's directional truth.
It's not a
Why
lie.
was there a
We don't
payment
know.
to the lawyer?
Wait a minute. I don't determine whether that's a lie or truth because I don't know who was when they were in that room together. If they were together, I don't know what happened. He said he never.
Man, he's far more visible than Democrats than you are any of our own.
He said the only thing he ever did was with Horseface was take a picture with her.
So Matt Kennedy.
Except she says he slept with him, and they delivered a check to keep her fucking quiet to stop her from saying he slept with him.
No, wait a minute. No, I have to respond to Marshall because he speaks, he knows everything, but he's wrong. So the fact that he paid Stormy Daniels off is what you call a settlement. Excuse me, I wasn't done talking.
How do you pay Stormy Daniels off if you never slept with him?
Hello, Marshall. He paid the woman off to keep her horse face shut because he said that she would be spreading lies about him. So sometimes it's better to pay someone off who might be rather than letting them say a lie about you than some people like you believing it. So the paid her money to shut her horse face doesn't mean that it was true. Okay? A settlement is a settlement. It doesn't mean that he's admitting to sleeping with her. But you should know that. And the fact that you don't because you don't understand the concept of a settlement.
We're getting
It's not that. He said he didn't sleep with her, and he fucking slept with her, and then he paid her off to stop
Excuse
her.
me, wait a minute. Hold on. No, I have to deal with this man. Michael, how do you know he slept with her?
Because you don't pay somebody off if you didn't have an interaction. Lots of people lied about it, and he has never sued those fucking people.
Marshall, you're not a billionaire who's rich and famous, who people can make a cold lie.
Why can't you do this? It's not that fucking difficult.
No, I'm making a point. Wait a minute. I want to make a point to you, Marshall, really quick. I'm gonna come back. I just want to speak very clearly. Just because he paid her is not proof that they slept together.
That's right.
It's proof that it's the only thing that proves is that he wanted to keep her mouth shut. It doesn't speak to if you read the non-disclosure agreement, there's no admittance. There's no admission to sleeping with her. So you want to believe he slept with her.
If that were true, they sued Suits are defamation, dude.
Listen, why would a billionaire? Quick question: why would a billionaire need to pay for poontang?
Stop for a second. Why would you want to sue her? Because you know when you sue her, Marshall, everything comes out in court. It becomes a tabloid case. So it's better to pay her off and shut her up because she's about to tell a lie, rather than taking it to court when everything gets discovered. You have CNN, all these people waiting there, salivating on these. Excuse me. You have all of these news people who hate Trump are salivating for all of those gory details so they can throw it out to the American people. So he paid her off to shut her up. It's not proof that he slept with her. And if you don't get that by now, I can't help you. So stop right there. I don't want to hear another word about it. I don't want to hear another word about it. I want to get back to Mr. Finley. Excuse me. I want to get back to Mr. Finley to explain to me this direct lie that came out of Trump's mouth.
I didn't sleep with her. I slept with her.
I'm about to push you down. I'm about to push you down, but I already told you. I don't want to push you down. That's not my role. I'm just letting you know, brother. A settlement is not proof that he slept with her. If you don't get that,
you're not being honest. You're being sycophantic about it.
You don't have to pay for poontang.
So he said in April when gas prices were skyrocketing that they were $1.98 or $1.96 in a couple of states. When that was absolutely, positively not true. It was not true. That was a lie. It wasn't directionally true. It wasn't an exaggeration because I see what you're doing, Anthony. I see you're trying to say that puffery, which is what he does when he says America is the hottest country in the nation.
I don't even know what that means, bro.
Puffery is basically when a car dealership advertises.
No, what is the hottest country in America?
I'm saying that's puffery. That's puffery.
What does that mean, though?
Exactly. What does the hottest car on the market mean? What does that mean? It's puffery. It's an advertising term, right? It's just an adjective that really means nothing, right? And it's not necessarily it's not a lie per se. It's called puffery, right? And we're not putting puffery in the same lane as a lie. Saying gas is $1.98 or 96 in 2 states when it ain't is a bold-faced lie.
So let me tell you why that's not a lie.
And it's wait.
No, before you move on, let me tell you why it's not a lie. Here's how you'd be able to prove that that's a lie. Is that he read somewhere that the lowest price in America is $1, say $2, and then he read it, he believed it, and then he went out to the American people and said it was $1.96. You have to be able to establish that he saw something that directly controverted what he said, and you can't do that. All you're saying is the facts bear out that he was telling something that wasn't true. So being wrong and lying are 2 different things.
So using your words, nobody lies.
Excuse me. You're conflating being wrong and lying. Lying means you have to prove that he knew what he's saying was a lie at the time he said it. You have to prove that he wasn't a misspeak. You have to prove that he believed. So what you're doing, it's very hard to prove somebody is lying. It's not. You have to speak to their intent. You don't know what he was exposed to.
So proof.
You don't know what information he was given.
So proof. Wait. Hold on. So proof means that this is the standard by which we determine if you're telling the truth or not. Right? Here's my evidence. Right? Evidence 1. You have access to the greatest intelligence in the world. You have access to information that nobody else has access to. You have a gang of lawyers, researchers, and analysts around you, and you are making statements, right? And so therefore, using that evidence, that the facts in front of you, right, that says that there's in this country in which gas was $1.98. And so if you were to say something counter to that, you, sir, are lying.
But a second ago, you just said $1.96. Are you lying now?
I said $1.96. I know exactly what I said. I know exactly what I said. I said he said either $1.96 or $1. Actually, in the order I said $1.98 or $1.96 because I was trying to be accurate. I said those same things. Neither one of those would be classified as a lie.
Right. Because you're just covering yourself. So let me ask you this. If he said it based off of, say, his assistant or whoever gives him the data came in and gave him something that said it was $1.96 or $1.98, and he went out to the American people based on him believing whatever they gave him, if he said that, now let's just say...
Now you're creating hypotheticals. You're doing this.
Because there are a realm of possibilities.
There is that. Listen, anything is in the realm of possibility. It's in the realm of possibility that I'm gonna get $1 million from you tomorrow. That's in the realm of possibility.
Right. But
it's highly improbable, but it's in the realm of possibility.
Okay, is it? Let's talk about the realm of probability.
That's not in the realm.
Excuse me. Is it in the realm of probability that he? And I don't even know if what you're saying is true. Okay, I'm just going to assume that what you're saying is true, that he made a statement about gas prices that was lower than the actual gas price at the time. I'm going to accept that it's true for the purposes of this exchange. My question to you is, at the time he communicated that publicly, did he know that it was false? Yes or no?
Yes.
How do you know he knew that?
I'll say it again. The evidence that I presented, because proof, everyone thinks proof means within a certain standard, right? The proof.
So the question is, are you talking?
The standard.
I need you to answer this question.
And the standard.
How do you know he knew it was false?
Because I'm using my evidence is he has access to the greatest. He has a gang of researchers, analysts, and information around him, right?
So what if the researchers and analysts gave him wrong?
All of them are not wrong.
No.
All of them are not wrong.
What if he did? What if he did it?
You can what Matthew,
but that's what you're doing. You're doing the.
I'm not what if. I'm giving you the facts.
No, I'm giving you the facts. You're saying that because he has access to the greatest analysts and researchers in the world, that there's nothing out of his mouth that they could never give him something wrong.
I didn't say never. You pivoted and said we're going to argue instead of possibility, because anything is possible. We're going to argue probability. Right. So it is highly improbable that amongst all of that intel, they got it wrong. It is highly improbable. Because in this country where they're reporting gas prices that low, nowhere in this country, it is highly improbable. And that's what I'm arguing. Because you're arguing possibility. Anything is possible. It's possible. Right. It's possible that Obama himself flew over to and killed Bin Laden. It's also possible that he never got shot.
Here's the thing. You can never know for sure that when he spoke $1.96 or $1.98, that he knew it was a lie.
I can know with certainty.
Because you can't know that unless you investigate. And at this point, you believe. Wait a minute. No, listen. You believe that because he has the best researchers around, he has access to so much data, you believe.
Did Michael Jordan win 6 NBA championships in Infinity?
Yes.
No. There's a possibility that the guy we're watching wasn't Michael Jordan.
We ain't talking about possibility.
I'm just using your logic. There's a possibility that the man we watched was not Michael Jordan. That he subbed in an imposter every game.
Remember, we're talking about the
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. I'm getting off this possibility.
No, you're doing probability. You're going back to possibility.
No. I am killing the possibility argument because that's what you're doing now. You're going back
away from the possibility.
And it is highly improbable that this man with the amount of intel around him got that wrong. Listen, it's okay.
That's your opinion.
It's not an opinion, it's a fact.
Your opinion is that it's highly improbable.
It is. That's not an opinion.
It's highly improbable.
That's like saying it's highly improbable that when I take off in an airplane that I'm gonna land safely. No, it's very possible. It's very probable. The plane is in good working condition. You have 2 trained individuals, right? It meets the safety standards, so it's very probable.
But when you say highly probable, are you saying that it's guaranteed that it's going to be perfect?
Probable and guaranteed are 2 different things.
Right. So if it's not guaranteed, isn't there a chance that they gave them wrong?
You're going back to possibility.
No, I said
guaranteed. No, you're going back. No, when you throw out the word guarantee means 100%. Right? Probable means like greater, more. I'll put it in terms. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Right? That is right. That is probable. Right? Highly probable. Meaning, if I were to put it in a percentage, I would say 95%. Right? Or 99%, because anything is possible. And so but the problem I have on stage, and the problem that I have with people with politicians, I won't put this on Trump, people do this with all politicians, is that they don't want to admit, dude firmly lied. It's okay to say he lies. It's okay. Instead of trying to defend his lies and make excuses, he lies. And that's okay.
I don't call them lies unless unless I know he knew that it was wrong.
Because if that's the case, then you can never say anybody's lying. Can you say anybody's lying using that logic?
What?
Can you say that if you're gonna say that I don't know his mental state or what was in his mind? Can you say anybody's lying when they lie?
Bro, he'll say anything. Yeah.
No, you can't. No, you can't because you can't get in their mind. How can you read their mind?
But you know, for instance, in some cases when people have been exposed to information and then they directly go against it.
What if they forgot the information by the time they told their truth?
But that's what Trump might have happened to Trump. And if he forgot, I wouldn't let it lie.
That is a lie. You're just making
wait a minute. If he forgot, he lied.
Sam, if you're gonna make the argument that they were presented with the truth, and then before being confronted with said truth, they magically forgot it, you're just making excuses at that point. You're making excuses. And that's what you're doing. You're making excuses. You're absolutely making excuses.
No, I'm telling you that he speaks in directionally true ways. Nothing he says is completely detached from the truth.
Wait a
minute. When he said $1.98, what was the actual low?
It was a dollar or a dollar and a half higher. That wasn't even close to being the truth.
Okay, can you bring this up so I know you're not lying?
This is April of this. Hold on, I gotta remember because I didn't Google. I didn't Google it. I remember that.
That's fine.
Because when I heard it, I'm like, where the hell? Because first I'm thinking, I give you this benefit of the doubt. First I'm thinking, where in the hell in Texas or where they produce oil is gas that freaking low, right? Or maybe Indiana where it's low, right? And then I remember looking it up on Gas Buddy. Ain't nowhere in this country that low. But I'm looking at hold on.
You're basing it off of what you did on Gas Buddy?
I'm basing it off of me looking for gas prices under $2 anywhere in the country.
And you looked it up on Gas Buddy?
Yes. I looked it up on Gas Buddy.
Listen to this. I'm reading this for the first time. This might prove your point. Might prove my point. Based on analysis from April and May of 2025 by fact checkers and industry
26. April 2026. April of 2026.
2025, that the gasoline prices had dropped $1 to $1.98 or even $1.88 in several states were false. The claims Trump stated on Truth Social and in speeches that gasoline just broke $1.98 a gallon, lowest in years in a couple of states. The facts. Data from AAA and Gas Buddy, which tracks over 150,000 gas stations, showed that at the time of his claims in April and May of 2025, the national average was over $3.10 per gallon. Lowest state averages. During this period, the lowest average gas price in any state was around $2.66 to $2.70, e.g. in Mississippi or Texas, which is significantly higher than $1.98. Where did the figure come from? Put your listening ears on, ladies and gentlemen. Where did the figures come from? While some individual gas stations might have had low prices, analysts noted that RBOB gasoline futures sometimes traded lower, but this did not reflect what drivers were paying at the pump. Contextual data. It is accurate that gas prices dropped below $2 at some points during his first term around April 2020 with COVID. However, the claims made in 2025 regarding current prices were incorrect.
So he lied. He lied.
So I just draw a distinction between being incorrect and lying.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, Mr. Finley. In order for me to call something a lie, you have to know something's a lie.
He does know. This man has all of the information in front of him. He does know.
I don't accept that.
He does know. Of course you're not going to tell him. Because again, this is what voters do. They don't want to admit that the person lied.
I will admit there are cases where he may lie, but in this situation here, and I know it sucks because there's a big gray area. Politicians do this to where they don't know certain information. Say certain things.
I know what politicians lie. This ain't one of those cases.
Okay,
right. Exaggeration is one thing. I get that. But this is a flat-out lie.
No, I'm saying, so you believe he knew that wasn't true. He said it.
He knew gas wasn't under $2. Nowhere in this country, because it hadn't been in a while. He knew that, and he flat out lied. Just like wait, I'll give you another one. When he exaggerates and says this is the highest inflation ever under Joe Biden, and it wasn't the highest.
He talks like that. Yeah.
Right.
That's the thing about it. Yeah.
Exactly. I understand that. But sometimes for his voters, he will say stuff like this an absolute lie to make a false point. He does that. And we just call it what it is.
Here right now.
Just call it what it is. It ain't gonna. Let me know at this point. Let me say at this point. And here's the thing about that I don't understand about Trump voters. It's not gonna move the needle, right, for them to say he lied. Because those that don't like Trump are still gonna not like him, and those that support him are gonna still support him. It doesn't matter.
I agree.
Just be honest.
I can't call somebody a liar unless I know that they had to know it was false when it came out.
Listen, if that's the case, then in court, there's no standard.
Your point. The whole problem with your point is you're saying because he has access to the greatest researchers, and I don't know that to be true, that he can't say something that's not true. And I'm telling you, even with the greatest researchers, those people could be wrong too. I'm sorry.
Infinity. So now, and this doesn't even require a lot of research. It's not like we're saying, what's the cure for cancer, testicular cancer, right? We're talking about gas prices. Anyone with a computer can Google that and get that answer. I certainly know. Wait, let me make my point. I certainly am aware, right, that the president of the United States, the greatest country in the nation, in the world, right, with the smartest people, has access to gas prices. We're arguing that he doesn't have access to gas prices. Man.
No, but
think about how minuscule that information is.
No, but you're telling me you want to go to Gas Buddy as some primary source. How do you know that's the because it gives you what? If you put in a zip code, it gives you accurate information about gas prices. And if there was 150,000 gas stations, you don't think that they have access to and if there was somewhere under $2 in the nation, I'm sure I could have Googled it and found it. And I did not. Listen, let me say something to you. You think Gas Buddy has access to more?
So now you guys are challenging me. Now you guys are challenging my research, right? And saying you use Gas Buddy, you're wrong. Versus the president, and even the article that you read said that he was wrong. Nowhere in the country was it below $2. What y'all doing is you're deflecting the fact that he has the.
Why don't you deal with this line? It says the analysis noted through the RBO. I don't know what RBOB is. The gasoline future sometimes traded lower. So what if he was going on for the gas?
Gas is not trading. Futures aren't trading at $1.98 a gallon or
what is RBOB? What is RBOB?
I don't know what the acronym stands for. Hold on, Nathan. I don't know what RBO stands for, but I'm telling you that gas futures do not trade at $1.98 a barrel. If they did, gas would be like 10 cents a gallon.
But that's where they're saying they came from.
No, what you said was the futures sometimes trade lower, right?
No, it says where did the figure come from? And it says right here, that erroneous figure that you said it came from, it says right here, it came from this thing called, it says, while some market analysts noted that RBOB gasoline wholesale prices did drop significantly.
Right, but that's not saying that they were $1.98. It doesn't say it anywhere.
So where did he get the $1.98?
What time frame y'all talking about? This is April of 2025. He pulled it out of his behind, right, to make it seem as if he was doing this great thing with gas prices. He just pulled it out of his behind. It was a blatant lie. It was a lie.
He said, I see that we had a couple of states where gasoline was at $1.98 a gallon.
And that was true nowhere in this country.
He said that he's seen it. So where did he see it?
He lied. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Infinity. He lied.
You think he made it up?
Oh, no, thank yes. That's what he did.
I pulled it up. Can you stop crying for a second? I just pulled the data up, Mr. Family. And I'm going to read it to you. And I just typed in at the absolute low, the national average dropped you $1.77 in April 2020. This is
we're talking about April of 2025, Nathan. Why you put this is not even tracking. We're talking about April 2025. Get out of here. Get out of here. We're talking about April 2025.
It was still low, bro. It was still low.
Exactly. Because you don't even know what we're talking about. You just come in and being a contrarian.
The highest is being underneath Biden at a $5.
I'm not arguing about Joe Biden right now. We don't even know what we're talking about.
I just came into the room. You're right.
Exactly. Then shut up.
So you saying
Nathan, I mean to be disrespectful. I'm just messing.
You saying he wasn't referring back to the previous term? He was talking about a timestamp right in that.
He was talking about April of 2025.
I just give him the benefit of he would come up with a lie like that. You know why I don't believe that about him? Because if he never say something that can come back on him that he knows is false, because it was just gonna make it.
It doesn't
matter because listen. Even if it's correct and false, and I'm gonna grant it to you in this moment because I don't know. I have to go do more research. But even if it was false, and it is false, right? According to what you're saying, I don't think he knew it was false when he said it because he wouldn't put egg on his face like that.
He doesn't care.
Excuse me. He said it because he believed it to be true when he said it. And then if it's later false, but he believed it to be true when he said it. That's the truth.
Listen, this is the thing about Trump, and like you, I have studied Trump as well, and he does believe in fight.
I am the Trump whisperer.
For no other than fight, right? Even when he's wrong, he's gonna fight, right? And just like the federal lawsuit against him, he's not fighting, right? Even though he lost, he continued to fight, and he never admitted wrongdoing, right? And so the point I'm trying to make is all you're doing is running interference for a politician that is being dishonest all the time. And I don't know why. It's not necessary. Egg on his face, he don't care about that stuff. This man don't care. Just like when he said, we have a healthcare plan coming out in 2 weeks. That's one of his favorite thing to say, in 2 weeks. He's clearly lying when he says that because they ain't got no plan. They've not released a plan. But you're going to say he's directionally true. Even though he released no plan in his first term, no plan as of date right now. So there's no direction there.
I have to agree with you. That is the best one. That's the best lie that you can highlight because that is true. They don't have a healthcare plan and they keep saying it. So that right there has no pushback for me.
You talking about healthcare? Wait a minute. Are you talking about healthcare?
Yes.
Yeah, they said they had a plan to replace Obamacare and they have no plan. They've been saying that since the first time.
He said clearly, I have concepts of a plan. So that's a directionally true statement.
Come on.
Concepts of a plan.
No.
Listen, man, Finny, honestly, you're one of my favorite Trevor fans because I like you as a person, but stop, fan. Come on, man. Stop it.
Wait a minute. I know the debate he had with Kamala Harris. Excuse me. In the debate he had with Kamala Harris, everybody made fun of him after he said
He said that more than once, though.
Excuse me. He said we have steps of a plan. And the reason we don't have a full plan is because the Democrat won't get out the way.
He ain't even introduced no plan.
Yes, he did. The concepts of the plan, he's been saying this since his...
What was the concept of a plan that he
Let me
introduced?
give you the three concepts.
All the money that we gave in profit health.
Excuse me, I'm going to give you the three concepts that he's always said. We're going to keep pre-existing conditions. We're going to remove the lines around the states and allow cross-state competition. And there's another concept there. There's three concepts of the plan that he about that. But he's always said existing conditions will remain. He's going to remove the lines around the states and then prescribe. If you look at Trump RX, he's already TrumpRx.com or .gov. You will see that he's already started to implement that.
Yeah, those are concepts of a plan, and that's also not a new plan either. That's
what you mean by concepts of a plan?
That has been repeated by Republicans.
So that's Obamacare. And I can tell you
removing repeated by Republicans for 4 years.
State regulation.
That's what he's talking about.
Around the state.
Right, because states regulate health insurance, and they want to be able to sell them across state lines. That has been floated by Republicans for 50 years.
No. This is what Trump said. No, he outlined those three things as the basis of the plan, which are concepts of his plan.
When did Trump introduce them? When did Trump present these concepts all at once?
He said that many times in interviews. I've heard.
Show me one time so I can look it up.
I'll have to Google it. Let me look it up right now. He said it.
Post a link in the chat.
He said prescription drug prices coming down.
That's not a concept of a plan. That's just saying prescription drug prices are coming down.
That's a concept within.
That's not a concept. That's not a concept of a plan.
So what's the concept of a plan? You big liar. What's the concept of a plan? What's the concept of a plan? What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Listen, if I'm saying I have a concept of a plan, this is my plan. Step 1, step 2, step 3, or part A, part B, part C. When has Trump ever given a speech and laid out his concept? Because all you're eating, other than the prescription drug prices, which I give him credit for, right? I give him credit for that. Right? I don't know why you're just yelling. Because right now we're talking about the Buffalo Bills losing 4 Super Bowls and you're bringing up the Dallas Cowboys losing the Super Bowl. I don't even know what the hell you're doing right now. So, but I give him credit for that. But the whole removing the state regulation thing, which is what Republicans have floated for 50 years, is not a Trump concept. It's not a Trump concept. It's not new either.
It's even listen. I don't know if it's a Republican concept for 50 years, but what I am telling you is that he's telling us, he's communicated in no uncertain terms that the lines around the states, the pre-existing conditions, and the prescription drug pricing are going to be in the plan that the Republicans eventually propose.
I want you to post a link in the chat when he said that.
And I will. And I'll be the first to admit the Republicans have been dragging their feet on that, but it was all due to, and I'm not going to blame him 100%, but John McCain. Remember, if he didn't put his thumbs down, okay, right before he died, he put his thumbs down to remember, he was the hugest critic of Obamacare. Going back to 2008 when he was running against Obama, all the way until the time he hated Trump for work because he doesn't like Trump and his style. So, to say Trump, he was the deciding vote in Congress as a senator from Arizona. And if he went up there and put a thumbs up like a regular person who was constantly the biggest critic of Obamacare, he voted to keep Obamacare intact. What a loser he was in that context. What a loser. Just because Donald Trump said, listen, I like my heroes who don't get caught. I thought that shit was funny as hell. I still laugh about it today. It's a joke. And came through the first punch because, I don't know if y'all know the details. The first punch of Trump said what he said about, he's a hero because he got caught. Okay, I like my heroes who don't get caught. It was a joke. It was funny as hell. And McCain held a grudge, and he put a thumbs down on the Congress floor, went against his own principles.
Sam, if you made fun.
If McCain had done what he was supposed to do, okay, because we had a thin margin in Congress at the time in 2016 or whatever, 2017. If he had repealed Obama, then guess what? We would have had a Republican full.
You don't need to repeal Obamacare to get a full plan. You just introduce a full plan to replace it.
Once that failed, then they had to just remove the individual mandate, which Donald Trump was able to get done.
That's an excuse. All you have to do is come up with a new plan to replace it. That's it.
You can't replace the plan. You can't replace.
Yes, you can. That's literally what Congress's job is. That's literally what they do.
Let me explain something to you. All of his political, you don't understand how congressional.
Damn, I was a lobbyist for 6 years. I know how this works.
So then you understand better than anybody the archaic ways that Congress operates.
Congress can write the.
It don't work as efficient as private business.
Listen, if Congress wants to rewrite the law, all they have to do is rewrite the law. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it.
You have to have political will to do it.
Yes, of course you have to have political will, right? Of course you do.
There is no political will. There's no political capital because John McCain shut it down. John McCain put his thumbs up.
And McCain died, and the president is still the president, and he has majorities in both houses right now. He could pass something right now if they wanted to.
You pretend like you're a lobbyist and you know how Congress works, but you don't understand how razor thin that edge is, and that razor thin edge don't mean nothing.
Man, Finity, I have this argument with Democrats all the time about how they need these great freaking majorities, and they talk about how great their leadership is, right? And I know it's puffery, right? But if you have a concept of a plan or a plan, present it. You don't have to. It doesn't mean it's going to pass. Listen. That doesn't mean it's going to pass.
I didn't say it's going to pass.
But you have to present something. Because when Obama was putting forth Obamacare, right, what did he do? For a year, he campaigned. That's fine. That's fine. I don't listen.
That was a lie.
I'm not. It was a lie. But here. Let me finish my point. Because if you're going to put forth a plan, right? If there was a plan, you're going to do what he did. For a year, he got on to different states. He campaigned. He went to the districts. He talked to people, and he talked to residents. He had meetings because he had a plan. If the president had a plan, he would be doing the same. But he does not have a plan, so that's why he's not doing that.
That's not. You want me to prove to you that he talked about those three?
Show me where he's been campaigning on this plan. Go ahead.
I didn't make that. Everything I just told you I didn't make up. You think I'm lying?
I'm not here to call you a liar. I'm not here to call you a liar.
I'm speaking in directional truth. I just want you to know that.
I'm not gonna have that meta argument. That's a pointless argument.
Donald Trump.
I'm gonna stay on topic.
Mexico never paid for the wall.
No, Mexico never paid for the wall. Mexico never paid for the wall.
They did pay for it.
Mexico never played for the wall. Kamala Harris was never the border.
Mexico did pay for the wall.
Kamala Harris was never the border czar.
Yes, she was.
She was never the border czar. We never opened the Strait of Hormuz. What else? She was never the border czar. Her job was to find. The actual job was, because it was an executive order. Her actual job. When you know what her actual job was, Nathan? Before I said, what was her job, Nathan? What was her?
Well, her job is to do whatever the fucking president tells her.
What did he tell her to do with respect to the border? And what did he tell her to do with respect to the border, Nathan? Nathan, what did he tell her?
I wasn't there in the room.
You don't know. You don't even know. Nathan,
you say he never told her she was border czar?
I wasn't in the room either. That's not what her job was. No.
That's what he said. He told her that. He said she was border czar.
No, he did not.
Okay, I'm not answering. Yes, sir.
Her orders.
Hey, listen. As of January 20th, Donald Trump outlined the Great Healthcare Plan, a framework designed to replace the Affordable Care Act, while promising to protect pre-existing conditions and encourage competition across state lines. The plan focused on 4 key areas: lowering drug prices, lowering insurance premiums, maximizing price transparency, and holding insurance companies accountable. Most favored nations, and then he went into the most favored nations, drug pricing, direct payments to individuals from insurance companies and individuals to put towards health savings, purchasing their own insurance, aiming for a market-driven approach, maximum price transparency, ending PBM kickbacks, and PBM is pharmacy benefit managers, and removing the middleman, which the plan argues inflates the cost of health insurance, expansion of alternative plans, so promotion of cheaper, less comprehensive, or short-term insurance plans to increase choice and lower premiums for consumers. Contextual detail: the 2020 framework acts as a broad outline for Congress rather than detailed legislation to significantly reduce federal spending on healthcare by cutting existing ACA subsidies. Last statement. The plan specifically aims to stop subsidies for what it calls, quote unquote, big insurance, and instead shift. So are you gonna understand what I'm saying, or when am I gonna get that apology?
I can listen, Anthony. I am not too prideful of it if I'm wrong. You presented the health plan, and I was wrong. I don't. Wins and losses on the stage don't matter to me.
Hold on, but I need to hear it. I need to hear it.
You're right. I was wrong.
Me too.
Hold on. Say it one more time.
I was wrong.
One more time.
I was wrong.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Listen, Manfini, listen. That's the thing, Manfini. When I engage these conversations, I'm not looking for wins and losses. I like good conversation. I'm not too prideful to admit that I'm wrong.
So
you know what I'm saying? I'm a great individual on my own merits. I don't need online kudos.
Google now that you understand, he did promote the Great American Healthcare Plan, right? That's been done. It's out there. It's not.
I need you to admit that he was wrong about the gas prices and he lied.
The thing is, I already said if he was wrong, he was wrong. I stipulated that for the.
I want the same treatment. I want you to say.
The reason why I can't give it to you is because I got to go do my own research and see.
Come on, Anthony. Come on.
I can't take your word for it. I can't call it a lie just yet.
You literally read it.
No, but what I really was, it said it was incorrect. It didn't say that he knew he was wrong when he said it. You want me to reading that is the same as me reading him knowing it was wrong when he said it. If he knew it was wrong and he said it, I'll give it to you. At this point, we can't establish that. So until we can establish that, it was something that he said that was false. And saying a false statement isn't the same as lying, brother. It's just not the same.
I agree. The difference between being wrong and lying. Yeah. As soon as I mean, it don't mean you're lying. You can just be wrong.
But the reason why the key thing that Mr. Finney keeps going back to, well, he had access to the best researchers and the data scientists, so there's no way that it's improbable that he would get misinformation.
It is improbable. It's highly improbable.
Oh Lord.
That's like him saying there's 47 states. I didn't know it was 40. I didn't know it was 50.
So that means.
Do you understand what he's saying? He's saying it's improbable that Donald Trump got the right.
Yeah, he's saying I disagree. I don't think so. I think both of y'all kind of integrate. he can be wrong and not lie, but he should know what the fuck he's talking about before he says, especially if it's something very critical. Yeah,
I can say that. I can say that all day long.
But I don't think he's lying, meaning he's intentionally trying to mislead the public, because clearly he's on the fucking microscope. Microscope. Everything he says is fucking analyzed. So I don't think he's gonna be stupid enough to do that. So
man, free range is just a PR person. Free range, I want to hire you because you just said it the way I wanted to say it.
You think he cares? Free.
Yes, the crazy thing about it.
He cares when it comes to these fam.
I'm gonna tell you what. If you see his evolution of how he behaved from the beginning to now, he's a little more careful what he say. He used to not give a shit, but he pick his words a little better now. Like you look back at his, he's a lot more cautious.
I was in the Matrix. Fred, I hear what you said, but I'm saying, you think he cares? You think he cares?
You know he's still in the Matrix. You believe all these
things? Oh my God! You just
it's about 2 he's more cautious now, so yeah, he does care.
He does not care.
Now I'm telling you, listen, Tilly, you telling me that Donald Trump today is the same Donald Trump from about 4 or 5 years ago?
That's a different question, right? I'm saying he doesn't care. His voters aren't gonna move, and his haters ain't gonna move. He don't care.
Right, but but he does mitigate the weapons used against him. He knows that he cannot keep giving things that people need to give him, so he chooses more carefully moving.
Right, because it's in his nature to fight. That's just who he is. He gonna fight with
right, but that means he cares. Right, but that means he cares because he care about winning. So to your point, he's fighting, but he's fighting to win. He's not fighting to lose. So he has to care.
But I'm talking about care about telling the truth or telling a lie. He don't care about that stuff.
I think he does. He's not going to say a bald-faced lie. I think he's okay with generation's puffery and directional truths. He is not okay with picking up something that's a complete lie and just throwing it out there. So when he said $1.98, if it was a complete lie, it was only because somebody fed him the wrong information. I don't think he would go out there, look at something wrong.
He took false information as your conclusion. Somebody will draw conclusions to that.
In the meantime, Mr. Philly, since you're interested, look at what I just posted in the chat. If you look at what I just posted in the chat, you will see the link to the White House's page.
Listen, I took you at your word, man, Finity. I took you at your word. I don't think you pulled all that. I don't think you pulled that on out of thin air. I believe you when you said it.
That's what I'm saying. So Donald Trump said,
Hold on a second. In our history, right? In our lifetime, the Infinity Mind, Donald Trump is about the first president, the biggest truth bomb in pretty much in our history about the UFO thing.
He's not
the first to do that. This is like the 4th or 5th time the government said that.
Stop crying.
I'm not. You ain't even listen, Nathan. You fight justify. I'm not crying. I'm saying he ain't the first.
I know. Gotcha. But he's the biggest one. He is the first.
So what?
Massive load. Brother, you speaking at the same time, goddamn, bro.
I'm saying, so what? Who cares? Nobody care about that.
Let me scream for a second.
Go ahead.
So here's the thing, right? These liars, Biden and Kamala, saw these UFO files. Barack Obama lied about that shit.
You know who our president is?
Our
president.
You have my man Sandy.
Yeah, that's all you have.
Nathan, it's like the 4th time the government has released you.
You know, I was in the room, I came out the room, the whole house is listening to me talk to y'all. I'm like, y'all all listening to me talk. You got a whole room full of people listening to me talk from another room.
That's wild.
Let me make this bill. Here's the thing, right? He broke all kind of ML King files, RFK files, the UFO. He's the most truthful, honest president.
Everything
all
he
these
needs
other
to be
presidents
dropping.
since 1970, from 1972 up to now, every president saw these documents, including Barack Obama, Bush, and their grandmama, and they lied to us. And that's why they don't like him. Because he's not he's not fitting the mold to shut the fuck up type of person. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Statutory requirements prevented other presidents from listening to MLK.
Let me just ask you this. Can you give him credit for releasing the UFO?
I don't care about the UFO files. What consequences that have on my life?
Okay, give 3 things that he did.
So there's unidentified aerial phenomena. What listen, if there's aliens out there, ain't nothing we gonna be able to do about it. What we gonna do about it?
Maybe we'll stop creating bombs and unify and come together and start building things to explore space instead of building weapons to kill each other. So he might save a lot of fucking lives.
Come on, man. Get us out there.
I sent you a link in the chat as well as in your back channel about the border zone. He said there with her at the beginning of Biden, and said at the beginning of his administration said she'd be over the border. Are you saying that? Do you recall that?
The executive order that he released said she was in charge of finding out the root causes from certain countries. That was her order. She was never the border zone. But I'll take a look at what you sent me.
Yeah, I was saying verbatim.
And you've had conversations with me. If you present information to me otherwise I admit when I'm wrong. But I'm gonna look at
Family is correct. What was said was she would be over like the foreign investigation of just seeing what was the root cause of why those people from those areas was fleeing all the way up to the border. She was never over the border. That was the job of the Secretary of Homeland Security at the time. It had nothing to do with the Vice President. She herself, former Vice President Kamala, was never over the border. It was a Secretary of Homeland Defense. She was over going to those natural places and seeing what the root cause was.
And Free, I'm not on social media, Free, so I can't click the
Mayorkas answers to Kamala Harris. I know, Mr. Finley. Mayorkas president. If she say, man, what the fuck are you doing? You fucking up. He gotta listen to that shit.
Yo, nigga, you have a whole different argument, Sam.
I know the president of the United States, you know what I'm saying? He can fire Mayorkas. It was all orchestrated. Please don't come. And we're going to allow these people to sit here to dispute. But I don't know what argument you having, brother, but at the same time, she was over the border. She was being criticized. Now, the only reason if she was successful
she was not over the border.
She was successful.
Wait a minute, Mr. Finley, are you going to believe?
Listen, no one is saying, let me say this.
Was it pointed at the borders off?
She had no such term.
I'll post the executive order. Describing what her role was. Let me say this to Nathan, because I think that when I say this is the problem when you have these arguments. I didn't say they were doing a good job of the border. I never said that. I'm simply stating the fact that she was never in charge of the border. She had the borders on. No one said, because Nathan said she did a good job, you would say she was the borders on. No, I wouldn't, because that wasn't her job.
What's her job? What's the president's job? Isn't that part of the federal government, Homeland Security?
The vice president? No, they have a secretary for that. They have a secretary for that.
He's an employee of her and the president.
Nathan, you know what the vice president's job is? How's it described in the Constitution? What's the job, Nathan? Go ahead. They got two jobs. What are they, Nathan?
Go ahead and say it.
What are they, Nathan? The vice president has two jobs described in the Constitution.
Okay, you don't know.
Do as she told. Be there for in case the president died. And do as she told.
You got one of them. In case the president died. The other one is to break the ties of the Senate. Break the ties of the Senate. That's it.
We know it's in the Constitution, but we know modern times they do assist with the president and help him manage.
They do, right?
In modern times.
They essentially do.
Okay, gotcha, brother.
But that wasn't her job. But I'm about to.
If she saw that Mayorkas was fucking up at his job, she see how bad of a job that he was doing, she could easily say, you know what, on our branches of the government, the federal government is doing, he's fucking up.
All right, excuse me. Can I just clarify something on Kamala Harris? So what's your impression, Mr. Finley, before I expose the truth here? What is your impression about the border czar comment? Are you saying she was never named border, or are you saying she didn't have any role having to do with anything?
Her role, I didn't say she had anything to do. I said her role was, the order was to get to the root causes of why certain people from certain countries, a handful of Central American countries, were coming. Get causes. That's what the order was. Now I'll post the executive order.
Okay, so they called it. So well, you're right because it wasn't called officially a border czar. That was a term that was used by her opponent, Trump, and not Trump. I think it started with
Russia.
Political.
It's a Russian term. It's a Russian term.
No,
Trump star. It is a Russian term. Here it is. Yes, it is.
Let me tell you why it's not a Russian term. Because Tom Homan, actually gave him that.
What does it have to do with it? The origin of the word czar is German.
No, that's not what I thought you meant. I thought you meant that the term border czar comes from Russia.
Oh, I was just saying, hold on. Here's what it is,
man. The term czar has roots in the Russian language.
Here it is, Manfinity. She was tasked with working with the root causes of migration, coordinating with countries like Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, helping address the issues of poverty, violence, and corruption that drive migration. That was her specific job.
So you would agree with me that it was directionally true to call her border czar?
No, it's not directionally true to call her border czar. Looking at the root causes of migration is not the same as border czar. There are how many countries in Central America?
Here's the thing: the term border czar is an amorphous term.
That means you're in charge of the border,
which is the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Which is Security. Exactly.
But what I'm saying is, as
come on, buddy.
This person who's looking for the root causes of why people are coming into the. Why are you saying come on? As a person, the vice president is given a task to. She never came back with that root causes report. She failed miserably on that. And when Anderson Cooper pressed her on it, she didn't have nowhere to go or nothing to say.
I'm not judging how well she did the job. I'm just telling you what she was in charge of.
Okay, so what I'm saying is because there isn't, I don't know what the actual term was of that title.
She didn't have a title. She just had he just gave her a task.
The political opposition called her a border czar so that it's something that most people can just like easily hold on to, even though they didn't officially give her that term. I think we're quibbling, we're being pedantic.
No,
You're not going to be able to say no while I'm talking because I'm in the middle of a sentence, brother. So I'm happy to let you go, but we can't talk at the same time. But all I'm trying to say is, look, you got me talking like a Southern. I'm not even from the South.
Not too much to the South.
I'm just trying to tell you that the term border czar, yes, it was a term that was used to kind of.
It was a political jab. It was a political jab.
It was a political jab, but it was also a way to, what's the term, denominate. They're just trying to condense her role in a term. And then people were pushing it. They said, look, she was supposed to do this work. She never came back with that root causes report. And they never did anything on the border when she first came into office. When they first came into, I know I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's important to understand that when she came into office, the administration, they came out with a suggestion for Congress to take action on the border, and they never said another word about it for a year or two.
Listen, we know they failed at the border, right? But it wasn't her responsibility. It was Holman's responsibility. It was his job. Right? Who was the Homeland Security Secretary?
Under them? That crazy guy with the bald head.
New Yorkers, I'm sorry.
Hispanic dude.
Yeah, New York. My fault. You're right. So it was his job. The reason they took jabs and put it on the feet of Kamala Harris is because she was the quote unquote heir apparent, right, to run for president. That's why.
No, but not only that. No. Even
that's the main reason why. If she never expressed interest in running or was not the heir apparent, because vice presidents always allegedly the heir apparent, they would have put it all on Biden.
I think she was given that role before she ran for president.
I'm saying, just like anything that because anything that Trump is doing, they're gonna try to lay at the feet of the vice president now, right? Even though it's not his responsibility, that's just the nature of politics. You can't really put it at his feet because he's not in charge.
What I'm saying is the actual assignment that was given to her by Joe Biden was in March of 2021. That was 2 months into his presidency.
Right.
So what I'm saying is she was called.
She wasn't in charge of the border.
But she was called a border czar and a jabble in a
right. But that doesn't make it true.
Now she was running for president.
They didn't. No. I'm saying, but it wasn't her job. It was a political jab. It wasn't her official title. She was never officially given the job, and she wasn't in charge of the border. None of that was true. She was never in charge of the border.
She was never in charge of the border per se. But the fact of the matter is, she was involved in this thing where she was leading the diplomatic efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle to address the root causes of migration, which
from
has
certain countries,
which has to do with the border tangentially. So although it's not directionally, it's a directional truth to call her a border zone because
no, it's not. That's like saying me calling you
across that border.
That's like me saying you're in charge of homicide, but I want you to investigate things homicide, but I want you to investigate the root north side of the city. You're not in charge of homicides. You're only in charge of homicides in this specific part of the city.
No, I understand.
That's an entirely different responsibility.
No, but if you are researching the root causes of migration, part of that
from certain countries,
only from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. I understand that, but even if it's just those Northern Triangle countries, the migration into this country still involves the border. Are you going to say that the border has nothing to do with her research? It does. It's related.
What you're doing is reaching. This is what we call a reach. You're reaching. Okay, if I tell me,
you remind me of Mark Lamont Hill. You're like, you know who Mark Lamont Hill is?
Yeah, I do know him. He's a black journalist. I've actually met him.
You sound like him. You picked up his the cadence and the way that you speak because you're hyperventilating to make your next point instead of disagreeing with me. I'm not
hyperventilating. You are making a terrible point right now, Infinity.
I'm trying to tell you I'm not preaching. She's researching migration into this country from those three countries. That means
let me put it this way. If I tell you
that's exactly what Mark Lamont Hill does. Mark Lamont Hill repeats himself.
I'm trying to.
Can I speak? Because y'all niggas been gilly-gabbling for the last 15 minutes.
I'm trying to use an analogy that'll make sense. If I tell you,
real quick, you see how let me put it this way. That's exactly what Mark Lamont Hill does.
That just means he's a smart guy. If I tell you, if I say, Manfinity, I want you to get to the root causes of rush hour traffic in Central Florida. The root causes of the traffic jam, the rush hour traffic, right? Does that make you the director of transportation?
No.
Exactly. That's a great analogy. She's not in charge of the border. She was charged with getting to the root causes of some of the issues at the border.
Right. I'm agreeing with you that it doesn't make her the border czar or the chief person in charge of the border. I agree with you. What I'm saying is her work is related to the migration across the border.
Yeah. So I don't disagree with that. What argument about the border czar?
So when they use the political jab of border czar, they're trying to emphasize her. They're trying to zoom in on the fact that the border is a complete debacle, and she's related, and she's associated with that directly and indirectly. She's associated with Dickel. So they were just trying to pin her to the border debacle because the border was a completely entire 4 years under Biden. So they wanted to indirectly associate her with that. And I understand it was impersonally the term border czar wasn't completely made up out of the thin blue sky because her work was related to the border related way. I think we can agree on that.
And more importantly, she had to get involved and separate herself from it. And they asked her several times, "What would she do different?" And she said nothing. So that means she owned everything that came with that.
That was a failure. That was a failure in politics. But the claim that we're arguing is if she was a border czar, and
she was not the border czar. In reality, she wasn't the border czar, but she was. It was directionally true. You can't call her border czar.
I hate that shit. That sounds like such a political term. It sounds like such a political term.
Let me ask you a question.
That's like I didn't smoke. I didn't inhale. I smoked, but didn't inhale.
If you were a teacher in front of Mr. Finley, if you were a teacher in front of 30 third graders, and you asked the class, "Can y'all tell me what Kamala Harris did under the Biden administration related to the border?" And the kid raised their hand and said, "The borders are." You say, "Well, it's not completely true."
I would say, no. If I was a teacher, I'd say no.
But you're not correct.
My mom was a teacher.
You're on the right track.
Yo, man, my mom was a teacher. She would have played that. She'd be like, "No, you're wrong."
Let me answer something, Anthony. So the role that she had regarding the border, let's just say it's not the border zone, which is fine. I can buy that. That's cool. It's an exaggeration of the term. Did she do a good job in that capacity, whatever it is? Mitigating the Okay, cool.
I said it earlier. I said that.
She just said the word one time.
Yo, Free, I said that earlier because a lot of people weren't. I'm just arguing the facts, right? A lot of people interpret if I'm arguing the facts, that means that she did a good job. No. Two things be true at the same time. One, she wasn't doing a job. And two, they did a horrible job. Those things be true at the same time.
Yeah, but you're semantic, and people don't have room to be dealing with pedanticism and semanticism all at the same time. At the end of the day, the woman failed us in a number of ways as and here comes the most pedantic and semantic person on the app, Mr. Concrete Plus, who just entered the stage. But anyways, the thing is, we don't deal with pedantic well because at the end of the day, we common sense people. We don't care whether the term is 100% true or not. We just care that she failed on the.
I'm not being pedantic. I'm pretty precise in my presentation.
Yeah, that's called being pedantic. But it's like you said, it didn't make a darn bit of difference. At the end of the day, she still failed. So you.
When did that say she was successful?
Right. So extinction without a difference, and nobody likes distinctions.
Wait.
Making a distinction without a difference.
It does make a difference.
What
if I tell you that Sean Bradley is a point guard.
Sean Bradley is about 8 feet tall. He ain't no point guard.
Exactly. He's not a point guard.
But that's
he's a center.
Not a difference.
It does make a difference. He's not a point guard.
But he still sucks. It's a distinction without a difference.
But he's not a point guard though.
Understood, but we're not. Why do you want to argue that?
Because the argument wasn't about if he was good or not at basketball. The argument was, is he a point guard? That's what we're arguing. We weren't arguing. I wasn't arguing she did a good job. I was arguing that she wasn't. The Borders are. That was arguing.
I peeped that game a long time ago, which is why I stopped the conversation just to get to this because I knew.
I just want to. No. You did it. Wait. You did it to me. I'm right.
You were right.
Thank you. That's all I did. We're done.
But the thing is, right? It's a distinction without a difference.
I just want to know I'm right. I'm right. That's it. That's what I'm right. That's it. That's my favorite. No. That's it. You made me. No, fam. You made me kneel to Zod, and I was.
You got this egotistical as the next one. I thought he was a fucking ego.
Listen, I am. I just wanted my get back. I had to get my get back, fam. I call myself being respectful because I like you, fam, and I kneel to Zod, and I pointed my paper.
Right that she's not the Borders are, but you still have to admit that Borders are is directionally true.
It's not directionally true, fam.
I gave you a get back. You can't.
I can't give you that one because I don't like that term. I don't like that term. Is so. It's a. Listen, you should really send that in to the politicians that do the marketing because it's a great marketing term. But I hate that term, fam. It's so dishonest. It's so dishonest.
So let me ask you something, family. Let's hop into some of this stuff here. All right. So we got these issues here with the funds being exposed, of course, those sort of thing, but with this money and stuff and all these other things that happen primarily in blue states and blue cities, do you think that like this shouldn't be addressed in a fashion that it is being addressed with people on the right, like Nick Shirley, etc.? Like they got the Stop Nick Shirley Act in California and things like that. Do you support something like that?
I support something like what?
Stop Nick Shirley Act. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar, no.
Okay, so the two of Nick Shirley.
I know who is?
You don't know this. Nick Shirley.
I don't know who Nick Shirley is, no.
Nick Shirley.
Okay, all right, so real quickly.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you believe 1560 is supposed to be Somalian fraudulent.
Oh, the daycare fraud stuff?
Remember?
Yeah.
Hearing center?
Right. They also did it in Cali and other places too.
And what's the alerting center? What's the act?
Stop Nick Shirley Act in California.
They proposed a bill to stop him?
Yeah, saying that his exposure could bring harm to those communities, so they want to stop not just him, but some other.
You talking about the journalist? You talking about the journalist guy? Oh yeah, I don't. So I don't know enough to formulate an opinion. I don't want to take a position. I don't want to take a position because I don't know enough. I'm not going to take a position.
Opposed to that type of reporting?
I don't know because I don't know enough to make a decision. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard of him. When y'all repeated it, I'm like, oh, that's the journalist guy. I know a little bit. I don't know enough to formulate an opinion. Actually, it would be.
All right, so I ask you some general question, not about him, but particularly, but just general question. So, I guess you oppose the fraud from the taxpayers.
Of course I am.
I mean, probably in general, but especially on taxpayers.
I'm opposed to it, period.
Yeah, exactly right. Okay, so since it's exposed the way it has been exposed recently, do you think that it is harmful to the communities that's been complicit in the fraud, like the Somalian community, to expose it that way?
I don't know how it was exposed.
Sorry, you're right. Okay. Yeah, so let's just say basic journalism. Let's say CNN, MSNBC was exposing that these communities are doing fraud at a high rate towards allegedly about $9 billion, and some of the money were actually used to support terrorist groups that, Boko Haram, I think that's what's called, support those communities. Do you think knowing that information would bring harm to those communities in America?
So I'm gonna propose
Al-Shabaab terrorist group in Somalia. Boko Haram is Nigeria.
That's all Al-Shabaab. Okay.
I'm gonna answer like this because I understand how broad brushing a community is dangerous. And being a black person, I'm aware of that. And so if that's how it's being presented, I don't like that. I'd rather just call out the thieves or the frauds and deal with them that way. But if you're and again, if they're Somali, okay, I guess you gotta give information. But if you're broad brushing the entire community, I wouldn't like that. No.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, because in exposing information, you're likely going to paint some community, especially if that's just what information is relaying, that this community happened to be pretty much complicit in this type of activity, right?
Yeah, there's difference in saying, well, the guy that robbed him was black, you know what I'm saying, versus saying the black community is robbing everybody. That's a different. Those are two distinct statements that have very different.
Free. It's kind of like when they showed that, like, what was it, 60% of the Ashkenazi Jews living in New York were on welfare and government assistance and benefits and stuff like that. So how would you feel about that one, Finley?
I wouldn't.
It's like a majority.
That's again. I wouldn't broad brush a community. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta give you props, Finley, because usually you hate the Jews, so I was expecting.
I don't hate the Jews. What the hell are you talking about?
You do.
Oh, so you white people have slaves?
Were you pushing the blue or green? Were you pushing the blue or red button?
I don't. What?
Finley, were you pushing the blue or red button?
I don't remember the options, but I don't.
You kill your entire family and everybody you love, and you can get rid of all the Jews, or you can
why would I want to kill my family? Why would I want to kill my family?
Okay, what if your family's not involved? You push one button and all the Jews are gone.
Why would I want to kill an entire group?
Or you push the other button.
Rich, is that you, Rich?
Rich, I don't understand. I don't hate groups. I don't hate groups. I don't know how you
I'm just fucking with you, Finley. Calm down, bro.
I don't like. You know, I like to be put in
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
I don't like to be put in a hate group.
That's all. So Finley, back to what you're saying. So you wouldn't say white people had slaves because minority of white people had slaves, right? So based on your logic, if you want to broad brush a group, you wouldn't say that, right?
I wouldn't say that white people had slaves because obviously white people didn't have slaves. However, slavery was a part of white supremacy in this whole racial thing in America specifically.
Yeah.
Slavery, of course, predates America, but
on average, in the rest
within that context.
Yeah, in the entirety of the country, it was less than 1% of white people owned.
Wait. So, but it's like it was like 5%, and there was leasing going on, but
around 1865.
Rich, hold on, man. So I mean, they wouldn't be all white people that had slaves.
Well, that's what I was factoring in. Those white people, less than 1% in the whole U.S.
Anyway,
it was 3%. And they had about
inflation. Going out the man of the house, so it's way more than 1.5%.
But the point we're getting at is that when you say everybody don't have to be part of the problem in order to paint that group with the problem, right? Because again, when we talk about crime as an extreme minority of every demographic, the problem is certain groups are more are in line with it, like they're okay with it to some extent. Not all, but let's say drug dealing or prostitution or whatever. Some groups are more acceptable in that culture for certain crimes and think it should be okay. So I'm saying that to say that if this group, and this is hypothetical, if this group were okay with the idea of fraud and it's very prevalent amongst them, even though everybody's not involved, would it be okay to say, hey, at that point, this is what these people are known for because they find this to be an okay thing in this country?
Well, of course. Think what you just said. You just said the entire group is co-signing right? Which is why I put, even though a small minority of whites owned slaves within the context of white supremacy, it was a different narrative. They tend to be okay with it, right? And so in that context, if this were the case, well, of course, that's bad. We don't say of course.
Also, the reason it was around 3% whites is because most were really the only people that were considered white pre-1865, like the Italians, the Greeks.
Yeah, the Italians and Irish people were really rich enough to afford slaves.
Yeah, well, they were considered, they were classified as white anyways.
Yeah, so, Finley,
Italian and Irish here in the time we were talking.
Stop it, Rick.
Don't get me started.
So, like Finley, there was also a large group of white people led in by numerous people, but one of my heroes, Thaddeus Stevens, who actually led a abolitionist movement, a blood civil war, to actually fight for those. So, which group would you give the most characteristics to?
So that's why I put it within context. I wouldn't put Thaddeus Stevens within that context of white supremacy because he didn't believe in that. He didn't, he's one of the handful that did not believe in that. And when I say white supremacy, I would even put Lincoln in there because even though Lincoln may not have agreed with the slaves that, pivoted on slavery, he still didn't believe that blacks were equal and it should be voted. And that was the attitude, the majority of the attitude at the time. And just a hat tip, ever since you mentioned his name, I've been doing more reading on that guy. He wasn't a very small minority of people, of forward thinkers, along with the great John Brown.
You know, I base my fucking viewpoints on conservatism off of him.
No, yeah, the reason I brought it up, family, because I realized something with the two different groups when it comes to the issues with the immigration, fraud, crime, whatever the case may be. I realized that conservatives, Republicans generally tend to address the issue, and then liberals tend to address Republicans. It's like they don't care about any of the issues that people care about. They only care about addressing the people who address the issues. Do you see that correlation?
I don't know if I would say liberals are only addressing conservatives or Republicans because we conflate party and ideology because not all Republicans are conservative. They don't go hand in hand.
Yeah, I'm not conservative or Republican.
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, exactly. So I don't necessarily think that liberals are necessarily Democrats either. There are some.
I usually say left. I should just say left because that's the case because it's one of the things. Sorry to cut you off. It's one of the things where you don't agree with everything on that side, but you agree with enough to be make it the left versus right situation. And when I talk to a lot of leftists, it's like they mainly concerned with the people on the right opposed to the issues at hand.
And I don't think leftists and liberals are the same people.
Yeah, I agree. Bill Maher, Joe Rogan. I mean, a lot of them. RFK, like they're on the left, but they don't align with and I think the party, the left, is fucking hostage. They're hostage by the extreme left. Right? They can't say anything to satisfy these people. I mean, he's really technically, yeah.
Like the Joe Rogan podcaster, but the dude from
Yes.
Since when has
he's left.
He's a libertarian.
Since when has he been on the left or even Democrat for that matter?
Yeah, he was going to vote for RFK. He was and RFK is on the left.
RFK on the left?
RFK was not on the RFK was on the left.
Wait. RFK is a Democrat.
RFK Jr. was an independent candidate.
He's a registered Democrat.
Yeah, but he was ran as an independent, right?
No,
he only ran Florida. He's an independent.
Wait. Hold on.
They didn't show his debate. They didn't even show his debate. His debate had to be broadcast differently than Trump.
Listen to this. The only reason he ran as an independent was because the DNC blocked him out. They canceled his opportunities in Florida and in the Midwest.
So he's a Democrat.
Coco, you just don't realize what you just said there. He wanted to run as a Democrat. He wanted to split the ticket, and he wanted to go up against Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and he wanted to advocate for that. Joe Biden.
He wasn't okay.
No. Wait, Coco. Exactly. They didn't allow him in the club. It goes to Free's gatekeeping theory on what the Democrats will do. So you literally ostracized them, changed the election, and didn't even hold a primary down in the Florida, in the Southwest. You just automatically gave it to Joe Biden. And then by turn, you gave it to Kamala Harris. And he ran as an independent, despite being a lifelong Democrat. He said, I'll go as independent now. I'll shift it up. Because you guys aren't allowing me on the stages. You're not allowing me to debate. You're not allowing me to actually campaign under the ticket. The DNC blocked that.
He's right, Coco. He was a Democrat up until 2023. They did the same thing to him that they did to. Bernie was independent, but Bernie ran as a Democrat to get into the. But then the Democrats cheated him on the nomination.
Right. Let's not make
That is one thing I don't. That is one thing I dislike about the party. They don't make a fair fight, which is why they lose elections.
Right.
They lose fucking elections.
That's what I'm saying. I agree.
Okay, Coco, if you're agreeing with me, then we don't have anything right now. So we're good.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they just want him in the club. They need to get in the club. I mean.
I hate that they do that. That's why they lose elections. Let them fight it out. Let the voters freaking decide.
Because, like, even to be fair, on the Republican side, you had, Vivek, you had Nikki Haley, you had, I forget, DeSantis, you had all those others campaigning. Trump didn't even show up to it. So, I mean, the first two, he didn't even bother to show up and still won them. He just left his name on the top of the list and gave them the front stage. And, to be fair, he still won, which was ironic, but he crushed them without that. But they had their debates with themselves. They were on the campaign trail. Nikki Haley was, Vivek and Nikki should join forces. RFK and Nikki Haley should join forces.
So Vivek actually said this. He said if you want to pronounce his name properly, just remember cake. So it's Vivek. He said just remember.
Well, now he's going to be governor of Ohio, possibly. So we'll see. All I remember of him on the debate stage was that he sounded like he was on speed and Adderall at the same fucking time while doing cocaine lines in the back. Because he talked so fast that you just couldn't keep up with him, and it was just like, what the fuck?
Can I just take the poll of the room really quick? I'll go one by one if you're by your microphone. Matt, would you vote for Marco Rubio, Vivek, or JD Vance for president?
I don't like any of the three.
Don't like any of the three.
Rubio. Yeah, I'm not a huge Vivek fan, and then I don't like a Rubio because he was anti-Trump. Then I didn't like fucking
Sean.
JD because.
I'm going.
I was answering. JD said that Trump was hit.
Sean, is Sean the same person as Matt?
Yeah, I'm the same person.
How are you the same person?
Yeah, my name's Matthew.
No, you Matt Cool.
He should never disrespect me like that. He knows better.
I'm sorry, Matt. JD Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, or I'm gonna throw in a fourth person. I'm sorry. Who's the guy running for president? Who's the guy running for office? And Byron Donalds, Vivek Ramaswamy, JD Vance, or Marco Rubio? Who you voting?
In order or just one?
No, just if they were to be president of the United States, who's got your vote?
I like JD Vance, but I kind of want Rubio. He's more experienced, Like I think he's got the chops to do it. So there you go.
Okay, so we've got one vote for Rubio. Peter, if you're by your phone, would you go for Rubio, JD Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy?
He's not in the U.S. He's in Germany from Iran. He wouldn't know all these candidates.
What about you, Viking? Between the four,
Rubio, because I want Rubio only because, similar to what Matt said, I believe Rubio can bridge the gap and reform the Republican Party to become more conservative and kind of carry it through post-Trump and post what we'll see is a bloodbath of Republicans from MAGA. The MAGA are just winning out globally, and I think he's the guy that can carry it into the future.
All right, someone keep track in the audience. We have 2 votes for Rubio, none for the other 3. Moving on to Sword. Would you vote for Rubio, JD Vance, Vivek or Byron Donalds? Sword's not there. Ann, are you there? Ann going once?
I'm here. What's up?
Would you like, if you had one vote, Vivek for president, Byron Donalds for president, J.D. Vance, or Marco Rubio? Who?
JD.
J.D. Vance. Oh, we have one for J.D., Rubio, and none for the other two. I guess the other two are pretty well inexperienced. Coco, I know you're approaching us from the left. Is that true?
I'm approaching us in the mirror.
Say what?
Oh, come on.
I didn't hear what you said.
As an American.
I know, but are you approaching us from the right or the left political spectrum?
So on the political spectrum, I'm approaching from the left center.
Left center. So as a left center individual American, so-called, the question is, who do you think would pose the greatest the Democrat side? And I want you to answer honestly, not in a fictitious way. Just answer honestly. Who do you think would pose the greatest threat to a Democrat emerging as the winner? Do you think it would be Vance, Rubio, Vivek Ramaswamy, or Byron Donalds?
So if one of them, if they were, who would be the biggest threat against them?
Who would be the biggest threat to anyone that were to emerge from the Democrat Party?
Between those gentlemen named?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely Rubio.
Rubio, you think he would be the strongest candidate out of all of them?
That nigga, look, I'm not gonna hold you. That nigga, look, all I gotta say is, if it weren't for Rubio right now, Trump would be in a lot of motherfucking more hot water than he is right now. That's all I got.
Can I ask you, as a person from the left, can you tell me what is it about Rubio that makes him such a strong candidate from your perspective?
Regardless of whether people think that he's like copping out of his own race or whatever have you, he is diplomatically inclined. He is he in regards of his diplomacy, he is very, very good at that. So when, like, for example, a lot of times whenever Trump do be going overseas and having these diplomatic meetings, Rubio is his right hand man. So if anything, if anybody were to be a threat from the Republican Party, it would be him, because that nigga, in a sense of professionalism, is doing a great job. He ain't worried about, tweeting the whole bunch of 100 times or whatever have it. This nigga just about the business. And
so you think your perception of Rubio was one that could win over a lot of independents with his style because he's not as aggressive or
right. He's just about the business. Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting. All right, Glow, are you within the sound of my voice? Glow going once, Glow going twice. Glow is not there. What about Bree? Bree, are you within the sound of my voice? Bree going once, Bree going twice. Bree is not there. Free range, are you there? Free
yes, sir.
Free, are you approaching this conversation or the political right?
Oh, right, for sure.
Can you articulate between these four candidates who would be the best candidate, strongest candidate? Vivek Ramaswamy, Rubio, why am I missing? J.D. Vance or Byron Donalds?
Strongest to at least it will be. They're good. Yeah, I agree. It'll be Rubio, J.D. Vance.
Don't rank them, but who would you pick for president? Those four?
Oh yeah, it'll be Rubio for sure. It's a tight tie between J.D. Vance and Rubio. I think Rubio because he just went around. I think J.D. Vance is too. J.D. Vance comes off as a person who has all the textbook answers. He operates like a robot when it comes to media, which is very good and healthy because it's not much they can weaponize against him. But Rubio comes off as a real person who actually is knowledgeable and has a lot of experience and actually can move through the media and the background of politics to get shit done. So I think he edges out over J.D. Vance for me.
But can I ask you this? Since I thought Coco's input was interesting coming from the left, giving us a perspective on a right candidate, would you, if there's anyone on the left that could emerge that pose the biggest threat to Republican winning, or someone from the right winning, someone on the left that you view as the biggest threat right now?
So that's relative. So I don't think there is any big threats right now. But
Don't sleep on Kentucky governor.
Who's that?
God, what's his name?
Bashir.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Don't sleep on dude.
Who are you talking about?
As of now,
You're talking about Wesley Gore?
Nobody likes him.
Yeah, that's why he's governor.
Canada.
And he won in red counties.
Let's just seem to like Newsom. I don't know fucking why, but they seem to like Newsom in particular. You know, he has, I guess, that fucking on paper. I mean, I wouldn't say on paper, just as status of whatever they like. So that's something. I mean, there's no one that I think will actually appeal to the Democratic Party right now.
There's nobody on the left right now that you're concerned with?
No one I can think of. I'm trying to be as genuine as possible, so I'm not trying to be biased. I'm actually trying to think of somebody out like, oh, that person comes to the show. I can't see that.
Okay.
Newsom is generally popular on the left.
Mr. Finley, are you within the sound of my voice?
I'm within the sound of my voice.
Thank you. The question is, are you approaching us on the political left or the political right?
I am politically ambiguous. I wrote checks to Byron Donalds when he first ran for office. I loved Byron Donalds when he was in the legislature until he turned his back on me and turned his back on us. But he might be oh god, I can't think of the name of the freaking thing. I was talking about this a couple months ago, but I can't think of it at the top of my head because I'm drawing a blank. But Byron Donalds, who may be the first black elected governor, Republican in the history of this country, might be. He's on the fast track to becoming that.
Could have been Andrew Gillum, but we know about Andrew Gillum.
No, I said black Republican governor. Gillum was a Democrat.
Oh, yes.
Gillum was a Democrat. So he's probably going to be our next governor. And I pray that he puts a moratorium on these freaking death centers. If he does that, I'll be happy because I'm not going to expect much more than that.
And she's younger. How was it?
I wouldn't say awesome because he's been in the House of Representatives. So.
Between those four candidates, if you had to vote for president, which of those four would you vote? Rubio, Grant, Donald, or Vivek Ramaswamy?
Oh my gosh, I don't like Vivek at all. He just does not come off as honest to me. I don't like Vivek at all. He just gives me dishonest. Vance is extraordinarily intelligent, but I think of the four, he's the most intelligent. I don't think he can win though because I call him the Republican John Kerry, and so I got to go with everybody else. I think Rubio is the most electable. I do agree, even though I hated him as a senator because I've also voted for him for the U.S. Senate. And then he became one of the laziest senators on Capitol Hill, which was very disappointing. But I will say he has pivoted. He is Donald Trump's. He is his. Jack of all trades at this point. He's doing kind of a little bit of everything for Trump, and he is doing a good job at it. So I got to give him that. So I think he's kind of reviving his political career a little bit. And so I think out of the four, I think he's probably the most electable. And I think that, if I had to hold my nose and vote for one of those four guys, it would be Mark.
Okay, and as a politically ambiguous figure, who on the left do you think would pose the biggest threat to Marco Rubio victory?
I think people are sleeping on California Governor Newsom. I think they're sleeping on him. Politics is you look at certain candidates like they can never win, but I think that we're not being honest. Newsom is extraordinarily popular on the left, and if he rides on the wave of this if MAGA does not right the ship economically in the next 2 years, I think the Dems are gonna win. I think the political pendulum is gonna swing. And if Newsom is the Democrats' choice, I think Newsom wins. But Bashir sleeper though.
Wait, what's Bashir's first name?
Andy.
I just want to finish this straw poll because we're almost done with the room. I just want last couple of people there.
Okay.
Star Power, are you there? Star Power going once. We already asked him. Samantha. Oh, Star Power. Star Power.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Between these four candidates, who would you vote for president? Let's make this quick because Viking has an interest.
Vance.
You vote for Vance.
Yes.
Above Rubio, you consider Vance a better option than, say, Rubio?
I think he has a stronger character when it comes to answering and giving questions. So I think he would outperform Vance in any kind of political. I mean, he would outperform Rubio in any kind of political debate.
Okay. This is interesting. Samarth, are you there? Samarth going once. Samarth going twice. Samarth is not available. Sean, are you there?
Oh yeah. I actually would like to kind of agree with Finlay on a lot of the stuff that he said. I think that Rubio is kind of shady. I don't like that he took a house for $50,000 and then resold it for $250 to one of the lobbyists. Who would I say? Sorry, was the first part. I would probably say J.D. Vance is the most likely candidate. Probably the biggest threat as well. I'd say Gavin Newsom is probably the biggest threat to the Republican Party. Even though I don't like him, I think that he's kind of slimy. He'll probably get a lot of votes, just like Obama did. But when it comes to Vivek, I think he's a little too nerdy. He doesn't come off very natural. He also does seem like he just says whatever politically advantageous. Rubio's kind of slimy. I think he's a very good cabinet member. I think he's a very good follower, not necessarily like a head dog leader. I do think, though, that J.D. Vance is a pit bull, and he would have the best likelihood of prevailing just because he has more of a attack type.
More so than Marco Rubio. So
yeah, 110%.
Are you ignoring Marco Rubio's temperament and the way that he's able to?
Well, I think it's already been shown, when he went up against just mop the fucking floor with him. I mean, he did
Trump's a
stuff.
different phenomenon. I agree. Different phenomenon.
But Rich, who's going to beat Trump up though? Let's be honest.
And if you watch him on This Is Week with Slopadopoulos, you can see that he takes no prisoners. So
I would say he's a good assistant or store manager. I just don't see him as a CEO type. I see more J.D. Vance.
By the way,
like
the dark horse that surprised me didn't add him in is Ron DeSantis. Actually, he probably has a really good chance too. But
Ron DeSantis. And the other fourth guy that
I'll tell you why.
So Manfinity, I don't know who the other guy is that you were mentioning. I'm not.
You don't know Byron Donald or Beaver?
Black guy from Florida. Yeah, he's
Ron DeSantis can't win it because Ron DeSantis wears high boots.
It's been 9 years since I lived in Florida. There you go. Manfredi, he did destroy Gavin, I think, in that debate.
Yes.
He really did. It wasn't even close. So that's the reason why I want to throw.
DeSantis' star rose. Sorry, Doug. But I just wanted to go back to Finley when he said Rubio was lazy in the Senate. And I love this. I don't know how well versed you are in what Rubio's actions were because I actually watched them because he was going for presidency. He's had ambitions for it for a long time. But I mean, for instance, his Florida focus funding and projects on restoration of the Everglades and all of that stuff for Florida, actually securing the Panhandle and doing all that stuff, and actually to that was really ingenious of him. I think it was great. Here and applaud that one. A lot of people should be on there. He constantly asks to introduce an end to daylight savings. I'm kind of for that one. But I mean, he also did the VA accountability reforms. He was known for this one, and he pushed this all around. And for those of you that don't know, it was a way of basically you couldn't fire people at the VA. So a lot of veterans got shitty doctors and nurses. You got subpar care. You heard about it because they were every veteran was blowing their head off every fucking day. You had mass massive fucking chronic conditions going untreated. They couldn't get pain medicine. They couldn't get treatment medicine. They couldn't get antibiotics. And then they had to pay out of pocket. And Rubio actually restructured the reform so that these doctors couldn't hold the job. They didn't need a malpractice lawsuit to be fired. They actually had an accountability process, and people were fired from the VA for their subcare of their patients, which I think is great, which led to the opening of, guess what, veterans being able to get treatment anywhere in the U.S. His gang of 8 immigration bill was good. The Hezbollah sanctions legislation, I agree with that. The Chinese security one was also another good one. If I remember that one off the top of the head, he put that one because of all the IP and actually got it into legislation to restructure how Chinese students were not allowed to be entering certain programs within the United States to be able to steal IP and bring it back to China. And then, I mean, he was the leading cause for the Commission on Social Status of Black Men and Boys, where they actually directed funding and really created that federation that studied the issues affecting Black men and boys in terms of education, prison, incarceration, violence, and economic disparities. And he put that all the way through, and that was way back in 2020. So, I mean, you like to say that the man didn't do things, he actually really did. And he wasn't just, you know, blah, blah, blah about it. He fucking really moved and shook things on the political level. And maybe a lot of people didn't get this. He appeared to not be doing much, but behind the scenes, that man was cracking away. He was literally just up making sure these things went and got passed. And then he worked with other ones, even on bipartisan levels when he received backlash from. Yeah, here. Yeah, go back to sucking that dick in the audience.
Yo, do you know who he co-sponsored that with? Men and Boys with?
I forget the name of him.
None of us. 2 other people.
I can't remember the other ones on it. I just remember
Booker and Harris.
Yes. But I know, yeah, you're right. Booker was the one that was mostly on that, and I think he had endorsements from like Lewis, right? So he was working like really hard to push that one through. And I brought that up, Finley, because I've heard you on another stage cite that you know, this was one of your political concerns was Black men in America not having a way to have their grievances addressed or actually have focus on them that it seems to be by the wayside, such as what occurred in the past election. But Rubio actually listened and put that forth.
Yeah. Booker got him in, and I'll give him credit for that. But remember, I did a lot of transportation related stuff, and this dude missed a ton of votes. And being a Florida guy, especially trying to get Florida stuff done, that's why I took it personally. Remember, federally, I disengaged. I want him to do stuff for us. And I do, you're right, he did do the Commission on Black Boys, and you're right, he did help with the Everglades funding, leading sponsor for the Everglades funding. But my stuff with him was personal. There's a lot of transportation related stuff that he kind of missed the vote on. I think he missed some like 30 votes on my stuff specifically. And that's why I call him lazy. But I will give you a tip. You're right about stuff about it.
Hey guys, real quick. I just put it in the chat. But there's a Trump 2028 bus that's parked around the corner at this RV state place. And also just put a link in from Instagram where it was trying to get a visual, but this motherfucker may actually try to do it. So like, I drive by it all the damn time, and I'm like, I don't know if this is a troll.
You don't think he really gonna do this? He ain't gonna do
It's God tier trolling.
He bet not.
Yeah.
Well, he can't. So it's really great because he's actually raising money on it, and it's putting the Democrats in an apocalyptic. Because think about this, and I'll give you some political insider thing. The fact that the focus is still on Trump, what Trump is doing is allowing the Republican Party to upraise through the ranks without any direct attacks on, guess what, the heirs apparent or the ones that are going to rise up and be on that stage. So they're still focused and they're so primarily lasered in on just Trump. And they're like, he's going to run, he's going to do this. So all he has to do is just give you a little bit, and that whole DNC is just absolutely like, anybody but Trump. But Trump's not on the ticket. He can't run. He's not going to. There's no constitutional amendment that's going to change it, and Secret Service will boot his ass out. They'll automatically do that. So he's got no chance to stay in the office. but the Democrats are going to campaign on it, and it's a brilliant strategy to keep Democrats focused on Trump instead of a Rubio or even a Vance or anybody else that's going to come to the table. Genius, and I'm surprised it hasn't been figured out.
Democrats are easily distracted, fam. They cannot. The reason that they fail so much is that they get into, you know how like yesterday we were having an argument about the tone policing and stuff, and weren't focusing on the freaking issue at hand. That's where the Democrats freaking fail. They cannot. They always got a tone police. To hell with the policy, they got a tone police. They tone police too much, and they miss the forest for the freaking trees. And it's sad, really. Sad.
Yeah, Coco, I thought you would have figured that one out by now.
I mean, something like I knew it was something, but I didn't quite, come to that conclusion. But I'm glad that you shaped it that way, because it definitely does pique the interest.
It provides me comical laughs because I hear everybody say, "Oh, he's gonna run," and then I just sit there and just smile at it because you're aware of it. Like go back to who's before Eisenhower? Truman. When Truman was sitting at the White House and he wanted to wait for Eisenhower to come in and blah blah blah, right? All that stuff. And yeah, I know. School must have let out or something. So all these guys, when Truman was snubbed and said, "Hey, we just want you out of office," that was it. I mean, the Secret Service and everybody just packed the shit up and put him on a U-Haul and said, "Bye, see you, via con Dios. Have a great time." They'll do the same thing with Trump. He won't be able to stay there. The government will automatically shift. Everything shifts. He loses all access. He loses. Everything changes over. He'll just never have the ability to be that president because it just automatically switches. And that's it. Now you have a new president. No matter what, that's the beauty of our transition is it's not up to a president to determine that transition. It just automatically happens without fail, and there's no way to really stop it.
I'm here for it.
But the reactions are great because there's even Trump's gonna run for the third term, give us money, and it's you're not even talking about real kitchen table issues. You're not talking about anything. You're just talking Trump, and he's not going to be on the ticket.
Actually, Brad, did you say who you thought on the Democrat side would be a good formidable candidate or not? I forgot if you said who it was.
Honestly, and I don't think she's going to run, it would be Gretchen Whitmer. She's got some points.
She did just say she made a video on her X account and she said this country's ready for a woman president.
I don't think so because she doesn't have a war chest. She doesn't have a mass accumulation. She's also been kind of post her FBI kidnapping attempt under Joe Biden. She's been very standoffish, and she's stayed out of the public fray and out of the limelight because.
I remember that picture of her meeting with Trump in the White House and she covered her face.
Yeah, but I mean, all governors are going to meet with the president. It won't matter who. So it was just more like optics. But I think she was not appreciative of the DNC and particularly Biden's and the FBI setting her up for a fucking kidnapping once the facts were released. To include the fact that the FBI female agents were fucking the guys and paying them to sit there and agree to kidnapping Gretchen Whitmer so they could have optics. And they called one guy who was getting a Hummer and said, "Yeah, I'll do it."
Do you think that she knew about it?
I know she knew afterwards when it broke, and that's when she started going on radio silence and just kind of stepping back. But she would be the only one right now that I think could really maybe rise up and pose a threat to Rubio in that way.
I'm just glad she's the hell out of here.
And if goes to two Republican governors now lead. If it was, and yes, I'm going to talk about California. If a Republican governor hits that, and if Spencer Pratt takes LA, then you're going to have it shift. You're going to have a massive shift. And I'm reading the tea leaves, like England. Pay attention to what's going on in Europe, because that usually follows a trend. That Reform Party, 100 years. They broke 100 years of voting politics. That Reform Party swept. Wales Prime Minister stepped down and was like, I can't continue. Like, they got shellacked so bad by a MAGA type party in England that you're about to see massive immigration control. You're going to see a lot of things that Trump ran on. They echoed over there. And Germany is up on deck next. Spain is up. You're seeing that more and more come out. And it poked its head a little bit beginning, like Italy and Portugal. And then those guys went fucking flying off. Now all of a sudden you've got a bigger resurgence of it. And it's almost like it's, all right, hey, you got the first punch, but now we're going to give you everything we got.
Brad, how much influence do you think people like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson have on, whether or not, I think Nick Fuentes is a closeted faggot, but besides that, his following is the younger, Gen Zers, the guys that are in their 20s, and that's I don't know, that's who he caters to. I just feel like, do you think that they have any influence on how people are viewing things?
Not really. Not really. Oh, go ahead.
Just really quickly. It's not Fuentes that you need to worry about. It's the two wolves of the Christian nationalists that you need to worry about, because he's a clown. And he changes his tune depending on which media platform he's on. But those two, they're real ideologues. They have a real platform. They have the real, vision of the future, and they're horrible.
Well, what I mean, because by Nick Fuentes, he is that generation is they are the future. And Andre, so when you say Christian nationalist, I don't see anything wrong with being a Christian nationalist. However, what the ideas that Nick Fuentes spews is not Christian nationalism, just because he all he does is Jews. And I listened to him multiple times. That is not. He says he's Catholic, and I believe him that he's baptized and all that. But I'm Catholic too, and I do not advocate for the things that he calls.
So
Christian nationalism is actually
it's okay. It's okay to be Christian, and it's okay to be a nationalist. But Christian nationalism has a very specific political direction, trend, and vision of a utopian future, and it's very much aligned with some kind of aristocratic rule by a select elite that chooses, very similar to UAE.
So, Andre, I'll just say this. What was it? Tucker Carlson, when he first came out, he was big, his name was known around the world, he was prime time on the news networks, blah, blah, blah. He did a good performance. When he went to Twitter, he had his first first few episodes were 10 million, 20 million fucking views, including the replays, etc. You're run down the list. But if you look at 2023, 2024, 2025, voila, we're in 2026. His viewership has dropped by 90%, 85 to 90%. There's not people really, in my opinion, maybe because they're online, they hang out in Twitter or they hang out here. A lot of people will listen to them. They watch YouTube, but nobody's listening to Tucker Carlson. I mean, maybe for a 30-second cap, that's about there's not the engagement that Tucker thought he was going to have or is really going to have. The same thing with Candace Owens. These were never Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was actually more engaging, and he was willing to take the debates to the ground level, and he didn't really care about his viewership. He didn't care about a lot of those things. He was doing more and building up an infrastructure. To me, these two just grift off of the actions of what happens, and I don't put a lot of stock. Candace Owens, I created Blexit, I led it, I did all that stuff, and now I hate the Jews. And it's okay, girl, pick a lane and stick it. I really don't know.
Yeah, she's definitely like flip-flopping and grifty.
This is why I never quoted her or Tucker Carlson. I just don't like them. I just think they're like on the left. I put them in the same category as Rachel Maddow and Destiny. You know, like these guys.
Yeah. I just he's like calling for all anyone that voted for Trump to vote Democrat for the primary. Like, what kind of like idiot is he? He's seriously retarded.
I would say they're much worse. They're like what's his name, Pinker? You know the guy, like the one who Hassan Pinker. I think that's his name. He's like advocating for socialism. A lot of socialism.
Where is he from?
United States. You know, I've never seen so many tankies, even in the Soviet Union. Until I came to the United States.
Did you say tanky?
Tanky. It's a Stalin apology.
They want Stalinism to be placed in the United States.
Apologists, yeah, for real.
They're horrible. Like I hate quoting H.X. like phrase, but they are like horribly misguided and don't understand how it will fail. Like it absolutely will fail, just like it has happened before. The best economies in the world are blended economies, so you do have some social programs and some social safety nets, but reality is we just need to increase more massive socialism programs in order to solve the problems. It's the answer to it. You do have to say, hey, you know what? I want to do some of these capitalist adventures. And when you highlight like these Norwegian countries and these Northern Europe countries that you claim are doing so well, they're not socialist countries. They have even come out multiple times and told you they are not. They are capitalist countries with social programs that they donated massively to. But they also forego defense that counted on the U.S. They forego medical research because they counted on the U.S. They gave up a lot and just basically said, I'll let the United States handle that for us and we'll just focus on here. Unfortunately for the United States, we don't have anybody else. We can just say, here, you take care of it for us and we'll just do this.
Okay, so like for the future, Brad, like the you know that it's for AI. So like it's universal something about our income. So essentially AI is going to take a lot of
universal basic income. Yeah.
Universal basic income. So like that, I mean that's like the future. So that the future of America will be like literally socialist country.
Thank God we'll be dead.
So the biggest issue that socialism faces is the calculation problem, the economic calculation problem. They cannot solve for demands and supply in a realistic manner because they don't have access or cannot regurgitate the amount of data that comes out of people's needs and wants and how quickly it changes. So the only way they see resolving it is with AI, because AI will have computational power in order to reallocate the resources, but it's very unlikely that it will do it in a manner that we'll accept as well, because it's very artificial and nature.
Oh, Scorpion, I just saw your post. Yeah, that Bilexic thing. Like, Ion has a really great take on that shit. If you know who he is, he has a really, really excellent review of that. He was part of that, and he went to the White House and did all that stuff. And him and he was a conservative at one point. I don't know if his ideology shifted or whatnot, but he and I came to the same conclusion that it was more of a grift, to be honest. It was really just weird and cringy.
Yeah, he voted for Kamala this past election. Brad, I was disappointed.
I can't. I mean, I don't know. He voted for Trump, I think twice, and just voted for Kamala. So, I mean, to each their own.
Oh man, she brought up Charlie, and I'm thinking about him. He would have been president one day for sure, in our lifetime. a great one.
Maybe. A lot of people say that about Martin Luther King, or like a lot of these civil discourse leaders. But I mean, you know, yeah, I like Malcolm X. I think he was really, he had some interesting takes. But
he's better than King, ain't he?
100%.
Why so? Why so? What do you think? Why?
Well.
Because he wasn't a womanizer.
King's personal life and like his personal life. And I mean, I have to say,
Malcolm X was a pimp.
He was his personal life in a way that he
was a pimp though.
Wait, Finley, you mean in his previous life, or you mean when he was Malcolm X, the famous Malcolm?
I'm saying, like, my point is that they both had shortcomings in their personal life.
Yeah, but that's what we're asked for clarification. You mean like in his prior life before he became like?
As Malcolm, once he became Malcolm, he's very disciplined in his personal life. I'll give him that.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and King was disciplined. Until he became everything. Until he became popular. But once he got in the spotlight, he was he was being inappropriate until he called him and he repented to his wife and he got right. Both of them had major personal flaws.
Wait, didn't he bang like over 100 different chicks or something? Is what they
I don't know if it's true. He did. He was unfaithful. The orgies and stuff, I don't know if it's true because I don't necessarily trust the FBI until they release the files and I see it for myself. I don't really trust the FBI because they had a motive to take him down. And so of course
they Luther King.
Yeah,
we are.
So of course
we're talking about how the FBI guys were saying that even though they didn't like him politically and stuff like that,
they probably exploited him. They did not like him.
They said that they didn't like that he was such a woman.
But I mean, JFK pretty much banged the hottest.
I know.
I mean,
so many women.
Yeah, Benjamin Franklin pretty much gave syphilis to France.
Franklin was a freaking player.
Yeah, and you had a long history of guys. No one can tell me that Nancy, there's that rumor about her doing blowjobs in the parking lot, and she's the reason for that film where the chick does 2,000 blowjobs. So I mean, I could care less about what they stick their dicks into as long as it's not kids. I'm good with whatever. I just want the smart policies. I really do, and I don't want the freaking ridiculous programs that I often hear cheered for.
It's a shame that's one of the biggest myths is that when they say the greatest generation, those that served in World War II, my dad would tell me, he works for the federal government, but I won't say it, but having to deal with a lot of them. I mean, some of the most degenerate people. In other words, these people had a lot of fucking issues. They just, they kind of cover it up a little bit, I guess. But information didn't get around like it can now.
No, the problem with the Democratic Party is no longer based on that education or policies. They're kind of playing identity politics. So the sad part is it's going to be AOC, Kamala Harris, and they're probably all going to push for Gavin Newsom because they won't be the strong.
I don't see that being a winning strategy though. And this is, I think you can see this with the Hispanic vote, which is Hispanics are a larger population, but there's a little bit of I think a slight majority of Hispanic women voted for Kamala over Trump, but the Hispanic men, majority of them voted for Trump. They're not going to let some fucking bitch, especially a black one, no pun intended, but they're not gonna this whole girl boss shit is not gonna. That's just not who they are.
It's not working anymore, and I actually think for the left, the best candidate that you guys have that I think is a respectable person is Fetterman. I mean, I would never.
Yes, Fetterman isn't gonna win. He's not gonna win any votes.
On the left, Fetterman would be the.
Yeah, but Fetterman has to read from a prompter. He has a computer. And every time when you're speaking to him,
it has like a voice to text, and he literally has to stare at the tablet and read the words because he can't visually look at you and hear the words coming in and process them through his brain because of his stroke. So he has to.
Yeah, he's got too much of a brain. I mean, he does have brain damage. It's not.
In order to work better, man. And in order to work for president, you gotta have.
That's Joe Rogan on the podcast. He said, "I can't look at you. I have to look at them."
And in order to win, you gotta have. This is the thing that everybody's underestimating. You gotta have freaking charisma. You gotta have charisma. It's a battle of charisma when you run for president.
Yeah, I like that.
That's almost but they are identity, like there's certain identity politics that Democrats have.
You're right, but I'm saying. Go ahead.
How did Biden win? So they do have the identity politics don't naturally work, but they do have candidates who would not be able to be beaten. One, Michelle Obama would not be able to be beaten. She would win.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I
don't know if women have, and I'm not being sexist, but I don't know if there's a woman that has the charisma to carry. Because again, this is the game. This is why people underestimated Trump and Trump won. I mean, and I don't like him. This is me giving a glowing endorsement, but the man is funny. He has mad charisma.
Amazing timing.
Right. And so
he's like
you gotta give him that credit.
What's the guy in Louisiana, the comedian?
But now that Trump's not gonna Trump doesn't. He won't come into play.
Right.
Next.
That's why I don't think Vance is gonna be able to carry the baton. I think it's gonna do somebody else because Vance says he's extraordinarily intelligent. That man has no charisma. I'm sorry.
I would say that Michelle Obama, she comes off as just a grating, annoying bitch. I mean, her husband. If anybody remembers him, when he was running 2007, 2008, he was actually, of course, I'm sure he had his talking points all planned out, but he's a very good speaker, very positive, very charismatic. He's that charm. Michelle Obama, we already kind of have a baseline for who she is, and no, she's not likable. I don't think there's anything you can do about that. Just like Hillary Clinton was largely not likable.
I disagree with you there, Pepe.
Because of what you said there.
She's much more likable than Hillary.
Yeah, but
she's way more popular than
she's more like the reason why she's likable on talk shit.
Before you ever even
it's still very popular. But I don't think she's going that
person. Finley, like Barack, I can't help but stand the guy. But I find myself, whenever I watch him in interviews, like on late night and shit, I find myself like laughing at him and shit. He's
because he's got charisma.
Smiling when he's talking.
Yeah, he's got charisma.
As much as you want to fucking hate the guy, you're like, fuck, man. He's kind of like Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton could anybody.
There's another one, charisma.
You're like, fuck.
Yeah, this guy's got charisma.
Does have that,
they're all scumbags, but you can't not like them.
And I think that she's a demon, but I think that I definitely think if Michelle Obama ran, she definitely would have won.
She's very. She's still very popular. I don't know if she's going to win, but she's very.
Yeah, Finley. I personally don't like Barack Obama because he's an extension of the Bush family. That's all.
Did any of you guys think the Republican Party could beat Michelle today? Right? Today, right now, they would run.
Oh, I think Marco Rubio would make her look like a retard. First of all, I mean, he is a lot. There's people that, especially when it comes to policy specific and knowledge, especially when it comes to
Rubio made Trump look like a retard.
Yeah, but Pepe, do you think that Rubio is a better leader or follower?
I know. I think
he's a better.
Marco Rubio's a cabinet member. He's supposed to be a follower.
I'm saying. Do you think personality and temperament and all that kind of stuff?
I think
he works.
I don't know. I don't know. The thing is, though, is you're trying to get there's two different things. Number one, he was a senator, so he can lead. But when you're a cabinet member, you're not really there to be in charge. You're working for the president.
That's what I was saying earlier.
I don't. But as a senator, I mean, he was good. But do I think that? I don't even know what Democrat could really face, for example, Marco Rubio, and actually, in a debate and really do that well.
No, he's a weak candidate.
He's not. I don't think he's weak now. I think
and he cannot rally the troops. So as much as he can make Trump look like,
Listen.
nobody's gonna rally behind Marco.
I think JD Vance. Listen, I wasn't a believer.
Able to gather all the Democrats, all of their votes. She would be able to.
She ain't gonna run though. She ain't gonna run though. But listen, I think Marco, because I wasn't a believer either, right? And somebody brought him up a couple of months ago. I think it was King that brought him up a couple of months ago. And I was like, I don't see it. But lately, this dude is looking freaking presidential. He is, and he's making a believer out of me. He's making a believer out of me. He's wearing different hats, and he's making a freaking believer out of me. So I think that we're underestimating Marco Rubio. I underestimated him, so I think he's pivoted.
Yeah, but
I do believe he's going to be formidable.
Finley, do you think there's a difference between a CEO and like a regional manager? And I feel like
there's definitely a difference between the two. Absolutely. But I think he's showing his ability to be CEO right now. I think he's showing.
I have to say though, that, yes, you have somebody who, I guess, for lack of a better term, has somewhat of an alpha male personality. In other words, he likes to exert his dominance. He's not afraid to take the lead. That would be Trump, obviously. But he is this very bombastic, narcissistic person that
probably like him.
Well, I mean, for me, it was kind of humorous, but at the same time, I think like it kind of makes us like an unserious country with people like Trump in office. I definitely hope this is the last of our celebrity presidents. But
Tom Hanks.
Hell no. I don't know, Pepe. There's a guy down in Miami selling fucking pineapple spears of Kool-Aid for $20. It seems very comedic, but that guy's fucking raking in the money. And the point is that, like, even though Trump makes the country look like a laughing stock to like fucking uppity fucking Europeans and shit like that, at least he's getting shit.
Well, I mean, no, he's just a lot better than the thing is, though, had the Democrats in power, like, what the fuck Biden do the last several years? Besides flood our country, fucking, what, like 10 million fucking illegals? Maybe more? The place was fucking lawless, the first couple of years after the pandemic. I mean, it was just a fucking shit show. I mean, he was obviously not well, and I don't know. I mean, it's just like, and of course, we can look at all of the identity politics pushed to the extreme. It's like, anything's better. Yeah, Trump is going to be a major upgrade over that.
Let me ask you this. If you had a Republican equivalent to Barack Obama, would you rather have somebody that's more presidential and makes the United States look like the shining beacon, or would you rather somebody that may be bombastic and narcissistic who gets fucking shit done?
Well, I care more about results than anything.
I mean, I prefer both,
but I don't think you can. I don't think it's an either or.
No. I'm saying I would prefer if somebody had like the presidentialness of like Barack Obama and the great orator and well-spoken and articulate and shit like that, but also good timing and comedic timing and all that kind of stuff, like a Reagan. But at the same time, get shit done. But I just don't see anybody other.
Yeah, here's the thing about Marco Rubio. He is not that guy that Sean is describing. What's going to happen to Marco Rubio is when he gets in the field, he might be able to own somebody like a
versus who else though,
and make them listen. He might be able to make somebody look silly, but there's certain people like Rand Paul who will destroy.
Rand Paul ain't got. Listen, I got more personality. I got more personality on the toilet than Rand Paul. I'm sorry, I love Rand Paul, but Rand Paul does not have personality. We're talking about running for president.
Real quick, we're not talking about personality. We're talking about being able to wipe
the ability to cook somebody.
Cooking somebody on the base stage, you got to be able to
listen. With these type of statements that with the skills that Marco Rubio has, Marco Rubio does not have the Trump that's appeal.
Yeah,
nobody has.
Yeah, but he's the thing is though is that the problem is that when you get somebody like Rubio on a debate stage, he's going to be a lot more knowledgeable than almost all of his. Also going to be sound by far the most reasonable. So that's what makes him very hard to contend with.
But after the 2015 presidential election and stuff like that, or the 2016, after that, somebody's gonna have to get up there and fucking roast. They're gonna have to do this shit where he reaches his hand out to Jeb Bush, and Jeb Bush fucking reaches down and claps Trump's hand. That was the end of Jeb Bush. You have to do that shit.
But here's the thing: nobody can do that like the president. president, fam.
Like Trump, yeah, Trump.
He's the only that style is gone. Just like
we all remember the Saints.
Yeah, I'm saying
Hillary.
Right. You're not gonna. No one can pull it off but him. Right. Anybody else who tries to do it, it's not gonna come off the same. You see what I'm saying? Nobody has the time. Nobody has that gumption. Like only he has that.
Theo Von for president.
I don't necessarily think that they don't have the unction pass, but I do think there's certain people like Robert F. Kennedy who
his voice.
No fucking way. Yeah, the voice alone.
His voice alone is gonna.
He's a fucking space cadet. I mean,
I kind of like
all of these bizarre. He has these bizarre, bordering on conspiracy theories. Then he puts all of his focus on like really stupid shit. Like we're gonna heal the nation through nutrition. And make America healthy.
Yeah, go watch his podcast numbers. They're like fucking dismal. Like nobody wants to sit there and listen.
Senator Kennedy is fucking hilarious. Not for a president, but he's hilarious.
He is funny. He's a southerner. He's a true southerner.
You know who I really would like to see eventually sometime in office is, what do you guys think of Josh Hawley? I love him.
Hawley is nice, but Hawley lacks a backbone at times. I'm like, oh my god, Josh. Yes. He lacks a backbone at times.
These are things that come in my algorithm when he's roasting. So like.
The problem is finding somebody that's not paid by fucking lobbyists. Like, to the extent of, like,
you don't want nobody. You don't want nobody.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. It fucking sucks. It sucks.
You know who I think would probably be best?
Anybody think Tim Scott would be a...
No personality.
You wanna know why?
He's boring.
He's boring. Like, he definitely lives a conservative lifestyle, but he is, like, to me, on the debate stage, he's like a box of rocks.
What about? I think Congressman Randy Fine would probably be the what America needs.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, you're missing out.
Am I? Or maybe I do know. I'm just not thinking.
You see, he thinks we should nuke Gaza. I mean, he's pretty badass.
Oh. That's real Catholic of you.
I know he's not a Catholic. He's a Jew.
You.
Oh well, I never said I was that religious.
I know, but you always bring up that you're Catholic.
So I do think there are strong candidates in the identity politics that can just rally because
like who?
Okay, so you have people on the other side, like for the right, you would have certain people I think that are stronger in identity politics than the people on the left, like Tulsi Gabbard.
No, she's
gross.
No, hold on,
she's burned too many bridges. Marjorie Taylor Greene is dumb. She's dumb as a box of rocks, but
you don't believe in shit or not, okay?
No, but I do give her credit because she did stand up to Trump when a bunch of his retard voters just like when you promise like a retarded kid you're gonna bring him an ice cream cone on Sunday. You don't give it to him, he's going to have a temper tantrum. And the low IQ retards that wanted the Epstein files released, which Trump did say he was going to release, didn't release them, and all the retards threw a tantrum. And she kind of stood up for her fellow retards and was like, hey guys, this is bullshit. What about America first, President?
Yeah, I think
you think that was unreasonable, Pepe? For them to demand
I think Trump should have. Because if you said you were going to release them, you fucking release them. It's that simple.
Yeah, Major Reed and all them, they're like the equivalent of the AOC on the right side to me, right? What I want to
say, Jasmine Crockett, more like Jasmine Crockett.
Marjorie,
she made $25 million as a congresswoman, by the way.
Yeah, she's in a queue.
Ridiculous.
Like, I mean, she's like you think of Jasmine Crockett, who I don't even know. I think she's just playing a character.
Terribly bad.
She was always trying to act like I don't know, like a hood rat in a way. Like
she wasn't acting. I hate that people say that. She was. Code switching is a thing. She's from.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But there's nothing wrong with that because that's how our voters are. It's a language. But whenever black people do that, it's always called hood, and I don't appreciate that because she wasn't being hood. She was being. Jasmine Crockett. She was just code
switching is just pretending to be hood.
It's not pretending to be hood.
I want to ask
ask you guys.
It's not.
Because what it is, you get around hood people and you start talking hood.
When I was a cop and I learned the language, I spoke the language. I wasn't pretending.
Yeah, you were pretending to be hood.
I wasn't pretending to be hood.
You were raised on a farm. Your family doesn't even come. Like,
when I was,
you were pretending to be hood when you were around the hood.
Learning the language is me learning the language to be in the community.
Growing up in the country and then you go
Yeah, but that's fine though. That's fine though. There were so many, when I first came on this app, as I don't know, any of you remember years ago, I was really popular with the black people on here, and there was so much lingo I was hearing and did not understand. I remember somebody said, "Don't on me," and I was like, "What are you talking about, dude?"
Exactly.
What the fuck is that? And people would say, "No cap," and then I would hear the term like stay on code. I was like, what the fuck is stay on code mean? What is this shit? And I would, and so then now it's just like we talk to black people just from being on this app. Like I really don't hear anything where I don't know what they're intending to say. And so it is, you do learn it. I mean, if I was dropped off like as a police officer in Baltimore 5 years ago, I'd be like, wait, what was that? Can you repeat yourself, sir? Because I would not understand the fucking people.
Because I'm telling you, the people in Detroit, they don't talk like that. They don't talk like people.
Yeah. Look, if you've been to Baltimore, which I have, they have a lot of lingo.
What do you guys think about? What do you guys think about Mike Pompeo?
No, Warhawk.
For president?
He's another Jewish faggot.
He's definitely not Jew.
I think that he's really needs
Is it Pompeo Italian?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how's he a Jew?
He's not a Jew.
He's not. He's Catholic.
Yeah, because he's an Italian.
Amazing.
So here's the thing about
You thought Pompeo was Jewish?
There's Italian Jews who usually don't have last names like Pompeo.
Yeah, Pompey, fucking retard.
Yeah, here's the sad thing about the Democratic Party. So when they do have a strong candidate that's able to lead, he probably won't be far left, right? He'll probably be closer to the to the middle than he would be far left.
Yeah, if you're gonna win, you gotta move. Otherwise, you're gonna win.
Yeah, because he's gonna be smart, but they're not gonna allow somebody who's not far left, like in the Bernie Sanders case. Bernie Sanders was somebody who would seem extremely far left, but he's not far left because he wasn't even a Democrat. He's not part of the party. He's an independent. You get what I'm saying? And
but they gypped him out of the freaking nomination because they wanted one of their own.
I'll be honest.
They did that twice.
Man, he's popular.
He was super popular.
The floor for Trump.
Him and Trump are
Trump could never beat Bernie Sanders.
They're opposing polarities. They both are populists. Trump and
that's true.
Trump and Bernie Sanders.
Sanders is socialist.
But he was populist.
She's very popular.
Oh,
Yeah,
Right.
Bernie didn't have a chance.
That would have been a good election. That would have been a good election. That would have been a
He
good
would have won
election.
the floor with Trump, but the Democrats would not allow it because listen, the best candidate for the Democrats is probably going to be the same thing. It was Pete Buttigieg, okay? Yeah, it was Pete Buttigieg.
He's running for governor in my state. That's what I heard. He's looking here.
Okay, great. So it was Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar. Okay, those were the two strongest candidates outside of Bernie Sanders. He was killing them. When everybody turned their back on Bernie Sanders, including Elizabeth Warren, and got behind the candidate in last place, which was Joe Biden. Okay, nobody.
To be fair, he was a leech. Okay, he was running as independent. He just had this freedom of being an independent, but he ripped the benefits of Democrats because he voted for them sometimes and took advantage of the caucus without paying his dues. He was able to rip the benefits, and they fucking hated him for it, and rightfully so, I would say.
And that's what I'm trying to convey, that somebody who's not pretty much on the top tier of the Democratic Party, like, Gavin Newsom, AOC, Kamala Harris, the other people that are not on that type of level with the Democratic Party are going to be beat those guys, but the Democratic
not because.
But star power. So just you're probably right. It's the question is what kind of candidates would those be? I think AOC might have a chance, which is a fucking scary ass thing. You know, that people like her would have a chance, a fighting chance in a free market country that is a constitutional republic.
I don't think she has a chance.
She does not. She does not uphold any of those values. She's like really hardcore progressive. She wants to change things to be in line with whatever the zeitgeist, and that is it.
I don't see AOC drawing any middle America voters. I don't see her as having this charisma. I just don't see it.
Finley, you're right. It's the thing that you guys are missing out on. The Democrats already proved that they can get more votes out of someone that is in last place on their ticket, like Joe Biden was. He was last place, dead last. Nobody.
Primaries are different. Like primary thing happened to primary. John McCain was in last place. John McCain was up, and that was a mistake. John McCain was in last place early in the primaries on the Republican side when he ended up being the nominee on the Republican side.
They proved that they can get more votes out of Kamala Harris than they did for Obama. That is
because every election more people vote.
So yeah, I get what you're saying. Every election more people vote, but not by those numbers.
Obama was elected, and the stallion was gonna get us some votes.
Obama was elected what?
No,
last second election, 2012.
No, let me tell you what the Democrats are pulling up. They're pulling these votes from their power. I almost promise you. These are not authentic votes that they're getting. They're just pulling it straight from their power. They are the richest.
She spent $1 billion.
They're pulling their votes from their power?
Yeah, so for instance, we had I know somebody who was working in the hospital were all vote for Kamala Harris, and they basically forced people to do this vote for Kamala Harris.
She's talking about social coalition. She's talking about social pressure here.
Right. So they have these coalitions because they're the power. They're the people paying all these people the money. They're the power that they can get somebody actually that is last place that nobody wants as president, like Joe Biden, and they can push him to a certain number of votes because of their power.
It's a clientelism. There's a word for this. It's clientelism. It's when you are dependent on a certain resource, and because of your dependency, you are forced into making decisions according to whoever owns that resource. It's like that. I think it was the end of the Roman Republic this year.
Right. That's scary to me. I think that's kind of like, okay, you guys no longer need the best. You could just get somebody. You could pull 74 million votes out of anybody right now. They can definitely get that number.
There is a balance that works. Because then there is a general election. So what I was actually going to ask Finley about is that somebody like AOC would probably not do so well in the general election, but she has a very high prospect of winning the primaries because it's, they are basically wagging the tail is wagging the dog. That sense, the progressive wing is forcing the moderates and the rest of them to go.
I don't know that she makes it out of the primary, and Kamala didn't prosecute Michael Jackson. I don't know that she makes it out of the primary. She didn't help. I don't know that she makes AOC makes it out of the primary. I don't know. I don't see her as having any type of charisma. I don't know that. I don't even know if she's gonna even run.
Oh, she's working talent.
She has her popularity amongst those that like her, but I don't know that she has that national draw.
That's because of the Divine Nine. She's AK. That's why she's popular.
I mean, she's like a good-looking younger Congresswoman.
Yeah, she looks good, but that's not it.
And she's like basically
qualifies her to be the president.
And she's basically a hippie, so that's like why she even has, I think she even has any real attention, but nothing about her is presidential.
Once they prove that they could pull the last place candidate out of the primary and
you're still harping on Joe Biden winning the election?
No, I'm trying to tell you that you're saying she can't make it out the primary, but they've already proved that
They didn't pull Joe Biden out of the primary. He got votes.
And they just appointed Kamala Harris.
They did appoint her. They did. And they lost miserably.
She had no debate there.
Yeah, and they lost miserably.
Right. Joe Biden was did last.
He was a
star power. You keep saying that, right?
81 million votes.
He went to the primary and he won, just like John McCain was in last place and became a Republican primary.
Yeah, with his two broken arms. He had two broken arms.
He won because everybody, including Elizabeth Warren, put their votes behind him. So
Maxine Waters and Jasmine Crockett.
Okay.
Yeah, we beat Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar.
Buttigieg wasn't going to win.
Yes, when they all put their support,
Buttigieg wasn't going to win.
When they all put their votes for Joe Biden,
Buttigieg wasn't going to win. He had no chance of winning.
His point, which is not valid, is that had they put all their support behind Buttigieg would have won.
Excuse me. I thought Kamala Harris said she wasn't going to pick Josh Shapiro because he was too Jewish, and she wasn't going to pick Buttigieg because he was too gay.
She married to a Jew.
I know, but
she's married to a Jew.
No, she's talking about like she won't pick him because of who.
Excuse me. Kamala Harris wrote a book. And in the book that Kamala Harris wrote, she revealed that Josh Shapiro was considered, but he wasn't chosen because he was too Jewish. She was already doing too much as a black woman. They didn't want to push the envelope too much. And then with regard to Buttigieg, the reason why she couldn't pick him was because he was too gay. Again, pushing the envelope.
Yeah, that's why he wasn't going to win.
She ended up going.
You agree with us, man, Fetty?
But she was right.
You like the
I mean, after October 7th, you could not have a Jew.
That's a fact.
The point was, whoever's leading the Democratic Party, they're going to choose who the candidate is, and nobody can stop that. They have.
The reason why the Democrats are having a hard time is because
they want boys and meet girls sport.
They do want one of their own, though.
They picked out the most unpopular positions on all the issues that matter.
Star Power. So are you saying that if a Democratic version of Donald Trump came along and had the same charisma and support and all that kind of shit, if he ran as a Democrat, even though the Democratic Party didn't like him, you're saying he couldn't win?
That was Bernie Sanders, Sean.
No, Bernie Sanders guy. Wait. Bernie Sanders is not the.
He never had a job in his life. Been in Congress for 40 years.
Well, I mean, he wrote smut magazines.
Bernie Sanders is the smartest person on the Democratic.
We're not talking about smartest. We're talking about the personality and there was a Democratic version of Donald Trump and he ran for the Democratic Party. He would fucking win, no matter if the Democratic Party rejected him.
Bernie does not have a personality.
No, he has a shitty personality.
He had.
Bernie Sanders.
He just sat out multiple stadiums on one day like freaking Floyd Mayweather. Okay, Bernie Sanders was a Floyd Mayweather.
That's because George Soros is back.
No, that's not it at all. Bernie Sanders
and another goofy motherfucker back.
Bernie Sanders.
Bill Gates.
Bernie Sanders he actually had real fucking fans that was just as hard about him.
Allegory. He was supplied by allegory.
He succeeded.
Just like the 3 gay black women in Black Lives Matter.
He succeeded because he was in
George Soros runs this shit on the Democratic Party.
He succeeded because he was in a populist. He succeeded because he was in a populist moment.
Doing fuck them damn other side, man. They on that dumb shit.
We can't talk over one another. We can't hear you guys. Why are we doing this?
Y'all heard George Soros funds the Democratic Party.
One at a time. The movie. I want to hear you, brother, but why can't we just all talk in turn? Because everybody's shouting over each other. I can't hear it.
So Marshall said it.
Well, I raised my hand and let me know when I'm coming in. I raised my hand.
I want to hear you talk, but we got to talk in order. Maybe I need to set a cue.
Yes, sir.
We can't self-censor ourselves. But before I do,
We don't need to set a queue. We can just be
I don't think
gentlemen.
we need to go that far. I just
Chillism.
think somebody needs to.
It's 10 people on fucking stage.
Right. Who wants to go first?
Oh, yeah, it is on 10 people.
Somebody can land their plane. You can force that.
before I do a quick reset, does anyone know why I'm not able to add anybody? I've got like 100 people who requested.
Oh, their servers are so fucked up. Yeah, there's Infinity. I can answer that. So from the DDoS from AWS, it fucked up their servers, and they're still fucked up. Most of the people that I click on and stuff, their profiles don't even come up properly.
So there's no solution.
There's probably trying to servers.
Download it on another phone or something like that, or it won't work.
No. It's just everybody.
So, Infinity.
Yeah, that storm is down south.
I'm stuck at 4,300 friends. I think I've got about maybe 500 people who've requested me as friends that I can accept, but I won't let me accept them.
Yeah, I'm in the same.
Oh, wait, is it coming up? Hold on, is it coming up with a red bar, Infinity, when you click on accepting them?
No, so when I go to my notifications, I have a lot of friend requests. So when I go to add a person that liked me today, it just doesn't do anything.
Oh, so it doesn't come up a red bar at the top.
Yeah, mine says I've reached the maximum.
Yeah, so the fuck. Well, let's get back to who gonna talk first.
No, hold on.
I'm fucking with you. That was a joke, bro. That was a joke.
I missed it. I'm sorry. So the thing is, I'm gonna show you a PTR of what it looks like, and you tell me am I doing something wrong with this?
Man, Infinity, start from the bottom and see if that makes any difference. So go to the bottom of everybody who asked you and start there and try to add them back. If that makes.
Yeah, so I started from the bottom. I started from the top.
Yo, man.
And all it does is when I
go get you some better internet.
Somebody beat my dad joke.
If you PTR, right? Look at my PTR. You'll see after I hit the blue button, it turns into a white button. But if I come back to it 2 seconds later to the screen, the same people that are white are still there as a blue.
It's because they're white, man.
Star power. He started from the bottom and now he's here. That's all I'm saying.
From the bottom, now I'm here. There you go. Hey, it's okay. Get some better internet. See, down in the country, we got that high-speed internet. Y'all need to get y'all some of that.
Where you at? Where you at with a high-speed internet in the country? There's no high-speed internet.
Hey, I'm Mississippi home.
You got high-speed over there in Mississippi.
I got a college in
That don't mean none of that college got no high-speed internet either.
Man, shit, it better. They got students that need to learn.
They out there learning. Listen, they out there learning on dial-up, man. Listen.
No, they learning NBA.
I've been to college. I've been all over there.
I'm down here at
Alcorn State. Okay. Shout out to Aaron McNair.
So,
Alright, let's not do the side quest shit talking about Alabama, Mississippi, blah, blah, blah.
That's too much on the side. We were talking about HBCUs. No, it wasn't no.
You on the side too.
Then we're going to jump to basketball and football and fucking all kinds of shit.
Mississippi got the 3 greatest NFL players. Jerry Rice, Walter Payton, and Steve
Jesus Christ.
No.
You had Jerry Rice. That's
right. And don't forget about our dude, my old roof, Chris Jackson. At Mississippi too now. And Oprah. And Brandy and Snoop.
Ain't Oprah from Wisconsin? Ain't she from Wisconsin?
Who?
Oprah.
No, she from Kosciuszko. Or, yes, up there like Kosciuszko. Yeah, I think it's Kosciuszko. Mississippi.
You eat that clay? You eat that clay?
No, that's up there by Mississippi State. I'm down south.
Alright guys, let's this turn into a black. They're like fucking actors and all kinds of fucking stupid.
But that's
how favorite movie. What's your favorite TV show?
Don't kill the real.
You're assuming something.
You talking over everybody? But you talking over everybody for the last 15 minutes since I've been in here.
Oh my god,
it's making it nearly impossible.
Me too, faggot.
I'm not the one
raising hand. Who y'all talking? No one talking to me. Talk about the Amish people. They didn't take the jab, and they're healthy. We can talk politics, sports, whatever. That's what Uber chat is for, ain't it? Type shit. Now we just want to raise our hand and let someone speak. You cannot be third after someone speaks.
You guys should talk about sports in the chat.
Yo, Rich, one last side note before we get back on topic.
Just have a conversation. You guys just have a conversation. One at a time. Wait, chill. Just have a conversation. Don't worry about it. Who's first? Who's second? Who's third? I don't care. Like Finley, go ahead. I didn't. Who's first?
No, you good.
What's second?
I was just pointing out.
I don't know who's on third.
Who's on third?
Rich, that beautiful PTR was
no, I don't know who's on third.
It was commissioned by me to Nate. Nate painted that. Me and my lovely wife. That commission just one pointed out.
Yeah, you're supporting the LGBT community by paying Nathan.
And don't forget about the Q and the plus.
The AARP.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm looking for
the conversation was a good conversation though.
Hey, by the way, Oprah did spend some time in the Milwaukee market before she made it big. She was a talk show host in Milwaukee.
She went to a high school there, if I remember correctly.
Start off like Ricky Lake and all those people in Wisconsin. I mean, everybody start off like if you want to go to meteorology school, Mississippi State got the best. You want to be a nurse, Alcorn State got the best nursing school. Every what is an engineering school, Prairie View A&M. You know, if you want to be a lawyer, Harvard. You know, everybody got their strengths. So yeah, you have to start. You remember Jerry?
Donald Trump just nicknamed the Democrats as Dumbocrats.
Man, a fucking donkey. Congratulations, fucking donkeys.
Dumbocrats. Oh, this man is something else.
Yeah, I think Jerry Springer originally made his mark. I think it originally was the Cincinnati market.
He was like, man,
Congress.
Do you know what he did? This dude got in trouble writing a check to a prostitute. That is hilarious.
No. Did you see his will? Did you see his will? He left his money to his black kids.
Oh, what do you guys think about? What do you guys think about?
Yeah, Google it. Trump.
What do you guys think about Trump floating the ideal of suspending gasoline tax?
Man, that's
it's only like 60 cents.
I was just saying,
25 cents on diesel.
Just like tax on tips. I mean, it's beautiful.
I ain't gonna say it was much.
It's beautiful what he's doing. Hey, look, you remember in his...
What, you wouldn't want 60 cents off on gas right now?
16 whole
Stand up if you're for America first.
That would not make a dent in anything.
Hey,
I will say this. Also, the tariffs are preventing me from ordering my freaking car too, by the way.
Oh, that's cool. Move over there and ship it over here. You'll be all right. Man, this guy is America first. Did you see the State of the Union? He said, stand up if you believe America should be first. What is wrong with that? It's like you. I don't know if y'all are family men or not. I'm not anything. But don't you put your family first over your friends? You're not going to have a beard. You got to babysit. I mean, you're putting America first. I think it's beautiful. I think he's standing on what his Scarface says. I got my balls and my word. We're going to bomb the shit out of them. The other president's like, just don't. Just don't. Oh, you're burdened by what you're unburdened by. Man, fuck that. We're going to bomb the shit out of them motherfuckers.
All right,
I love it.
So Finley, right now there's a proposed bill in California that would suspend state gas tax, which is about 61 cents per gallon. If passed, it could save drivers roughly $1.08 per gallon when combined with other fuel fees.
Beautiful.
Yeah, California has a stupid high freaking gas tax.
California.
Yeah, they're like
super.
I'm not in California. I'm in freaking Florida.
Right, where everybody's moving.
Yeah, but do you think people in California would give a shit if it went down $1?
Yeah, now they would care.
Yeah, they're like $6 a gallon.
Now listen.
They give out free.
Now, if there was a proposal to bring gas now $1 on here, yes, I would take that. That would make a difference.
Okay, I'll look up.
But the cost of living in California is ridiculous.
I know our state gas tax is not high.
Who wants to talk about San Francisco? Oh Lord, been there one time. Don't plan on going back. Yeah, the taxes. What they say, old boy that won the Super Bowl, he said he owed the state of California $70-some thousand just because of that. All those taxes, man. Everybody's leaving New York and California, going to Florida, chilling out. It's just like, I don't know if y'all know about this, but I had a friend that do this. His grandmama died, and he buried her on her property. He don't have to pay property tax.
Yo, the movie, do you just kind of go with your stream of consciousness and just kind of just go?
Yes, sir, to keep the movie.
That's fair.
But if you want me to stay on subject?
No, you good. No, you good.
That's why I talk about the Amish, because when they bring up COVID vaccine, I be like, well, them Amish motherfuckers on them horses didn't go get that vaccination, and they didn't die. So we've been lied to, just like Uncle Tom. You got a tomcat, a tomboy is tough, but Uncle Tom is a weak-ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Uncle Tom was Django, by the way. But you know, a lot of people never read the book. I did. I had to do that. And I had to learn about Malcolm X through my own projects, because down south, they don't learn about Fred Hampton and Malcolm X. It's sad, boy. We don't turn other cheek. You know what we did learn about down south? A wet dream. I have a wet dream, and I'm a freak. You say that too loud, you get ostracized. You know, you're not entitled to your opinion anymore in America. Culture difference, everybody's independent. Damn.
You're a Marshall, yeah.
Yo, what's up?
I learned a new term today.
You gotta tell me what is it?
Dang it, what did he say? I just forgot that fast.
Ostracized?
Directional truth.
Yeah, it's just another word for lying. It's just a way to excuse it.
I know it is. I'm like, I literally, up until man finna use that term, I'd never heard that term before.
If you notice, what Omar, or whatever her name is, that's exactly what she used. Directional bullshit. And that damn Nick Shirley, we need to protect him at all costs. That's a good dude.
All right, so since Finland about 60 cents cut in Florida if they were to pass.
What, the federal and the state cut?
Yeah,
the state
yeah,
and the federal?
yeah, because the state in Florida and the Florida, or that's federal, and then the state is 39.4 cents per gallon. After taxes, roughly 387. Currently, it's 444.
Our state is that high?
Well, in the Senate, who would block that bill, though? Would it be the Democrats blocking that?
No,
I'd block it. We have $39 trillion in debt, and that's just the way not going to have money to pay the fucking debt.
Well, why not?
Bro, but you would block it because you support the Bushes and Halliburton.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. We're doing the exact same bullshit in Texas with property taxes. We don't have any
difference, Marshall.
The property taxes fund our state. Yet the Texas government wants to get rid of property taxes. We get rid of the fucking state.
If I bought something I should own it,
Marshall, we're proposing that here too, but they've amended it. So now they're proposing to get rid of the property tax for homesteaders and then keep property tax on the people that don't live. Because believe it or not, more people down in Florida that own homes don't live here than do.
Yeah, but Texas is property taxes.
It is the highest in the country, but it's because we don't have it. Government is funded off sales taxes and property taxes. That's how we fund our state.
Raising the sales tax.
Ours is sales tax and property
I don't want to rock and raise the sales tax.
You think it's okay that most people have to pay $20,000, $30,000 on their house every year?
Right, exactly.
I think if it's not a property tax, I think if it's not a property tax, it's an income tax.
Yeah, you gotta pay $25,000
is unconstitutional.
You don't pay it, the federal government.
That's not
people down here get
have to have
animals and
money to
livestock
fund
and
the
cook
government.
them as farms and stuff.
Well, Marshall, why don't we make it voluntary, like sales tax, or like not a like a sales tax, instead of forcing people to pay $25,000 on their house every year?
Run the Texas government, and you can't run the Texas government with no money.
Marshall, if a person doesn't pay the $25,000 that they have on a house that is fully fucking paid off, the federal government will, the state government will show up and put them in a fucking cage and take their house away.
Which I don't agree with. But if it's not a property tax, it's an income tax. An income tax is already unconstitutional.
We don't need an income tax. We raise sales tax. Well, I already ran it through.
That's very well in
they're only
Marshall,
on
it's the
sales
equivalent
tax.
of like 6 cents extra
No, you
on
can't
sales
fund
tax.
the entire state government on sales
Yes, you
tax.
can. I already ran
No,
it for
they've
ChatGPT
already
to
looked at
offset
this,
it.
which is why
It
they
was like an
enacted it.
additional 6 cents. It raised it like 14.5. Like each
The
city in
state
Texas is
legislature
different.
has looked at
Like
this
I'm
very
gonna look, it's
thing.
like 8.5%.
The state
So I'm gonna have to pay
legislature has looked at
14.5%
this
on sales
very
tax.
fucking
Fund it.
thing,
I'll
and they
pay
figured out it's
14.5%
not going to
sales
fund
tax
our
on my
state.
McDonald's or my Five Guys instead of having to pay
The state
$45,000
government
for house
already
fully
looked
paid
at
off like mine.
Oh my God, the state government already looked at this. They already made a decision.
You want to be a
They can't fund the
socialist, that's
Texas
why you
government
want the
on
government
sales
to
tax.
pay.
Yeah, but they can't.
Yo, you be
Nah, they can't.
Even though I already ran it through fucking ChatGPT.
You're wrong on that one.
if you raise sales tax by 6%, by 6 cents on the dollar.
6 cents, yeah.
6 on the dollar.
It's 8.5% right here.
In Mississippi, it's 7, so that'd be 13.
I have to pay 14.5%.
You'd be kicked out of the homeowner's state.
Still cannot make sense.
No, not if your house is paid off, Finley.
Right.
Your house is paid off. The federal
I said
state of Texas shows up.
non-homeowners.
Oh, yeah.
I said non-homeowners and poor people.
I own my land. Stop taxing me. When I forget it after 5 years,
And me.
somebody come
And me
in
when
and
I try
swipe
to
it
visit
from
it.
up under me.
The SWAT team will show up and fucking take you away to case.
That's the fucking income tax, because otherwise, that's like all you're gonna get.
And you can do the income.
Makes sense, Marshall. I thought you gotta raise it off.
Property.
We're talking about property tax.
That's not the point. The Texas government has to.
We're talking about property.
Only
They're not
talking about
making any more
abolishing property
land.
tax,
They're making
raising
more money.
the sales
They're not
tax by
making any more
6%.
land.
every year, our oil money, sales tax money, and property tax.
Yeah, that's why you don't want to fucking pay an increase on sales tax. We agree.
Tampon Tim.
I got a question, Marshall. Because doesn't in Alaska they don't have state tax or sales tax or state tax and income tax in Alaska either, right, Marshall?
No, but they also have like an oil subsidy program where every Alaskan gets an oil check.
Why the fuck is Dirty Foot Finley here?
That's what.
Yo, who the fuck got Dirty Foot
Galaxy,
Finley?
shut the fuck
Dirty
up.
ass nigga.
Seriously.
Ain't that nigga so
Somebody move
much.
Michaela.
I'm surprised that your plane didn't get in a fucking, a fucking accident, bitch.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
You're gonna die of AIDS soon, Michaela.
I really don't give a fuck, and you're gonna die
Die
of
of AIDS. You have 8 sores
and
all
you're
over
gonna
your
die
arm.
of diabetes.
Take a picture of yourself.
You're gonna die of diabetes. Remember that. Yeah, which you're wrong for.
The one with the 8 sores all over his arm. Remember he took a picture in his shitty apartment with his little Deadpool versus Wolverine looking dog, and he had 8 sores all over his arms.
Listen, what I'm not doing is arguing with somebody that's 500 pounds. I'm not doing that. Because what you need to do is go take a penicillin shot. That's what you need to do. Go catch you a penicillin shot. Remember that.
Mercury.
Go catch you a penicillin shot. That's what you need to go get.
Remove the fucking marbles from your mouth, you dirty faggot.
Because I know you out.
Bro, you so
The fuck? Dirty ass nigga.
Guan, you forgot to say it.
Dirty foot nigga.
Look, everybody left.
Do I give a fuck? No, I don't.
You guys like Galaxy killed the room, just remember that.
Remember,
Thank you, Peta.
and remember your mom had a long foot, bitch.
Yep, Galaxy killed the room.
I ain't kill shit, nigga.
You did. What's your zesty gayness? Marshall left, Finley left.
Do you think I give a fuck? Cause I don't.
Peter, boom the room. It's already done.
I don't
Galaxy
care.
already done.
Why are you so talking?
Make Galaxy run around in the hallways.
Why are you so talking?
Shut the fuck up, Galaxy. Bro, you have 8 sores on your arms. It's disgusting. You're gonna be dead soon.
You're already dead.
You can go join Freddie Mercury in hell.
What you need to do is go get you your penicillin.
Fucking mumble rap, motherfucker. Remember, you can buy your entire outfit for $200.
But can you find me?
$200. I'd beat the fucking brakes off your skin. But I wouldn't fight you because I don't want to get AIDS when I bust your fucking jaw open and you just pour blood all out of your face. Yeah, I wouldn't want to contract HIV. That's why I wouldn't fight you.
Remember that.
I'd shoot you instead.
I'm eating a Twinkie, something that you look like.
No, you are a fucking Twinkie. You fucking twink. Shut the fuck up, faggot. You fucking power bottom AIDS infested rat. Shut the fuck up.
I'm literally eating your
Fucking AIDS infested rat. And you're fucking Jamaican. Blah, bro. You can't get worse than a gay faggot with AIDS from Jamaica. Who dances on stage with a $200 LED suit in fucking Canada. One of the most communistic fucking Canada's worse than Venezuela.
I think that makes a niece of the talk.
Galaxy, was that your power top? Galaxy, was that your power top in the back? Was that your power top that makes you the power bottom? Yeah. The power top in the background. Don't bring your bitch into this, Galaxy, unless your bitch wants smoke too.
Fucking
Galaxy, what I'm gonna do, which will drive you fucking nuts, I'm just gonna leave. Then you just stuck here talking to yourself. You're like the real fucking Mikhail. You'll come into the room and he's in there just talking to himself. Nobody's in the room and he's talking about fucking Muhammad and the Quran. And then you're in the room. And that's what you'll do, Galaxy. When I leave, you'll start playing music and you'll start talking to yourself.
I don't know who Mike is talking to down in the chat.
Reed's retarded. He'll talk to you.
I hope you got hands. I hope.
Say what, nigga? Say Reed is retarded. He's a hood bugger. He'll argue with you, Mikhail.
Nigga, your ass retarded.
Reed, just remember Galaxy is Jamaican. He's gay and he has AIDS.
Your ass is a wetback.
Yeah. No, not wetback.
You weird if I say you weird.
No. That makes wetback.
What the fuck you talking about? What y'all niggas talking about?
Oh, we're talking about Mikhail over there. He's a gay Jamaican who has AIDS, and his actual name is Galaxy Bender on here. He has like mumble rap voice. And talks like,
I've been in the couple wrong with his ass before. I be disagreeing with a lot of shit.
Oh yeah, he's dumb as fuck. Like he's probably one of the dumbest people on this app.
So
and you one of the saddest people on the app. And you one of the hood people. I'm 6'4", remember that? I'm 6'4", 260, yo. You can't even hop on a motherfucker's scale. I'm like 30 pounds overweight, and I got 3 kids. So it's understandable to be 6'4", 30 pounds on the fucking scale. My dad can't even hop on the scale. The scale don't work when you hop on. That's how much you weigh. I'm 6'4", Galaxy. What's all about weight? 230 is about a really good weight for me.
So what y'all niggas in here talking about?
We were talking about politics, and Galaxy came up and ran his gay faggot mouth. Then everybody left because nobody wanted to deal with Galaxy.
So he came up saying fuck.
Yeah, he fucked it all up. We were honestly having a conversation about taxes.
How you fucking shit?
Marshall was in fucking and Halliburton and the old companies. We were berating Marshall. The Galaxy came up and ruined everything. Right, Marshall? No, Marshall left because he's up here. He was like, nah, I'm good. He was like, no, I'm not dealing with Galaxy.
Look, he's really because of the old fat ass.
Galaxy, the only thing that gives us fucking hope is that you're gonna die soon from AIDS.
Listen, this is everything.
Last time you took a picture, you were in the lobby of your fucking apartment complex, that shitty fucking Section 8 fucking. You live in the hood shit, and you took a picture. There was a smoke detector. Smoke detector, Reed? Yeah, that me. I heard that smoke detector. He took a picture in that fucking reflection in the glass, and he had a little Deadpool versus Wolverine fucking dog, and then you could just see fucking AIDS sores all on his forearm.
How the fuck is he a sane nigga and he from Jamaica?
He dances around on stage in an LED suit that costs $200 on Tamo. That's what he does for work.
Yeah, probably shop on.
And he's a junkie too.
It doesn't really matter. You want my life.
Listen to smoke detector. Listen,
really want.
bro, like if you smoke detectors beeping like that, why not just?
Yeah, I don't know what
why take the fucking battery?
Beeping is your motherfucking heart rate, nigga.
I guess in your HUD housing Section 8 fucking apartment, you can't move it. It's like permanently fixed to the wall, Galaxy.
I live in a house, poo-poo.
No, you don't. You live in a shitty fucking apartment. I have your fucking address, you faggot.
You're so stupid. You don't even have my address.
Yes, I do, Galaxy. And if you keep it up, I will dox the fuck out of you.
You literally don't have an address.
There's a lot of people on this app, especially the ones that want to kill you. That's the only reason I haven't doxed you, Galaxy. Because I genuinely don't want to see you die by murder, but I do want to see you die for me.
You don't have an address. You're a goof. You're a goof, my nigga. You don't have an address.
Who is the better power bottom? New Ayatollah or Galaxy? Galaxy's the better power bottom. Look, Marshall comes in and Marshall leaves because he sees Galaxy still here. Go ahead, Marshall, skedaddle. You see Galaxy still here. Marshall, do you remember the scene in Blazing Saddles when he says, "Are we okay?" And he's like, "It depends. Are we black?" For Marshall, are we drunk or are we sober?
Rich, you do this thing, and like I don't often.
No, you're sober right now.
You do this thing, and I don't often mind it, but I mind it now.
Yeah.
Like, stop fucking picking on me drinking. Stop picking on me smoking pot. I don't pick on you having bad ideas.
How are you gonna get your pot anymore across the border?
You're
or are you gonna know the medical stuff?
You're missing my point. I don't appreciate
Maybe
it.
like
on a genuine level, I don't appreciate it. Please don't do it.
Okay, but how are you gonna get your weed?
I don't do that to you.
Are you gonna be supporting the cartel now, Marshall, since they removed weed from Texas, other medicinal?
Bro, stop being an asshole. It's not
Seriously, Marshall, how are you gonna get your weed?
It's not appreciated. Please stop.
Marshall, I don't care if it's appreciated. Oh God, no. Oh no, you'll block my 1 out of 100,000 accounts, Marshall. Oh no. Oh no. What will I do?
No.
What will I do? Oh God.
I will just remember the fact that I asked you very politely. It's not something.
I never asked for mod, but I can usually get mod in rooms that I'm in.
No.
Like this one.
I very.
No. So I'm gonna
remember that you did that. It's okay. You just go on about your own way. You do your own thing.
Marshall, you're barely ever in the same rooms that I'm in.
I'm just gonna ask you.
So it doesn't matter.
The time I asked you very politely.
You're barely ever in the same room that I'm in, Marshall. Marshall, I just wish that you would stop supporting the Trump. I mean the fucking Bushes.
I wish you would stop being a fucking asshole.
I wish you would stop fucking sucking the fucking Bush family dick.
Yeah, but
I wish you would. I wish you would stop supporting it.
We can't all get what we want now.
I wish you would stop supporting raising fucking property taxes so nobody could ever own their fucking house in Texas. Even though we could just simply raise the fucking sales tax by 6 cents and then we wouldn't have to fucking have property taxes. But you don't like that idea because most of your fucking friends would have to pay sales tax for all their fucking oil.
Looked at it. And the state legislature says it won't fund the fucking state.
Yeah. Well,
so fucking quick, stick your head up here.
I bet they wouldn't when they're fucking being lobbied by the fucking oil companies that you're fucking friends with, that your brother fucking works for. Yeah, gotta support your friends, right? Gotta take care of them, not the little people, not the average person. Don't give a shit about them. Mm-hmm.
Rich, I can usually tolerate you, but you're particularly intolerable today.
Well, no, I mean, don't want to raise fucking sales tax, and you're like, we can't get rid of fucking that. We can't raise sales tax because that would hurt my billionaire friends that my fucking brother works for.
I don't fucking like it, and when I ask you to stop, you do literally.
Oh my God, Marshall! Half the time you come on here, you're shit-faced, Marshall. So I was just pointing it out.
It doesn't matter.
Holy shit, bro!
I don't point.
And what's even crazier is sometimes you're shit-faced.
Stupid shit out.
Yeah, I know, but Marshall, sometimes you're shit-faced and you're driving, so that's kind of concerning.
You're not
literally heard you driving on the road.
My mother, or the fucking police,
your turn signal
or my
clicking and
dad,
shit.
or
And
anybody
you're like,
else.
fucking
It's none of your
sauce the
fucking
fuck up.
place.
Like, don't drink and drive,
None of
Marshall.
your fucking business.
Don't drink and fucking drive, Marshall.
None of your fucking business.
Well, yes, it is my concern.
None of your fucking business.
It is my concern. I live in a state where you're drinking and driving.
You're not my
and you're getting fucking shit-faced and driving
You're
around.
not my family member.
Yeah, I know.
You don't have anything to
Yeah, well, stop drinking and
I
driving,
don't
Marshall.
tell you how to live
Marshall,
your life.
we literally
You
hear
don't
your
tell
fucking
me
turn
how to
signal.
live mine.
We can hear you accelerating.
You don't
And you're on here like,
and I don't tell you how to live yours.
And I'm like, wait, is Marshall drunk? And Marshall's like, yeah, I have been drinking some fucking alcohol. And we're like, wait a minute, was Marshall driving? It's kind of crazy, bro.
I'm just gonna remember this behavior and I'm gonna treat you accordingly. It's okay.
Okay, I really don't give a shit. I just want you to stop drinking and driving.
You should have considered.
No, you should be a responsible adult, Marshall.
Really good friends.
You should be a responsible adult, Marshall, and not be a fucking man-child. Don't be a fucking man-child and fucking drink and drive. I take huge issue with people drinking and driving like yourself.
Rich, you're not a
That's detrimental to society.
I'm not doing that right
and
now,
you fucking
you're
kill
not
people.
my fucking mother.
Yeah, well, stop fucking drinking and driving. Stop being a piece of shit.
Stop judging
being
my
selfish.
goddamn life.
Like, goddamn, move to a fucking city where you can get a fucking taxi, bro.
Bro,
like, holy shit, have somebody drive you to the fucking bars. Yeah, don't drink and drive.
Any way we can fucking stop this? Like, I
Yes,
genuinely
you can stop drinking and driving and I'll stop.
How about you fucking shut your mouth?
How about you stop fucking drinking and driving and endangering fucking people?
Judge me.
Yeah, well, I am judging you. You're being a piece of shit and you're being very selfish.
Rich,
alright, everybody in the room, put a 1 in the chat if you think Marshall is being selfish by drinking and driving and endangering people. Put a 0 in the chat if you think he's not. Thank you.
This is not about me. This is about me. This is about no, it's fucking not.
That's all the time. There's tons of times that he's on here and he's shit faced drunk and you're driving.
No, when I'm at
yes,
my range.
we can hear you drinking and driving.
When I'm
we can
at
hear
my
your fucking signal and hear you accelerating.
I myself, that's what I do. I don't do it on a highway. I don't do it on public
Oh, back roads. Back roads is okay.
on my land.
Back roads is okay.
No, on my private land.
No, we're not talking about on your land. We're talking about you driving around the city
there are no
streets.
public roads.
Fucking drunk. You got a drinking problem.
DUI driver.
Yeah, fucking got a drinking problem. It's selfish. It's irresponsible. It's immature.
Yeah, I'm not taking your fucking advice on my life. Sorry.
Yeah, you should stop being a man-child.
The person you kill. Are you taking their life?
I'm not driving on public roads when I drink. I'm on my ranch.
They're like Marshall right now. They're shit-faced. Look at them. There's right random
How
numbers.
big is your ranch? 1,000 acres? Like George W. Bush?
Yeah, you can hear him using the turn signals and shit. He's using turn signals on his property.
I don't tell people how big my land is, but I have
Marshall, you can hear your turn signal when you're fucking off mic and you're fucking drunk, and we can hear your turn signal, which indicates that you're not on your fucking land because you ain't using your fucking turn signal on your land.
Rich, I do not drink and drive on public roads. Period.
You do. Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Bro, when we hear you accelerating and we hear you flat out,
You don't go to
and we already hear your fucking shit face.
So who's gonna find you in the middle of your field when you flip the ATV or whatever you're driving around on over? And you die.
No, it's when he kills somebody on the fucking public roads.
Well, no, when he's in his own property.
Yeah, but he's lying because we can hear him using turn signals, which indicates that he's at a stop sign or a stoplight. Like he's at an intersection, he's using the turn signal turn, and we already know that he's fucking drunk by his fucking speech pattern.
Yeah, I mean, he probably just rolled it.
Yeah, I've been quiet about this for a really long time, but I just think it's fucking...
He probably just rolled his ATV or...
I know a lot of people that are dead from drunk drivers, too. Oh, he ran away.
Yeah. As soon as I got on him, on top of you, getting on him. Now I have ammo for other rooms I'm in.
Yeah, I mean, we asked him, we're like, Marshall, you been drinking? And he was like, I had a couple drinks. And then we hear him and he's like talking. And while he's like
arguing or debating and shit, having a conversation while he's drunk. You can hear like the turn signal and you can hear him accelerating and shit. And you're like, wait a minute. You think to yourself like, is he fucking drinking and driving? Like, holy shit, bro. I get he lives in the middle of nowhere and shit, but fuck. Yeah, I watched an entire fucking family from Afghanistan who just arrived in the U.S., got a fucking rental car, was driving from like New York or D.C. or some shit. They were driving down the fucking middle of Texas or down to like Houston or somewhere, and we're driving through the middle of fucking Texas. And next thing you know, I'm driving and I start seeing fucking car parts everywhere, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I locked up the brakes and I pulled over, and then I realized there's a fucking brown Honda Odyssey van sitting on its side. And then there's a dude in a fucking Buick, the 4-door sedan, like a Regal or something, just parked there, and he's standing outside of his car just smoking a cigarette. And we ran over and we're like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you standing here? The fucking car's flipped over. We go over and open up the fucking door. My dad climbs up on top, and then he rips open the door, and there's a fucking Afghani guy sitting there, and then his wife's sitting there in a full brown burqa. And he pulls him out, and then he asks permission, and I asked him in Arabic if it was okay to like grab his wife and touch her, and he's like, yes, yes, yes. And then my dad reaches out and picks her up, and then he hands her to me, and then we put her on the ground. She had blood coming out of her mouth, and then the fucking they had like 3 kids, and one of the kids was like a year and a half old, and he also had like the little baby had like blood out of it and shit coming out of the car seat. So they meta-flighted the mom and also the little baby. I don't know if they ever ended up surviving, but the guy was like fucking 60 years old, and 60 to 70 years old. He was an older white guy, like rancher, wearing his cowboy hat and shit, and he was just standing over there just leaning against the fender of his car, and he didn't have barely a scratch on the car, but he broadsided the fucking van and flipped it over on its side in the ditch. And he's just standing there smoking a cigarette, drunk as a fucking skunk. And both my dad and I walked by and like cussed him out, and he just completely fucking ignored us. When the cops showed up, we're like, dude, this guy's fucking shit-faced drunk, and he almost fucking killed his family. But they landed 2 helicopters in the middle of the intersection and meta-flighted the mother and the little baby out of there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and the guy was explaining to me, because his like English was really bad, but my Arabic's a little like decent, I guess. And he was explaining that they had just got they had flown in from Europe, but they came originally from Afghanistan, and he had worked with like the United States like military and shit, so he got granted like asylum to come to the U.S. And they were literally traveling down to like Houston to go to one of their friends to go live with, and they had jobs lined up and everything. Yeah. And this dude, just because he was irresponsible and selfish, decided he gonna get out and fucking drink and drive and run right through a fucking 4-way intersection and broadside a fucking minivan. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was a piece of shit when I was younger too, but I was also immature and selfish, drinking and driving when I was in my early 20s. But I don't do that shit anymore. Marshall's a grown ass fucking man. Well, man. Yeah, I've always had the motto when it comes to drugs and alcohol and stuff like that for people, including myself. I mean, I've only smoked pot and drink, but I've always thought to myself, like, if you got fucking issues that you need to drink all the time, and you got issues that you need to use drugs, even marijuana and shit, if you have an issue that you have to do all that shit, why not just fix the fucking issue and then you don't have to be dependent on it? Like, if you have, like, depression or anxiety or whatever the fuck it is, or you, like, don't like your life and shit, like, why not just fix that shit and then you don't have to be dependent on that stuff?
Well, sometimes
it's a coping
marijuana,
mechanism.
I think that's, marijuana, I don't know. I think
Yeah, I mean, if a person has, like, severe PTSD or something, or acute PTSD, and they need, like, marijuana to sleep or something like that, I get that. But if you're just a weak and big fucking stoner, and you just sit around and fucking smoke weed all day and shit, and, like, why not?
You have nothing to do and you're retired and you're...
I'm not talking about those people. I'm not talking about a 60-year-old living in Florida sitting on the fucking beach smoking weed and shit.
50-year-old living in Georgia?
Well, there you go. Like, if you're retired, you're just sitting in your house smoking a little weed and shit. I'm not bashing on that. I'm talking about people that habitually use alcohol or marijuana as like a crutch. You know, like, oh, I have anxiety or I have this and that, or, you know, I'm going to smoke weed to help this and that. It's like, why don't you just fix your shit?
Well, sometimes it's not possible. That's
what I was saying.
That's why
if you have like Parkinson's, I'm not bashing you, you know, or fucking PTSD.
Well,
but the average person smoking weed's not doing it for that reason. Cool.
Well, Trump approved Ibogaine.
Yeah, I'm not bashing that either. Ibogaine specifically for people with PTSD.
Yeah, well, they're also doing that to get them off drugs.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's actually medically necessary, but the average fucking person going in California or these other states that are trying to get like medicinal marijuana, they go into these fucking weed fucking card doctors, and they're like, oh, I got a migraine, I need a weed card, and then they just use it for like recreationally. Like
it's their choice. I'm not as long as they're not abusing it.
I don't mind if they do. I'm just saying it's fucking stupid. If you got issues, fix your shit.
It's not always about the issues to fix shit. It's about
most of the time.
enjoying life.
Not enjoying life? That was my point of, that's part of an issue.
They're enjoying life.
Oh, they are enjoying life. Yeah, they're enjoying life because their life is boring. And the marijuana is the enjoyment they get. Well, why not try to find like actual enjoyment?
Because they figure that helps them. It feels good. It's endorphins or whatever it does.
Yeah, but so is drinking and driving, like Marshall.
Hey, I couldn't get in here earlier.
Oh,
who was
Marshall or somebody or Pepe had. Oh, Pepe was a bot.
Pepe doesn't have me blocked, gossip boy.
Manfinity? Do you get along with Manfinity, Monica? Or no?
Who will win in 2020? It was Brad Manfinity.
Monica, why'd you have
hey, cool. Why don't you let Antox in as moderator?
Beaver was in here for a while. But
yeah, Beaver, Pepe, Manfinity.
No, probably not. Okay.
I wish they would come back though. Whoever the fuck the person was.
Oh my god, you guys gonna start, Rich?
No, I'm not starting anything.
Hey, Anne, how are you?
And she's trying to suck up to get that bean.
What? No, she's not.
Yes, she is. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
If your titty was out right now, and she'd have her mouth on it.
You're so disgusting.
That's why her knees really big.
I know.
Cool, you're desperate for my attention. How can I help you?
Yeah, you just missed the crash out between Marshall and I. That was interesting.
You okay, Cool?
Oh, Marshall said, every time I go in a room,
what about
I'm
my
gonna
name,
get the
Tulsi? I
green
can't hear
you
it.
out.
What about...
I'm just curious why you got your name with okay, like my nigga.
She's missing two of the K's.
First of all, you illiterate swine. It's a hard K. So it's not duh. It's ka.
Yeah, that's what he said. Nika. He said Nika.
Monica.
Yeah, Nika. That's what he said.
And the reason why it's capitalized brainlet is because people have a terrible habit of adding extra K's. So I'm reminding them.
You're missing two of them, Monica.
It's only one.
Yeah, it should be three for your.
My better question is why are you named?
I got you.
Why are you named Cool C when you're obviously not cool?
That one I agree with. I agree with that.
I don't know why you're named my nigga.
Why are you upset?
Why you named my nigga?
Cool C is very distraught right now because he hasn't smoked weed in the last 10
She's
minutes.
not interested in him. So
I've
she's not
never
interested.
really smoked. Why you got the name my
And
nigga?
apparently you have me blocked, which allows me to block you
I
back.
got you.
I don't have you blocked, my nigga.
Cool C. What is your obsession with Monica?
Oh no, he doesn't have you blocked. His name shows up that way. It's a well. Hold on.
Interested.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to help people understand this. So there's a glitch. There's a glitch in the server right now This is part of the thing I was talking about. When you click on Cool C's name, it doesn't allow for you to message or live chat, but it does show his name. It doesn't necessarily mean he's blocked you. It's a glitch. Some of the accounts when you click on them, some of them when you click on them are actually blank as well.
I know, but he was calling.
Like right now, if you go look at GUGGU,
Rich, that was the point. Is he's calling her out of her name.
No, I know that. But I'm saying Gugu.
The Indian troll might need to be moved down in.
I don't think he's Indian. He's African. Yeah, he's African. Yeah, Folly is African.
I might get this guy down.
Folly, where are you from? Oh,
no, he's in the audience. You can go down there.
Yeah, but if you look at the guy, GUGGU.
Did you have a good day today, Ian?
Click on his profile. It's blank.
Yeah. Click on his profile. No.
No, it doesn't lock it up. It's not like that. I'm not.
Don't be a jerk.
I'm clicking on his fucking name. It says GUGGU. Then it says at Nightia Adia or something, 118 friends.
Yo,
But see, it's blank. That's how it's
no,
glitching.
that's because his is private.
Oh, okay.
It says friends.
There's a shitload of people with them private now. Then.
Fuck you guys. I haven't either. Oh, wow. We're so upset.
Yeah. Rafi, why were you being so sensitive yesterday, Rafi?
It's not Rafi, bro. She just comes up.
Oh, it's a fake Rafi? Yeah, it's a fake Rafi.
Why do you have Rafi's PTR?
Oh, it's a Muzzy.
What the fuck? What do you mean Mizzy, bitch?
It's a Somali Muzzy.
What the fuck? So why are you saying Mizzy for? Say Mizzy.
Wait, you have Somali brain.
Yeah, I'm having trouble understanding what you're saying.
She's Somali.
So they make me laugh usually.
They have Somali. They're like Prophet Muhammad said. They're deficient in mind.
They're such a dirty.
You know the majority of people. Hold on. You know the majority of people in Jahannam are actually women. No, it says the majority of people in hell.
You're very much uneducated.
Your Sunnah says that the majority of people are in hell. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know what I call all of the Muhammad followers? I call them ancestrials.
But yeah, the majority of people who are in hell are women. So.
No.
Hey, Anthony.
That's what Allah said. It's not me. I'm not being mean.
How did this become degenerate, bro? We were talking politics.
Fucking Galaxy came in, this fucking faggot, and ruined everything. There was like 12 of us on here. We're having a genuine conversation about fuel prices, and Galaxy goes, "Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you faggot. Shut the fuck up, you goof ass bitch." And then everybody just left.
Oh, you do a really good impression of him.
Yeah, he does mumble mouth.
Yeah.
He sounds like he has marbles in his mouth. He's like a mumble rapper.
He always sounds like that. I think
mumble rap.
Well, you sound like a jerk. I'm just kidding.
Has anybody seen?
What's up?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Not much.
Has anybody seen Professor Gian on Diary of a CEO and his prediction about what's going to happen during the next election?
Wait.
No, can you tell us quickly?
Yeah, what was his name? I'm sorry.
Professor Gian, the Chinese dude that...
that fucking piece of shit. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Can you tell us what he's saying?
His prediction is that Trump is going to win the next election. He's going to he's going to stay on as president. He's dead ass serious.
Yeah, but he's a fucking propagandist for the CCP.
No,
Wait, you don't think he's just saying that to get people upset?
No, he's literally a fucking Chinese propagandist.
Well, Anthony,
the only way he can do that is if he could.
Wait, have you guys seen him or no?
Anthony, will you send us so I can watch it?
I don't think I want to watch it.
I know,
I'll
but
get the link.
I do. I mean, Anthony seems. He's always been pretty level-headed.
Yeah, he's a Chinese guy who's like very fucking hard, like to understand. Fucking not hard to understand. He has a very
I'll see
Chinese
you later,
accent.
Ann.
No, stay in here.
No, I can't.
Why?
I'll talk about a propagandist guy.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Peter.
No, I'm talking about the Chinese Communist Party guy.
Asleep. I think you're solo modding right now, Ann.
I just.
No, Anthony's a mod too.
Oh, that's right. Anthony's back.
So yeah, and he's constantly like berating U.S. saying, "Oh, America's going to lose in war against China, and Iran going to beat the U.S." And he's like a fucking supposed professor at a university, but he's a total fucking piece of shit.
CCP, like
Yeah, he's 100% fucking CCP.
like an agitator.
When you watch his videos, like even like Ryan Macbeth and shit, the guy who works for the federal government, was like former NSA and all kind of shit and stuff like that, talks about, like, broke down his videos and talks about he's a Chinese Communist Party propagandist.
So I dropped the link.
The only way that Trump can bring land is if he's impeached.
Cool, this is why we don't want you high, bro.
All right,
Just don't listen to him. Just don't even pay attention.
So here's the thing, and it's giving him, you know, like this little bit of credibility. So he made.
Yeah, that's the same guy.
Yeah, he made 3 predictions. The first prediction he made was that Trump was going to win the election. The second prediction he made was that Trump would take us to war with Iran. And the third prediction he made is that the United States is going to lose the war with Iran.
Yeah, but we all knew that was going to happen. We knew if we didn't go in there and just bomb fast and get out, we were going to lose the war with Iran. Everybody knew that Trump was going to win.
No, so he watches QAnon.
No. He's just guessing.
No,
It's things.
QAnon's insane.
I know, but it's things that everybody knew was going to happen. We all knew we were going to war with Iran. We all know that there's a possibility of going to war with fucking North Korea.
No way.
So, yeah, I mean, that was the thing that President Obama told President Trump in 2016. He said the greatest threat is North Korea.
Sean, he made these predictions like 2023 going into 2024.
Yeah.
You know, so I understand what you're saying. I understand your perspective. But I think...
I mean, all 3 of those things I was telling my dad.
Sure, well, you know...
We already...
I got something like a psychic.
We already knew that. Here's what's up, right? The issue with this is literally they tried to kill this dude. He could be dead right now. Like, I'm talking about the bullet whizzed by his hair.
Dude, I'm a Trump supporter.
Me too. I don't disagree with you, Sean, and I believe that you're a Trump supporter. But I don't think that it was easy to make these predictions. Okay, so cool, no problem. I'm happy to pass you the mic. We agree to disagree.
We knew we were going to war with Iran.
Sorry, cool is high as fuck. He can't stop.
Okay. No, I'm a truck driver.
Yeah, I know.
Trump said
wow, you're a truck driver and you smoke weed every day. This is fucking wild.
No, I don't.
You just said you did. You said that you have fucking...
No, I don't.
You do it to relax. You're 50 years old. You said you smoke weed every day.
No, that was Brian I was talking about. Right.
Okay.
Bree's a drunk.
Yeah, he also gets high every day.
Yeah, I know, but his fingers are dead. They're like all black and shit from poor circulation for pulmonary.
All right, so here's what's up, man. I think that it's easy after the fact to say we all knew that, cool. I don't think we all knew anything.
I knew that
so,
in 1980,
he's not gonna stop.
we go to...
Okay, cool see, if you interrupt again, you're a premature ejaculator, and then you're going to the audience. Okay,
Thank you. Can you bring Pepe up?
If he raises his hand, go ahead.
I know Pepe's gonna give me and kick me to the audience, but I'd like him to be a mob.
Talk about the reverse psychology. This shit is amazing. Anyway, here's what's up. I love it. Yeah. So I think that it was a pretty bold prediction at the time. I did not see us necessarily going to war in Iran. And one of the main reasons is you see how certain elements of his base has turned against him. Tucker Carlson's, the Candace Owens, they have, there's certain elements of his base that has really, turned into the ops because of the war in Iran. If there are people now that can say, Monday morning quarterback, that they saw this happen. God bless him. You're a lot better than I am. Do I think he did the right thing by going into Iran? 1,000,000,000%. I'm happy that he did it. And I don't, honestly, I blame Barack Obama for so much of this shit. I really, if I have to, go back, could Bush have dealt with it? Yeah, Bush could have dealt with it. But I don't,
Bush had his own situation.
His
dealing
forever
with,
war.
9/11. Bush was dealing with the 9/11 stuff. So
Yeah, but Obama was just George Bush Jr. Jr. He was just a continuance of fucking just the Bush.
Yeah,
But it makes sense since they're all fucking cousins.
That's funny.
Yes.
So I think I think that Trump, no one really fully gives him the credit that he deserves. There's only one friggin' sitting U.S. president that has been to the DMZ during his time in office. Only one. To try to act like Trump is just some deranged warmonger. Obama, such bullshit. Obama damn near won the friggin' the Peace Prize.
Nobel Peace Prize.
The Nobel Peace Prize before he fucking even went into office damn near. He did nothing to deserve that shit. Absolutely nothing. People were just tripping over themselves. A lot of the tension in this country.
He was black.
All right.
I'm saying that's the reason they were tripping over themselves. He was our first black president. That's why we had to vote for him.
Well, see, that's the thing. Obama was a disappointment to everybody. The only people that I don't think Obama disappointed is the alphabet people. I don't think he disappointed the alphabet people. According to Newsweek cover story.
Also the right of Republicans.
You have to remember too that Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, these people at one point were never Trumpers. So I'm not.
That's
shocked.
fair, and that's a good point.
So I'm not shocked that they are going to have criticism.
Yeah, but
I think
Anthony,
fans would have.
Anthony, he also made the Rhino Republicans happy because he continued to work in Iraq and Afghanistan. He started Syria.
Yeah.
And he drug striked American citizens.
Still hate them.
Well,
Marshall's a very
What would happen, right, if Trump was to say, I can assassinate any American citizen anywhere in the world without due process? What would the libtards do? Literally, it would make January 6th look like a picnic. And this is what Barack Obama, he took this shit to the friggin' court. This is what was the stance. And people act like, Trump is so radical. He said, I can assassinate any U.S. citizen without due process. I want you guys to really, think about this. This is unbelievable. And mind you, Trump, he does not lead by the polls. He's a true leader. He makes decisions based on his conscience and what he thinks is best. But, the Matrix attack against Trump, who knew Trump was being debanked? Who knew that Bank of America and friggin' and Chase was closing his fucking accounts after that? It was just...
Anthony, do you mind if I start something which I just going to spawn into an awesome conversation and debate? Oh my God, can I ask you a question? Do you actually believe that there really was a black Wall Street in Tulsa, or do you think that it was just a couple business?
Dude, let's not change it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
These are black Hebrews, so flat earthers who believes that Tulsa had a black Wall
The
Street.
shift of people are I'm just a moderate or an independent. It's like at this point, at this temperature where we're at, you're on one side or the other. There isn't any in between. There's no one that is a fence sitter. There's a clear difference between one side and the other. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and in my algorithm, seeing the most demonic videos of people, and literally these videos, I'm looking at it, I'm these people are under demonic possession, laughing and then calling the death on Erica and his children, and that was they're right. We can have some cringe people, but I don't see us doing stuff like that, and there's a clear difference. People on the left, for the most part, there may be a select diamond in the rough, but mental illness, these people are under demonic possession and are mentally ill, and I pray for them. I really.
Well, I was gonna say, when it comes to the this didn't come out of nowhere when it comes to Iran. This is something that even before he was I was hoping that he would not get into. We saw who was pouring in the campaign donations. We can fast forward to a year ago when it came to dropping the bombs on Fordow, Iran, on that mountain, Fordow, and then they. So if you remember, there was a lot of people. Tucker Carlson at the time, and then of course who she just mentioned, Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk had reached out to Trump multiple times saying, "Don't do it. Don't start a war with Iran. Don't do it." And he was very clear that basically he knew this is one thing Israel would push for, and he did not want President Trump to give in because it would be a war that we'd not be willing to fight. It would just create havoc in the Middle East. Lo and behold, he ends up doing it. All of people like myself and everybody's like, well, it's too early to tell. It's this and that. I was like, okay, well, now you're first of all, ground invasion would just be messy. You'd have to be a war. You'd have to actually commit to, which is going to have a lot of casualties. But obviously the U.S. can do it. Or you don't commit all the way, and then you have them closing this strait. You have them launching rockets and drones at their neighbors, and it's just it's not going to look good, and it's going to make gas prices, all that shit go up. So when he did that, a lot of us on the right got very annoyed. Trump used to always say, "Oh, we're not going to go into pointless Middle Eastern wars." He used to criticize, his the other candidates, saying like, "Oh, watch, they're going to want to bomb Iran, or if they get into power, all of that stuff." He knew the game, but then he would sell himself as being America first. But then he ends up doing this shit on behalf of the Israel, really, and we were like, dude, really? Like, what? You're such a fucking sellout. Why would you do this for the benefit of another fucking country? Like, you don't have to do this. But he did it. And we were all very pissed off at him. That's what it all comes down to.
Yeah, people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, don't really pay no attention to that. She do it for the ratings. She do it for the views, to lift the ears up on the dog. So she'll say and she'll do things. She was all for Trump. She was really fighting for maybe a job in office. He didn't really pay no attention because at one point she said, "Yeah, she'll work for Trump. She'll come out." Yeah. And she goes off and talk about the next black thing because it's for views. Tucker Carlson, it's for views. So I ignore those people. You know she's going to switch on whatever she talk about because why? It's dead. Don't bring ratings no more. But she'll come up with something. So that's why I don't really pay them no attention. And the people that sit there and talk and acted out when Charlie Kirk died, they don't care. I don't say it's something mentally wrong with them because they wasn't consistent on it. I would say there's something wrong with your fuck ass when you're consistent talking about someone who got killed because he was just talking. But these people were just, let me be a part of. Let me be a bandwagon. So yeah, you want to call that out. I think that's just stupid, but mental illness, so they don't have that. They're at home now worried about their loved ones and probably can't even spell it. They didn't give a fuck. Like the teacher did the remarkable, she knew the cameras are on her, and she would show people. It doesn't parade, So I never paid them attention. Like them bitches in the view, them fucking pigs. They want that check. They really do. And I don't only see the clips that's on Instagram because I don't watch them. They know what they're doing. They're not getting no work in Hollywood. They're not doing nothing else. They pull them in that office and say, "Let's hate the man that everyone else wants." That we want them to hate. Let's talk about it. And look how they do. They earning that motherfucking money. And you really don't care about us. You had that
like
other
Michael
bitch.
Jackson said, they don't really care about it.
Yeah, just like that I can't stand that bitch because she go overboard. She always sells race But yet she lives in a white neighborhood, and she took her son to the police station. I think that's Sunday or somebody took her son to a white police station. Said, "My son's gonna be jogging in the neighborhood. I don't want y'all to harass him." Well, bitch, move into a black neighborhood then, so he can blend in. She won't. You see, these countries always. We have to admit, my father, he was immigrant. He was drinking from, black only, from the black only water fountains. Come to find out your family is never here. So you see, they forget the videos that they make before then, because people flash up and go, now you change your heart. They just want to sell race, to make us mad at each other, to make us angry. So I don't pay them shits no attention. The truth of the matter is, we got the best goddamn president. And I'm glad to be 55 when I saw that I live to see we have the best president that ever had, that America ever had. And don't waste no breath on anyone who see otherwise.
Did you see this? They sell race?
Yeah, they sell it. They constantly speak about it every time when I do that bitch.
Wait, are you a Hebrew Israelite?
All the time. No, I'm not no Hebrew Israelite. I'm an American.
Okay, thank God. I thought by your PTR, because you were depicting Jesus as looking like Wesley Snipes, which he wasn't.
Oh no. What I did when only 3 people got it, when it says I'm God, you really calling yourself that. I ain't never said my name. But how in the religion how I believe, I just grew up. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that faith no more. It just don't rock with me no more. I look at us as human beings.
Okay, you're not a black Hebrew Israelite. I take back what I said then. Sorry.
No. Okay, no.
Yeah, I just assumed by your PTR, I was like, look at the black Hebrew Israelite.
Oh no! Ain't no black Hebrew-lite in Northeast Washington D.C.
Okay, cool.
But no, that's just me, man. And I love my country. I love my president. I like consistent.
I'm a black Hebrew Israelite. What the fuck is it to you?
Yeah, you're not a fucking Hebrew Israelite. You're just a Indian.
He's not even black.
Yeah, I know. Black Hebrew Israelites are only appropriating fucking Jewish and Israelite culture because they're ashamed of their past. They're ashamed to admit that they're like 24% fucking white.
Dang.
The average African American possesses 24% white DNA or European DNA.
You know who I really like though, Sean? Is I really enjoy lying. I appreciate lying.
They're less than 1% Native American though too. So most of them are lying.
Okay. Anyway. Hi DC, how are you?
Sorry, I was just trying to instigate them to come on stage if there's any.
And it's been a fantastic start of my week. I hired a sales rep that's been doing sales fine for the first 3 months, the first 90 days. I give her the training wheels, take the training wheels off. Month of April, she fucking doesn't do well.
No.
So I said, you know what? I'm going to have to put the training wheels right back on. Now what happens is when you do this, like when you bring on new sales rep and you introduce them to a new market, and you handhold them through the process, I told my wife, I said, this must be how God feels about us. It has to be. Because the whole month of January, she did okay. January, February, not so great. March, crushed it, right? I was hand-holding her the whole time. It was off. It's like, training wheels? What do you mean training wheels? That was me the whole time. I was closing those deals the whole time. You ain't did nothing. And I said, oh, good. Oh, fantastic then. So you should crush it in April. April, she does $28,000 in sales. So come May, I'm helping her close these deals again, and I'm having to literally walk her through sales like it's her first day. And so we've got like $150,000 on the pipeline this week. She's going to close probably 60, 70,000 of it. That's all she needs to do to hit her quota. But the thing about it is, this must be how God feels about us. Like, He handholds us through life's toughest moments. And then we say to Him, no, that wasn't you, that was me. I did this. I was the one that was able to get this. What are you talking about? And then he says, okay, dummy, go, let's see you do it yourself. And then you fail miserably. Only for him to come back and say, all right, let's start from the beginning. Let's put the training wheels back on. Don't get a big head. Follow my instructions exactly. And that's literally what happened. She started iterating on the script. She started verging off the script, started making her own stuff, started coming up with her own rules. Oh no, the reason why it closes this much is because of this. I asked this question, and if they respond this way, then I go in this direction. If they respond this way, I go in this direction. I was like, but you don't have the data to prove that. No, I do, because listen, every time they said this, I always went, that's not the reason why they went in that direction.
Great story.
It had nothing to do with your question. Oh, but yeah, and then guess what? Bam. Whole month of April fails miserably. So, we got to learn that sometimes the big head that we get after we get a little, success under our belt, we get the big head. That's why the scripture said pride comes before a fall. And it's true. It really is true. And that's why Trump is dealing with what he's dealing with right now, to bring it back full circle, guys. I am very well-rounded, by the way. That's the reason why Trump is in the position he's in right now with the Iran war. He's in a quagmire, folks. This is a quagmire. He's stuck because he knows geographically he cannot win this war unless he takes that island, which is going to put a lot of U.S. Service members' lives at risk because he knows Iran has already planned for this. They're waiting for boots on the ground.
TC, are you aware of today being World Ego Day? John, can you reset the room and do the gong, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what World Ego Day is, but I'm going to finish what I was saying. So he knows this is a quagmire he's in right now, and he has no choice but to... Hello? Yeah, guys, let me finish. I know you guys hear me talking. I'm almost done.
All right, keep going.
So he has no choice but to negotiate his way out of this. And now Iran, I don't know if they knew this from the get-go, I doubt it, but they realize now that they've got a stranglehold on how much leverage that they can use in these negotiations. And now he's stuck. He has to either commit boots on the ground, which is not a pretty option for us because we know that's going to cause casualties, or he's got to lengthen out. And at what end? Like, to what ends does he lengthen out these negotiations? So that's my 2 cents.
You monologue for like 2 hours.
I know, but at least I make salient points. This guy's just fucking Machiavellian, like hardcore.
Featured on CNN, multi-millionaire black business owner, CEO, finance.
Are you jealous?
No, she's fucking annoying. Like, bro, nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody gives a shit. Ann doesn't care. She's just being a white knight, right?
That is not true.
All right, John, can you reset the room with the gong, please?
No, please don't.
Yeah, I'm complete.
Welcome everyone to Was the Iran War absolutely necessary? A little bit necessary?
You can't start without the gong.
Not necessary at all. But take the deepest breath of the day. Try to cleanse your chakras. Use your ears instead of your lips more often. Really, people on this app, have fully automated lip syndrome, but not the fully automated ear syndrome.
There it was. I am complete.
As a result, you get a lot of entertainment, but a lot of this entertainment is actually not useful or helpful or necessary. It's really an opportunity cost that you're choosing to participate in, known as a conference call. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people here that like to propagandize their elite, intellectual, liberal propaganda. We all can recognize it immediately, especially if the last sentence is, so you don't stand for gay black women? You don't stand for black women? That's when you know that we've gotten to the final denominator of this equation, and nothing really is important anymore other than the gay black
is how we know that Democrat liberal elite intellectual propaganda is not only gay, it's also R word. And when we talk about what is the R word, it's really not a question of whether or not the conversation is necessary, but whether or not it's actually just spam and filibuster propaganda hypnosis to waste your time. Because clearly, if we can't discuss what the priorities are as a group, the group actually isn't interested in any priorities. They're just interested in gay, elite, intellectual, black propaganda, Democrat propaganda. And so I rest my case. Just know that the law is written in my PTR. The law is all that matters, not whether or not you're gay, or whether you're black, or whether you're a woman, or whether you're brown or an immigrant, or whether you're indigenous. None of that matters. What matters is the law. I rest my case, I land my plane, and I am complete.
Thank you, Mr. Jewish man. We appreciate you, Mr. Star.
What do black people have to do with any of this?
Oh, go ahead, John. That's for you.
Oh, what I'm trying to say is that no matter what happens, we have to protect the elite, intellectual, liberal, gay, black Democrat, because they are clearly the most subjected upon to white structural racism, to hatred, to all things terrible, and therefore we have to protect the most effeminate, the most weak, the most objectionable, the loudest. You know, I don't know if you know Pierre, beautiful Pierre, and beautiful Dr. Adams. Well, if they loud mic and just scream into the mic at the top of our lungs, and they just loud mic, and then they say you don't support gay black men. Well, they may support Karen Bass, a known communist, political activist agitator who's a criminal. And if we keep electing criminals instead of crime fighters, well, then you deserve your record sky-high property taxes and your lack of accountability, responsibility, and then your neighborhood goes up in a giant fire. Or next thing you know, you got looters and gangbangers terrorizing. All because your leaders are ineffective, communist, liberal, intellectual, elite, gay black people. Do you know any intellectual, elite, gay, black politicians? Hello?
Alistair, I have a question. Do you have faith in the election system in, say, LA, where Karen Bass is running? How do you know she's not being just
No, not whatsoever. Fraud is rampant. And so whether it's petition fraud or ballot fraud or electric signature fraud, the election commission in Los Angeles, I'm sure, is elite, intellectual, liberal Democrats, not conservative, intellectual Republicans. That's just a fact. That's the problem everywhere.
You just said a moment ago that if that's who you're electing, you get what you deserve. What if the Los Angeles people are electing in proper candidates, but the system is overrunning their voice? At that point, then what? I mean, I know it's a hypothetical, but I mean,
it's my belief that sheriffs don't actually arrest criminal politicians, and so that would be one thing where we actually get a sheriff somewhere in the country that's willing to arrest Democrat liberal judges that release prisoners on no cash bails and ankle monitors that go on to kill again. That would be enough to arrest a liberal Democrat judge immediately. We don't have any attorney generals at the state level, federal prosecutors willing to go after fellow judges who release black male recidivist murderers that go on to kill again with no cash bail and ankle monitor. Until we have real lawmen with guns and badges ready to take them down. And if they resist, they are ready to kill trees. Until we have that, we will never, ever be able to break the cycle of liberal, Democrat, elitist, intellectual, gay, black, male tyranny. Hello?
Why are you zeroing in on the way you just zeroed in on in terms of the
Democrat? AKA ban on this app.
Well, because they're not like in numbers, mass numbers, releasing
liberal, gay, black, Democrat ban. AKA go. You don't know. Go.
No.
Infinity, you're not releasing in mass numbers white fucking people from prisons in places like Los Angeles and Chicago. They're only going for the blacks. They're like, oh, they're impoverished. It's, systemic racism. So we have to release all these fucking 17-page long fucking criminals. But they're not doing it for the whites. They're looking at them and going, well, you're the oppressors, so you're going to jail.
Hey, I got a quick question. Alistair, are you saying that Ben is playing for the other team?
John, that's for you.
We know he's gay, so, I mean...
TC, all jokes aside.
We know he's legit gay, like the guy's gay.
100%. I'm shocked.
You didn't know he was gay?
No, I thought he had a bunch of kids.
You can be gay and still have kids.
That's a good point. But
I don't even know. I actually told him I don't think he has any children. I think it's just a.
I had no idea.
Yeah, he's gay. Yeah, he's 100% gay.
I don't know if that's true.
Who's gay?
Well, Alistair is claiming that, I don't remember Alistair is. Is Alistair the guy who used to record the room?
Yeah, it's John.
Oh, see, they always try to align me with you, which I don't mind. I don't mind because I do think.
He's big bro. He's big bro.
No, I don't mind John Kitover, but he's doing something sinister behind the scenes with YouTube stuff. I don't know what he plans to do with that.
No, he's got brain problems.
He got what?
Brain problems.
Who has the brain problem?
John Kitover. He fell and hit his head, fucked up his brain.
What's the people put it on YouTube?
He's crazy.
It seems pretty.
They put him on YouTube? I mean, you're on YouTube. You're on YouTube right now. If you go to John Kitover, and then if you go to John Kitover, type it in on YouTube, and then hit live, you'll find you're being recorded right now.
Oh, I'm being recorded right now?
Yeah, and he has an anonymous account down with the sunglasses too, so even if you kick him, you're still being recorded. You can't kick the anons.
Oh, wait, so, oh, shit. Well, damn.
And I am complete.
We'll do it live.
We're doing it fucking live. We're doing it live.
We'll do it live. I miss that old guy. Where's he at now? One American News or something like that?
What's his name? Bill O'Reilly. We're doing it live. We're doing it fucking live.
Now, don't get all shy. Don't get all shy. TC, make sure that you perform for your reporter. Give him something.
No, there's not enough content to work with.
You do great.
All right, I'll give something juicy.
TC, let me ask you a question. If we were making a president,
You missed out on your juicy material, sir.
let me ask you a question.
Now I'm gonna tell the room when we're not here.
What would be the top three priorities?
Why is it when you address somebody, it's almost always a black man?
Because I love black men.
There you go. That's what I was getting at. You never hear her say, hey, Bree, or hey, John, or hey, some other white person. She's like, hey, Mr. Black Man.
Well, first of all, I don't talk like that. Second of all, you white, you dumb.
So, I mean, that's not what statistics or, IQ numbers show.
We're in the President Trump house. This was the Iran war necessary? We want to hear your voices and your opinions. If you are an ultra elite, liberal, intellectual Democrat, we want to know, was the Iran war absolutely necessary? Hello?
Yes.
No.
It was not necessary, no, but if you ask the Trump administration, we're not in a war.
Well, pause though. We don't know what's to come. We haven't completed this task, so we can just see what happens. There's obviously a reason that we're there, right? And
The primary objective was to remove a nuclear threat that we saw
No,
gathering.
sir, that's what he said.
Well, if it was the point to remove was to remove the threat, why do they still have nuclear material?
No.
What are you talking about? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Can you explain?
You just stated that the
point of this entire exercise, can't call it a war because Congress hasn't voted to authorize the war.
Yeah, we're still there.
Was to remove a potential nuclear threat. Well, if that's the case, then why do they still have nuclear material?
Because the job is still in progress. So they've made a lot of progress thus far, but the mission is not complete.
Well, this is my concern with it.
Hold on. I want to hear this. Oh, go ahead.
Wait, was that a smoke detector that
whenever
beeped in
TC
the back?
talks, I'll listen.
Did we hear a smoke detector in the background? Whose was it?
No. When TC talks, I listen. Say it.
No, just what I want to.
Hey, but I want to hear you.
Yeah, because TC always brings that.
I said the same
TC,
thing.
Anthony, those are the people I speak to follow their example. But go ahead, TC. What were you gonna say?
See,
Sean, that's because we're black.
You hear that?
Well, yeah, I know that.
No, senior. So senior, you disagree with the military action taken in Iran? I think that we should have went a lot harder than we did in Iran. I think that we should have just leveled the place from the beginning, and it should have been boots on the ground from day one.
What do you mean leveled?
So you agree with the military action? You just don't think it was strong enough?
I agree with that.
And you've maintained.
We should have knocked the power.
How long have you viewed Iran as a?
Since I was born.
Oh yeah, I would go back to the Ayatollah, but not the Ayatollah. I would go back probably to the 70s because the reality is they're the ones that are probably the main progenitors of terrorism cells in that part of the world anyway, because they're our primary nemesis there. If we're going to go after someone in the Middle East, from the other perspective, because again, I don't know what the truth is, honestly. I sit here so many different facts and forth. So I'm going to push from the other side. Why and not other countries that have nuclear power? Why Iran and why now? Because they openly would admit and they openly fund Hezbollah. All of these other organizations like fucking roaches, and they keep on seeding them all over the fucking world. And so yeah, they admitted, fine, fuck them. We should have went in there, leveled the whole country to the ground, took everybody out who was in the fucking government, and been done with it. If we're the biggest, baddest superpower on the planet, we should have did it. To the loss of civilian life and how
Lost the war.
Honestly, my honest response to that, I love omelets, but unfortunately, you have to break eggs to get them. You love who?
Omelets.
You love omelets.
You gotta break eggs to make omelets, man.
I feel like he's trolling us.
No, I agree with him wholeheartedly.
It's
not the only one that
this is cool.
I think we should. I'm really, honestly, I'm pissed off that Trump did knock out. I mean, it's going to garner more fucking hatred for the United States, and you're going to get more people that are going to become politically aligned with the IRGC if they were to knock out the fucking water and they were to knock out, the electricity in Iran. You're going to have a bunch of people that are going to switch teams and be like, fuck America, fuck Israel. Yeah, but it hasn't happened. They should have done it by now. Like when he first gave that first, 24 hours or 72 hours, whatever. The second that it didn't fucking happen, he should have knocked it out. But I understand why they're not going to.
That I agree with.
They should have. He should have. I got really pissed off that we didn't fucking knock the shit out as soon as we did.
Right, so the power, right, I agree, but he's talking about civilians, like, nah, I draw the line with that, but
Yeah,
I
it's
agree,
cost
he
of
should have, I agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I just came in, but can I comment on it?
Yeah, Abby's an attorney to that.
No, it doesn't matter.
I just like saying that.
We're going. Thanks, Rich. We're going to try to have an economic war with them as much as we can. And if we force them to cap their pipelines, I mean, they are royally screwed. They're holding on, but I think that that's the direction he's going. And I was listening to a podcast where they talked about kind of what Trump would want to do, he can't because we bootstrapped ourselves 80 years ago with restrictions on how we fight wars and what we can destroy in a country and what would then be considered a war crime. And there's, to go in and really take them out, which we have done in the past as a warring force. We've limited so much of what we can and can't do, if that makes any sense. And it limits our warfare. So going in and taking out their train stations and their, communication systems and really decimating them and really, bringing them to their knees, where he has to squeeze them economically in the approach to this, if that makes any sense. No, I don't disagree with you. I was just like listening to someone pretty wise about this, and I think it makes sense. I don't think it's a munition issue that Kelly is talking about as much as what we can and can't destroy. And
instead of MAGA, can we
does that make any sense? What is?
Instead of MAGA, can we say MAMA? Can we say MAMA? Make Abby moderator again.
So here's where I think we could make some progress on this. You could definitely target civilian infrastructure that's being used for military assets and that's being used for logistics and machinery and that type of thing. Anything that's fuel to use legitimate military targets itself becomes a legitimate military target. And so I think under the auspices of that criteria, I think a lot of these power centers and factories and things like that are in play. Now, would there be a measured application of taking out these civilian infrastructure, if you will? Yes, I wouldn't blow it all up at the same time, but I would certainly up the ante, because at this point we're losing leverage. This is 100% a negotiation game, and if we're not making I guess it's the supreme leader. I don't personally believe there is a supreme leader now, but whoever's pulling the strings, if it's the IRGC, whoever's pulling the strings over there, we definitely cripple them by limiting the effect they can have on control and command of what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. And so if that means bombing it up heavily, then that's what we need to do. But it can't be described as a war crime because they're using it to fuel their military operations.
I think what's really sad about this whole thing is really we have sent the world the message that we are not as strong, as capable as we have purported ourselves to have been for the past 80 years. We have allowed what the fucking Pakistanis to now become the arbiters of peace treaties and shit like that, and settlements in this conflict, quote unquote. Donald Trump should have gone in there and destroyed everything day one. We had the troops, we had the capability to do it, level the whole fucking country. Because honestly, when we have to go and fight the fucking Chinese, because now they decide, oh yeah, fuck Taiwan and fuck North Korea, because we can do all that shit, and America can't do jack shit. That's when we're gonna say, oh, we shouldn't have gave them the heads up on that.
So if the people that live there believe that their regime is failing and they're hemorrhaging cash and that it's weakened, which was the message we had in the beginning of this war, that was a pretty strong message that the regime was falling. And it seems like that message is kind of going away a little bit. But it was, if you remember in the beginning, that was what we all heard. But you have to have the people there, you have to squeeze them. You have to really squeeze this regime economically, hard, so that any chance of their production or any revenue is gone, and then ultimately the people will erupt there. But that's kind of part of the approach. But again, think about it. We can't do the stuff that we've done before to win wars.
Well, I would actually push back. I would say one, we could. I think the question becomes, but what are we willing to deal with as the after effects of that? One, two, the fact that the Iranian regime still existed after all of the the sanctions and all that shit, there's no economic consequence we could have given them that would have quote unquote destroyed their country. The only thing that would have taken these people out is a strike of some sort. And unfortunately, the president did not go in with enough strength to decapitate these people once and for all.
I just want to clarify, when you say these people, are you talking about the IRGC, the ruling class, the mullahs, the ayatollahs? You're talking about the nefarious.
I think he means the IRGC plus the 10% that support.
Well, let's just let him answer that question.
IRGC plus 10%. I am not saying mass murder every single poor Iranian.
Well, that's what you were saying a minute ago, because I was trying to clarify.
But I will also clarify my point to also say this. If some of them happen to get, unfortunately, unalived in the process, I'm not going to shed a shit ton of tears. Because guess what? If they had got a dirty fucking nuke in New York City, I'm not expecting people in Tehran to cry over people in Brooklyn.
But they've lost their GDP for what, a year? They've lost their missile launchers. They have no navy. You know, I mean, we've caused a lot of damage there.
Yeah, but they still exist. That is a problem.
They still exist. They fight on. They fight on even though we've crippled them, and
I think the other guy was just saying that we should have went in stronger and we should have just eliminated 100% of them.
I hear
it would have been war crimes, and it would have been people crying like they did. Israel did the right thing when they went against fucking Hamas. They just bombed the living fucking shit out of them. They caused the death of 80,000 people. Half of them are probably combatants, half are civilians. And they're gonna fucking be bitched at and griped and war crimes.
No, that's bullshit, bro.
But in the same time, in the same breath, Gaza, Hamas is pretty much fucking done for. And they don't have to fucking deal with it. We don't. So, like, in the same breath, we should have done the same thing with the IRGC. We should have knocked out the power, knocked out water desalinization, and we should have fucking just laid fucking waste. We would have probably killed 100,000 civilians, and they would have cried war crimes. But Iran, the IRGC would have never fucking, they wouldn't exist anymore.
But because something you just said, Rich, that you have to think about, they won't surrender. They will refuse to surrender.
Yeah,
this is different than.
So I have an answer to that. Everybody always says you can't destroy a religion like Islam. That's not true. If you destroy every mind that holds to the ideal of Islam, and you destroy every fucking mention of Islam, and you destroy from every person's mind that Islam no longer exists. You burn all the history books, you kill everybody that holds to that ideology, everybody that's sympathetic, and you kill them all, and next thing you know, there's no more mention of Islam. It doesn't exist.
You can't actually make statements like that on YouTube. Those would be considered hate speech and abusive rhetoric. However, if you attack the legal code of Muhammad, the Charter of Medina from 660, and you look at the gangsterism, the mafiaism, the terrorism, and what they did to the Jews in Saudi Arabia, the Muslim terrorists, the first Islamic state, it's right there in 618. All you got to do is study the law, and thank God we have Abby.
Well, Abby
used to be a Democratic lawyer. Now she's a Republican.
Abby, I was going to mention, are you familiar with the story of Genghis Khan? So, like, I think it was Genghis Khan, right? He was the one that they came in and they murdered, like, his whole village and shit like that, and they left, like, the women and children alive. And then he realized, through them allowing him to survive, that it allowed for that idea to still survive and thrive. And then he ended up, like, conquering, like, a quarter of the fucking world and populating, like, 20% of the world or some shit. And just, he realized that when he would go into a village, instead of just wiping out all the combatant soldiers, he would just murk the entire area and go scorched earth, kill every woman and child, or he would bring them into his group and, like, convert them into his group. And that's how he did it. And, I mean, that's what we should have done in Iran. We should have went in, we fucking laid waste to it. We did it in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you know, and it stopped the fucking war. Had we just done regular, storming the beaches and shit, that shit would have probably ended up either losing, we would have, or that shit would have lasted 30 years and we would have lost millions of people. But we went in scorched earth and bombed 2 cities and they surrendered. And that's what we should, I'm not saying we should nuke Tehran and Shiraz and stuff like that, but we should have went in a lot heavier handed.
I hear you, but Trump inherited this system of restraint. You know, he inherited this. This is the new way of American warfare, and that's the reality. He's already gets accused of so much that it's really a problem. The other thing is, if you look at what they did, them going after the UAE and Saudi, I mean, they were trying to cripple all the other. It's not just going after some of the American assets. They want to cripple their competition. They went after the oil producers.
They want to cause civil unrest.
So this is not even a serious conversation. First off, the United States is not allowed to go in and carpet bomb countries. Just kill a bunch of civilians. So this is not even a serious conversation.
It actually is what I was saying. That we set those rules up 80 years ago.
They just hit them fucking hard. Israel doesn't carpet bomb because they don't have fucking bombers, firstly. And secondly, they didn't want to kill as many civilians. But it is a casualty of fucking war, and they did go in and they stomped the living shit out of Hamas, and that's what we should have done. But we went in and we tried to negotiate a deal and have the second, third, fourth, or fifth guy or whoever, hold on, I'm almost done, step up and become the new Ayatollah who would have been friendly to us like they did with Saddam.
Right.
And it didn't work out.
TC, let me ask you, who would actually enforce our war crimes? Like nobody would be able to.
Thank you. So let me answer that question, right? The answer is our military. So if given an illegal order, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh God, for? This is literally our laws. No. We're not talking about that. We're talking about people serving with distinction and honor. No. I'm not fucking up. Dude. Shut the fuck up while I'm talking. All right? You talking? Shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
When they were told 80% of soldiers,
like, get control of your room, bro.
Alright, Matt, all I'm saying is when they...
Rich, you gotta chill out, man. We gotta have a conversation.
Damn, bro. I'm not keeping from Barack Obama. Why the fuck is he bringing up Barack Obama? If Barack Obama did some fucked up shit, he should have been impeached and removed. This is not the fucking protect Barack Obama. Let me answer the question.
Yeah, TC, let me know how you think the military would crack down on people. Go ahead.
Yeah, 100%. All right. This is literally in our Constitution. All right. The international treaties that America's party to becomes the supreme law of the land. We cannot go out and and have Geneva Convention completely eviscerate the Geneva Convention and go in guns blazing, blowing up shit with no distinction between civilian and military targets. Those are war crimes, and our soldiers and military officers who give those commands and follow through on those commands can be court-martialed under United States USMC. You know what I'm talking about, right? So the idea that we're going to go in under political leadership and complete carpet bomb, we're not talking about carpet bombing. We're saying just kill a little bit of civilians, whatever the fuck it is. If they don't follow the rules of war, and I'm not talking about rules of engagement. Rules of engagement are different than rules of war.
So define it, TC. Break it down.
I'm driving. I don't want to be quoted on it, but we know what the laws of distinction are.
No, but help me on this, because like I was giving examples of taking out transportation depots and the systems of communication, and so what's acceptable to cripple a country to its knees? Like, how would you do it? I don't practice the law of war. I'm just curious, like, how do you do it?
Well, no, I was going to answer your question, but I wanted to preface it by saying
TC, let me let you answer it, but I do want to add something to this. Go ahead, just answer it and do what you need to do. Go for it.
Yeah, based on my layperson's understanding, right? You can target infrastructure that's being used to foment war. If it's considered a target that is used to, for example, transport military equipment or military technology, if it's used to fuel military infrastructure or technology systems that are in place, those can be considered legitimate military targets, even if they are also being used for civilian purposes as well. So, for example, a military target like a hospital, right? So you, as an enemy combatant, cannot go in to a school and say, I now commandeer this school and now I get sanctuary from being targeted militarily under Geneva Conventions because it's a school. No, you've effectively turned that school into a military target. So when you're talking about locomotives or if you're talking about transportation and that type of thing, and it's being used by enemy combatants to effectuate war, those become legitimate targets. What I'm suggesting that should not be the case, okay, is that we don't use any type of distinction when we're evaluating whether or not a target is a legitimate military target, such as what was being proffered by the previous speaker, that we just go in and blow up a whole bunch of shit. No, we have laws in this country. Like, that's what stops us from being the very tyrants that we seek to eliminate.
I never said anything that you said. I said you.
No, you were promulgating tyranny. What you were promulgating.
I never said carpet bomb, you fucking idiot. God damn, you're dumb. Stop fucking strawman, faggot.
Let me have my question real quick.
Sorry, what now? I looked up the rules of war if you want me to read it to you. It's not that long.
I simply said they should have hit the IRGC harder. I never said anything about civilians. I said they're a casualty of war, and it sucks. But the same thing that Israel's doing in fucking Gaza is justified. And they're showing
it's not fucking justified. What they did in Gaza is not justified.
Alistair Crowley.
Hamas doesn't exist, you
please
faggot.
timestamp this. This is a man with 140 IQ. This must be studied. Yeah, 141 claim.
Yeah, don't steal my 1 point.
Let me, okay, Sean, hold on. Let me ask TC, if the generals and the powers that be that make our decisions, I'm assuming they go in always thinking that they're gonna, what they're doing is for to win, right? If something comes down the pipeline where they're told that, okay, if these X, Y, and Z decisions are made, we're automatically winners, regardless of what we're doing. There's no way they're not going to do it. There's just that's kind of like we're less than a counter argument to what you're saying. Unfortunately, we're there to win. It doesn't really matter at what cost, actually, in some sense. Do you see that at all or not? I know you're.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you that no other international party can hold America accountable. That's correct. We answer only to our U.S. Constitution. However, our U.S. Constitution place certain demands that America is bound to through international treaties like the Geneva Convention. It makes it the supreme law of the land in the U.S. That's in the Constitution, right? And so if the Geneva Conventions that the U.S. is party to in that treaty says that we have to engage through distinction and we cannot just go in and say, oh, that's just the casualties of war, collateral damage. Oh, well, no, if that's the case, then when those guys went in...
for clarification.
I disagree legally. I disagree legally. The supreme law of our land is not the Geneva Convention, and nor does it overshadow or trump, excuse the pun, our Constitution whatsoever.
I agree with you on the second part. I disagree with you on the first part.
No,
the international treaties does not trump the Constitution.
This was the point.
Hold on, Sean. I'm engaging with Abby for a second.
Spoke long enough.
Right, so hold on, Sean. Let me respond to Abby specifically.
That who would hold them accountable?
While I disagree that the United States is not a treaty to international constitutional.
Where was the Geneva Convention violation when Obama instructed his fucking...
I'm not fucking defending Obama.
I'm not talking about you're defending it, you dumb faggot. You fucking said, oh, well, the people that stopped it be the armed service personnel. But it was a court martial. Where was the goddamn trial for the fucking armed fucking military, the fucking airmen who were instructed to take the fucking drones and airstrike fucking U.S. citizens? Where was the court martial? Where was the Geneva Convention fucking trial where they had to go in fucking before a tribunal because Obama instructed them to fucking drone strike U.S. citizens? You said they wouldn't pull the trigger. They surveyed armed personnel and they asked them,
Would you fire on U.S. citizens? 70% of them said yes. They said during martial law or a lockdown or a severe situation in the United States, they would engage U.S. civilians as combatants and fire on them. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you done, dude?
You're a fucking idiot. You said
Are you done?
the military would stop them in the Constitution. Well, didn't fucking stop them when Obama said, hey, drone strike that motherfucker. Did it? I want to see where the fucking court martial in the trial was. You dumb fucking faggot. Stop strawmanning. I never said carpet bomb anybody, faggot.
You got your point.
Goddamn dumb cunt.
Now let TC.
Midwit
Rich,
faggot.
come on, man. Rich,
You know, I should have.
Stop it. Go ahead.
I should have never gotten down to this level because I know I'm not going to be able to match that level of idiocy. But I'll at least try and respond. So and I'm driving. I'm happy to grab the sources once I'm done driving. In the Iraq War, I can't remember exactly what the situation was, but apparently there was some situation in which a few of our soldiers went in. And
it was in California. It was a guy who killed a cop too. Don't forget about that. There's a fucking black guy. There was a black guy that was running roads
I don't have energy for this.
in California, and they drone striked him on U.S. soil. You fucking retard. Iraqi combatants. There was a black guy who went and fucking murked a fucking cop, and they drone striked his ass.
Chris Thorne.
Yeah, the guy that was running through the forest, they drone striked his ass. The guy in California, he's running through the forest like fucking Brad. Like running through the forest hiding and shit. They drone striking. Where was the tribunal? Where was the court martial, you dumb faggot? Where was the fucking airman that said, I'm not gonna do that because it gets the fucking Constitution?
You know what's interesting about all of this is that ideologically, I kind of align with what TC is saying to an extent. I do think Gaza was wrong, and I do think killing civilians is bad. But unfortunately, because we needed and did go into
they have free elections in Iraq now.
Hey, because what we were going to do in Iran, and it should have just been, again, overwhelming force from day one, because this sends the worst fucking message possible.
What makes you think that it wasn't overwhelming force on day one? What makes you think that? Because they put down an incredible amount of firepower, and so apparently it's not enough firepower for it. How much more firepower would you require to satisfy your complaint?
To satisfy my complaint?
In Iran or Iraq?
I want honestly, jokingly / non-jokingly, I want enough firepower that I don't want a building standing in fucking Tehran. That's what I want.
But you can't do that. The Iranians are not a problem with that.
Dresden is Stalingrad in fucking Tehran.
Wow, that sounds like black supremacy.
Which, by the way, is what Reagan threatened, correct?
Yeah, we should have. And nobody would have held us accountable. They all would have been fucking happy when the RGC was completely eliminated. Just like everybody's going to be happy when Hamas is eliminated.
Let me ask you a question, Senior. Since you put this on the table, Senior, what do you think the unintended consequences of that action would be? If we did do what you're suggesting, which is to flatten Iran, what
I don't think that's what he said, though.
I thought he said...
No, he said flatten fucking IRGC and the 10% would support them.
No, he said...
He's not saying kill civilians.
He wanted to bomb...
Yeah, he said all the ones that are part of the IRGC are the 10%.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what...
I gave clarification. He said, yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Because they said, don't talk.
Senior, did you say... I thought you said you didn't care much about the civilian casualties.
They said it's a casualty war.
I'm less concerned about it, yeah. I'm not overly concerned about... Would you have been okay if we dropped a nuclear bomb and eradicated Iran? Would you have been okay with that? No.
Yeah, see,
No. Okay, so what's the balance here? What did you want to see? If I'm going to be asked, well, what sort of overwhelming force would I have satisfied me from the beginning? Jokingly / non-joke.
shit here. Do you remember T.I. mixtapes?
When that plane is into that runway with them lights like that, child, please, I don't know.
I think he probably tried to, like, you know, just own his life. Disown his life. That's what he was trying to do. That's what it looked like to me. That doesn't make any sense. Because if you're going to jump over the fence, then you'll just stand in the grass, right? If you really want to be nosy. You're not going to go out on the tarmac.
True. I would just stay over where I was and not be trying to cross no runways with planes at the speed that they go. Even though when they're on the ground, the only time that they're not moving fast is when they're trying to taxi to the gate. They're not going that fast. But when they're ready to take off, they need that momentum. Even when they're landing, they're still pretty. Oh my God, I don't get it. Something must have been wrong with him. I don't know what else to tell you. That's crazy.
So are we not saying that this is a suicide attempt?
That's what
That's what y'all said. That's what he said.
He wants to be unalive.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a suicide attempt or somebody that was just out of their mind. I'm just saying because you can see the planes coming. So somebody, unless it was a blind person or they had a mental illness, it had to be like an attempt to end their life.
True, y'all. Not only can you see it, Michael, you can hear it.
Yeah.
You can hear it.
But not only that, you can feel it.
You're right.
That's the thing. You can feel it.
So all y'all are right. I'm not denying any of what you guys are saying because you guys are all right. It's just one of my breaking news topics. We talked about the principal who stopped the mass shooting at his school, the guy who runs on the runway or walks, so however he got there, jumping the fence, and then now Donald Trump is on his way. I don't to China for what? They have no respect for him. Let's all just wait and see the clips coming from China. They gonna be hilarious because then people have no respect for him. I don't know if they're gonna give him a golden fortune cookie because they know he likes gold. I don't know what they gonna do, but the looks on their face and if they act the way they talk, it should be some good clips. So he also said, because people are getting in his ass about gas, I paid for 12 gallons again. Did I take a picture of it? I'm gonna have a picture and put it in my PTR. But I paid for 12 gallons of gas, $75 again. And my tank was on half of a tank because I'm trying not to let it go empty. But what difference does it freaking make if I'm gonna pay $75 every half a tank? That is so he said that he was going to suspend the federal gas tax among soaring gas prices at the pump. All right. So the thing is only 18.4 cents per gallon levy on gas and 24.4 cent per gallon levied on diesel. And this article from CNN says it won't do much to relieve drivers' pain.
Well, like 18 cents.
At least the governors, if he does that, then maybe the governors all over the United States will drop the gas tax too. That will be able to bring it down some more. But the governors aren't going to do it unless he does it. Because, I mean, the states are getting raped as it is, so we'll see.
Well, you know, they need to put the pressure. I mean, I don't know when these people are going to get sick and tired. Because I know I'm just a little old me, and I just do what I can. But when do people get sick and tired of being sick and tired? And we hold these elected officials accountable. You know, it's hard just being like, okay, we're palm in line, we're leaving our note, we send her an email, but we need mass amount of people to do it because they're allowing him to do this. So, I don't know.
I'm gonna go ahead, Dad.
I was going to say, unfortunately, even after the